and equipment destroyed. Medical supplies scattered. The formation workshop. He stopped, waiting for Jiwei to join him. Jiwei's examination of the workshop told the full story. The delicate formation arrays she had spent months crafting, painstakingly assembled from rare materials with each component positioned at exact angles, had been systematically dismantled. Precious materials were scattered across the floor, jade fragments that couldn't be reclaimed, crystalline cores shattered beyond recovery, carefully cultivated spirit vegetation plants uprooted and left to wither. 2 months of work, Jiwei said quietly, kneeling among the ruins of her life's dedicated effort. At minimum, some of these materials require 3 seasons to source properly. Shuli moved through the buildings with controlled fury radiating from her like heat. Her hand kept returning to her sword hilt, the gesture automatic, indicating how profoundly difficult it was to not respond with immediate violent retribution. Her Tao heart clarity understood precision, understood technique, understood the value of perfect strikes. What Wei Changming had done was wasteful, crude, the approach of someone who cared only about impact rather than purpose. The library was hit hardest, Qingyue reported, her voice tight, with barely suppressed anger. The library held months of organizational effort, carefully cataloged cultivation techniques, master texts on formation theory, research compiled from dozens of sources into a coherent reference system. 40% of the documents are damaged beyond recovery. Water damage, burn marks on the spine, pages torn out at random. He wanted to destroy context, make it impossible to rebuild their understanding of what we're studying. Yaozu filed a formal complaint through the Royal Alliance channel that same evening. The Empress Consort's support had changed the equation. The newly established allied status the Sect had just achieved meant Wei Changming couldn't ignore consequences. The throne's lawyers would investigate. The records of the inspection would be examined. Wei Changming would have to answer questions about his authorization, his motivations, his connection to the vandalism. The complaint had teeth now, the kind of teeth that made powerful people pause and calculate risks. He's escalating because he's losing, Yaozu explained to the Sect gathered in the council chamber, his voice steady despite the anger burning underneath. Through manipulation of the tournament judges, through alliance political pressure, through every strategy he could deploy, he tried to prevent us from achieving legitimacy. We achieved it anyway. We won the tournament. We secured royal sponsorship. We demonstrated that the Pillar Network is stronger than his political maneuvering. So he's switching tactics, Meihua said, understanding the pattern. Direct destruction since political corruption didn't work. Precisely, Yaozu confirmed. He's trying to cause enough damage that we lose faith in the Sect, that we second-guess the investment, that we decide the cost is too high and abandon the project. It's a psychological attack wearing the disguise of material destruction. It won't work, Shuli said flatly, her voice carrying absolute certainty forged through years of surviving far worse. I've survived worse. I've lost worse. We've survived worse. The Sect doesn't break because of stolen documents and destroyed buildings. If anything, it hardens us. It shows us exactly what we're standing against. No, Yaozu agreed, feeling the validation of Shuli's clarity flowing through the pillar bond. But it means we need to accelerate what comes next. Wei Changming will keep escalating until he either defeats us or faces consequences he can't overcome. The alliance with the throne provides those consequences: royal protection, legal authority to hold him accountable, access to resources he can't match. But we need to show progress quickly, before he realizes how constrained he actually is. He paused, letting the weight of the decision settle. We begin preparations for ascension immediately. We calculate the timeline for the Void Anchor Stone expedition. We prepare for what comes next. Wei Changming just showed us his hand. He's desperate. He's running out of options. He's lashing out because he understands the Pillar Network represents something he can't defeat through normal means. That's when people become most dangerous. But it's also when they make mistakes. The council dispersed to begin repairs, but something had shifted. The casual threat Wei Changming had posed was gone. What remained was something more direct, more pressing, more urgent. The Sect was no longer defending itself against harassment. It was entering the final confrontation. Chapter 74. 7 Pillars. Jiwei and Qingyue brought the breakthrough to the council meeting with barely contained excitement. They had been refining the ascension formation calculations for months, taking the ancient diagrams that came with the original Sect's records and the traditional understanding that the cultivation world carried, pushing them through new analysis, testing every assumption that had been made over thousands of years. "We've confirmed it," Jiwei said, displaying her calculations on formation patterns laid across the stone floor. The original requirement was 10 pillars to achieve the critical mass necessary for ascension. But with our network configuration, with the way the pillar bond amplifies power through shared cultivation, we can achieve the same ascension result with 7 pillars plus a void anchor stone. "What's a void anchor stone?" Li Shue asked, leaning forward with interest. "A dimensional stabilizer from the abyssal mines," Qingyue explained, her analytical mind breaking down the complex concept. "The mines extend down into the world's root structure, places where reality is thin, where the separation between the mortal realm and the celestial realm is weakest. A void anchor stone is found only in the deepest sections, where the separation is most unstable. The mines are accessed through the Sundering Mountains, a 2-month journey through territories that actively disrupt spiritual cultivation." 2 months for something that deep? That's dangerous, Shuli observed. "Hostile territory that disrupts cultivation means we can't rely on our full power if we're attacked." "It is dangerous," Jiwei agreed, "but it's achievable, and the benefit is immense. We have 5 pillars now. With 2 more cultivators elevated to pillar status, we have 7. That's within reach." "Who would become the 6th and 7th pillars?" Yaozu asked. This was the crucial question. Jiwei and Qingyue exchanged glances. "We've both been discussing it with each other," Qingyue said carefully. "But the decision is yours. You're the core. You feel the network better than anyone." Yaozu understood immediately what they were asking. Who among the outer disciples showed enough cultivation talent and character compatibility to join the covenant? The answer was difficult because it meant expanding trust beyond the current circle, bringing new people into the deepest secrets of the Sect's purpose. It was a fundamental change to the dynamic. "We have time before we need to decide," Yaozu said. "First, we need to understand the timeline. When do we need to activate the formation?" "There's a celestial alignment that occurs approximately 16 months from now," Jiwei explained, showing a diagram of stellar positions. "The formation will work best if activated during that window. It provides a natural resonance with the celestial realm that amplifies the ascension effect. After that window closes, the next optimal alignment is 47 years away. 16 months. 7 pillars. A journey to the abyssal mines." Yaozu could feel the weight of all of it settling on his shoulders. The timeline suddenly shifted from theoretical to urgently practical. "We start planning the expedition immediately," Yaozu decided. "We identify candidates for pillars 6 and 7. We prepare for the mines. And we keep our goal quiet. Only the current 6 know. If Wei Changming or the 1,000 Rin Pavilion realizes what we're building toward, everything changes." Chapter 75. Growth. 6 months passed, and Cloudrest Peak transformed into something substantially more developed. What had been a struggling sect with a dozen outer disciples became something far more substantial and capable. 60 outer disciples now trained on the peak, including 3 who had demonstrated the character and cultivation potential to be considered for pillar elevation. The sect's buildings expanded. The training grounds flourished with new construction and improved pathways. Equipment improved. The spirit of the place changed from survival-focused to growth-focused. Jiwei's 7-layer defense formation was completed, each layer more sophisticated than the last. The outermost layer provided basic warning of approach. The next layer deflected minor attacks and false alarms. The 3rd and 4th layers created false formations that would confuse invaders about the actual sect location, creating illusions within the formation to misdirect. The 5th layer began active defense with cultivation disrupting arrays. The 6th and 7th layers were lethal in their precision, designed to kill any cultivator attempting to breach them without authorization. Qingyue's alchemy operation generated enough revenue to fund not just the expedition to the abyssal mines, but the supplies for 6 months of preparation. She trained younger disciples in basic alchemy, creating a self-sustaining system rather than relying entirely on her personal production. The alchemy laboratory became the sect's most profitable operation. Shuli's Dao heart had healed completely. The pillar bonds sustained support over months. allowing her to cultivate without pushing herself past safe limits, providing emotional support when the injury tried to reassert itself, enabling her to push through barriers that had seemed insurmountable, had accomplished what years of treatment couldn't. She moved with perfect fluidity again, her sword sang without the hesitation that had haunted her. She began teaching junior disciples sword technique and Dao heart cultivation. Li Xue had entered late core formation, her body cultivation deeper than any practitioner the sect could research in available texts. She was developing techniques that shouldn't be possible, fighting styles that used the pillar network to achieve effects that individual body cultivation couldn't touch. Her strength became almost superhuman. Meihua's phoenix manifestation had evolved in ways that surprised even her. She could now hold phoenix form for extended periods without depleting her cultivation reserves, the pillar bond providing support that made transformation sustainable. She was developing true phoenix techniques, not just fire cultivation but the ancestral methods of the phoenix bloodline itself, accessed through deeper understanding of her heritage. The sect felt genuinely established, something real, not just surviving but thriving. There was a sense of purpose that went beyond individual advancement. These people were building something together, something that would last. Chapter 76. 3 villages. The coordinated assault came at dawn on 3 fronts simultaneously, as if choreographed by a conductor who understood exactly how the pillar network functioned and designed the attack specifically to exploit its vulnerability to distributed pressure. Crimson Fang remnants, enhanced with arbiter essence corruption that glowed amber in their cultivation cores, attacked 3 allied villages positioned in a triangular formation: Stonecrop to the northeast, 2 Rivers to the northwest, and Green Hollow directly south. The locations weren't accidental. They were spaced at distances that exceeded normal cultivation communication range, forcing the pillar network to extend its connection to its limits. This was a test of the fundamental principle of the pillar network. This was Wei Changming and the patriarch Zhua Hengshan assessing whether the network's theoretical advantages could be overcome through sheer tactical pressure. The bonded members split across 3 fronts while Yaozu remained at Cloudrist Peak, coordinating through the Foundation Stones network, a technique they had practiced dozens of times, but never in actual combat. The Foundation Stones sang with connection, a frequency at the edge of perception that linked Yaozu to Li Xue, Meihua, Shuli, and Xingyue simultaneously, allowing real-time communication and power redistribution. Everyone understood what was happening. This was battlefield testing. Wei Changming and the Patriarch were mapping the network's limits, identifying breaking points, planning the assault that would actually matter. Stonecrop Village. Li Xue arrived to find 12 Crimson Fang cultists already positioning themselves for the assault. The village's defensive barriers, minimal, designed for protection against bandits and natural disasters rather than cultivators, wouldn't slow them for more than minutes. She stood in the village square, alone, and waited. The cultists attacked in coordinated waves, their arbiter essence corruption making them stronger than spirit-channeling cultivators should be. But Li Xue's body cultivation had reached late core formation. She had trained since childhood in pure physical enhancement, her bones strengthened to the point of being nearly equivalent to cultivated metal, her muscles capable of generating force that blurred air resistance into insignificance. She moved through them like wind. The first 3 cultists fell without landing a single strike on her. She struck with perfect precision, targeting meridian points that would shut down their spiritual circulation. The 4th and 5th were struck simultaneously, her body cultivation speed allowing her to close distances that should have been safe. They fell without comprehension of what had happened. 11 minutes from her arrival to the moment the last cultist fell. She was a one-woman army, and she moved through their ranks with the perfect balance of lethality and control. Her body cultivation at late core formation was more than sufficient against spirit-channeling rank opponents, even enhanced with arbiter essence corruption. She was living evidence that the Pillar Network's philosophy was correct. Cultivators bonded together, supporting each other, transcended traditional limitations. 2 Rivers Village. Meihua and Xingyue arrived together, having coordinated their approach through the network. The Phoenix Fire formed a barrier around the village's perimeter while Xingyue moved through the buildings, identifying and assisting the mortal inhabitants. The village elder, an aged woman with the bearing of someone who had seen war and survived it, watched with grim satisfaction as the defensive perimeter took shape. "How long can you hold?" the elder asked. "As long as necessary," Meihua replied, her phoenix fire visible as waves of heat distortion in the air. "My cultivation is connected to others at the sect. They're feeding power through a network. I'm not just one cultivator. I'm 6 working as one." The phoenix fire created defensive perimeters that pushed back the attackers who charged toward the village center. The flames were controlled, contained, creating walls of heat that stopped advancement without destroying surrounding buildings. Qing Yue's poison alchemy worked in coordination. She had prepared compounds specifically designed for this scenario, incapacitating cultists who made it through the fire without killing them outright. They worked as a unit, complementing each other's strengths in the way the pillar network had trained them. The village was defended completely, held through the combination of 2 cultivators whose techniques ordinarily wouldn't have been sufficient to face this assault alone. Together, they were unstoppable. Green Hollow Village. Shuli handled the assault alone, her sword techniques operating at their sharpest since her Dao heart had healed from the earlier damage. She had spent years pursuing the perfect form of sword cultivation, the way where technique transcended power, where precision made up for any deficit in raw strength. The cultists who attacked her found exactly what they were looking for, a sword master who moved with absolute fluidity, who anticipated every attack 3 movements in advance, who responded with precision that left no openings, no moment of vulnerability, no opportunity to exploit. 7 cultists fell in the opening minutes. They didn't die because Shuli was overwhelmingly powerful. They died because her technique was perfect. Her sword moved where it needed to move. Her footwork was never wasted. Her position was never compromised. The remaining cultists, understanding they were outmatched against someone who didn't just fight better, but who understood the nature of swordsmanship on a level they couldn't match, fled before Shuli's clarity could eliminate them. The network. The network stretched to maximum range, extended to its theoretical limits by the distances between the 3 villages and Cloudrest Peak. Power cycled through the foundation stone in patterns that Jiwei had designed and Yaozu had practiced, allowing cultivation energy to be redirected from wherever it was least needed to wherever it was most critical. When Li Shui's combat reached its peak intensity, Yaozu could feel the exhaustion beginning to settle into her muscles and redirected power from Meihua, who was defending but not actively fighting. When Qingwen needed enhanced perception to identify targets in the chaos, Yaozu pulled from Shuli's reserve and fed it into Qing Yue's sensory cultivation. The network distributed burden and support in real time, allowing all 5 pillar members to sustain full combat load simultaneously while being separated by hundreds of miles. It was working exactly as designed. The pillar bond held steady, maintained by the foundation stone at Cloudrest Peak, resonating with the cultivation signatures of each bonded member, circulating power and connection and support through channels that shouldn't exist, but did. But everyone understood what the next escalation would look like. Wei Changming and the Patriarch now understood the network's capabilities and its limits. They had mapped it. They had tested it. They would plan accordingly. The test was complete. The assessment was finished. What came next would be actual warfare. Chapter 77. The long fight. Yaozu arrived at Green Hollow an hour after Shuli had cleared the area, moving through the network's connection to her position with a speed that required careful focus to maintain. The foundation stone's link to Shuli created a pathway through the landscape. He didn't follow roads, didn't move through normal space the way other cultivators would. He moved through connection, through bond, through the manifestation of shared cultivation. When he emerged from the network's connection point, standing in the village square where Shuli's final opponents had fallen, something was wrong. The morning air was still, but that stillness was the kind that preceded violence, the calm before emergence of suppressed power. Standing in the village square was not a cultist, but an arbiter-corrupted core formation cultivator, his form marked with amber light that traced along every cultivation technique visible in his aura. The amber corruption covered nearly 3/4 of his body, more integration than Yaozu had seen in any Patriarch cultist before. This was someone who had been chosen for direct enhancement, someone who had been elevated specifically for this moment. Shun Yaozu, the cultivator said, his voice carrying the weight of someone whose power had been artificially amplified. "I've been waiting for you. The Patriarch said you would come. The Patriarch said you would want to test yourself against the Arbiter's direct power." He was confident in that prediction. Yaozu felt the situation crystallize in his perception. This was a trap, a deliberately positioned challenge designed to delay him, to occupy him, to prevent him from returning to coordinate the network while the cultists continued their assault on the other villages. This was psychological warfare, a test of whether Yaozu would abandon his role as network coordinator to engage in personal combat. But Yaozu understood what the Patriarch didn't understand. The pillar bond didn't break because he was occupied in combat. If anything, personal engagement would sharpen his connection to the network. His cultivation would flow faster, his awareness would heighten, his ability to coordinate the other four would become more acute. "Let's test something," Yaozu said, and he activated the five-fold synthesis. The fight lasted 23 minutes, the longest single combat Yaozu had faced. The Arbiter cultist was core formation rank, technically comparable to Yaozu's own realm, but the Arbiter essence corruption had transformed him into something more. Every technique was amplified beyond what core formation usually permitted. Every movement carried supernatural power that shouldn't be possible. The cultist could absorb counterattacks by dispersing their energy through the corruption channels, then redirect that absorbed energy into his own strikes, creating an effect that made traditional defense functionally impossible. But Yaozu had something the cultist didn't: real-time support from four other cultivators. When the cultist overwhelmed Yaozu's physical endurance with a rapid strike sequence, Li Xue, still at Stonecrop, her own combat finished, sent a surge of body cultivation power through the network, restoring his physical reserves. When the cultist used technique that required sustained spiritual focus, Meihua provided concentrated energy that let Yaozu maintain his cultivation base without depleting his internal reserves. Shuli's support came in the form of tactical awareness. She could see patterns in the cultist's movement through the network connection and transmitted that analysis to Yaozu continuously. Yaozu found the pattern through sustained exposure and network analysis. The Arbiter essence only enhanced offense, only amplified striking power and technique sophistication. It left the underlying cultivation's structural patterns unchanged. The cultist's defense relied on his natural core formation techniques, which meant they had the same weaknesses as any cultivator at that realm: specific meridian patterns, particular timing vulnerabilities, structural points where the cultivator's power had to cycle. When Yaozu identified that structural vulnerability and exploited it with surgical precision, the cultist fell. The Arbiter essence's amplification became a liability as the power it had granted turned inward, backfeeding through damaged meridians, creating a cascade of cultivation collapse. All three villages saved. No deaths on the Sect's side. 5 wounded, none critically. But more importantly, the pillar network had been tested under actual combat conditions, and it had held. 5 cultivators separated by hundreds of miles had functioned as a single cohesive unit. The theoretical advantages of the network had been proven in real warfare. Chapter 78. Decision War Council convened in the central chamber of Cloudrest Peak. The afternoon light filtered through high windows, casting the stone floor in pale gold. Maps were spread across the stone table, detailed renderings of the territory surrounding the sect, marked with symbols indicating known Crimson Fang positions and allied strongholds. Gu stood at the head of the table, his aged frame bent but alert, his fingers tracing across the swamps marked on the parchment. His intelligence network had been invaluable. Decades of contacts cultivated during his years as an imperial investigator had given him access to information that few could gather. The attacks weren't random, Gu explained, displaying diagrams with precise notations. I've cross-referenced 17 separate incidents over the past 3 months. Each one targeted a different allied village or trading post. At first glance, it appeared to be harassment, pinprick attacks designed to test defenses and disrupt commerce. But the pattern reveals coordination. Every operation began from a central staging point. Our analysts have triangulated the source to the Black Fog Swamps, approximately 40 miles south of Cloudrest Peak. Yaozu leaned forward, studying the marks on the map. The Black Fog Swamps were dangerous terrain, mineral-rich water that disrupted spiritual cultivation, terrain that shifted seasonally, visibility limited to mere yards even during daylight. It was a place where cultivation techniques wouldn't function properly, where a cultivator's greatest advantages would be stripped away. "What are we dealing with?" Meihua asked, her voice steady but her hands unconsciously clenching. Through the pillar bond, Yaozu could feel her tension, the warrior's anticipation of coming conflict. "Approximately 30 Crimson Fang cultists of varying ranks," Gu continued. "Foundation establishment and spirit channeling primarily, though we have indicators of at least one core formation cultivator. Likely Zhua Hengshan himself, the patriarch they follow. He's been integrating Arbiter essence more deeply than we've previously observed. His last encounter with our forces showed corruption markers affecting nearly a third of his cultivation base." Shuli stood apart from the table, one hand resting on her sword hilt. Her Dao heart clarity meant she perceived threats differently than others, not through fear or caution, but through understanding the exact topology of danger. "The compound is a staging ground for something larger," Qinghua added, her voice carrying the precision of detailed analysis. She had been reviewing captured documents from previous skirmishes. "The records we've recovered mention final preparations and the Patriarch's ascension timeline. These attacks aren't random harassment. They're probing operations designed to assess the Sect's military response capacity. Wei Changming is gathering intelligence for a larger assault." Yaozu felt the weight of it settling on his shoulders. The assassination attempts, the damage to Cloudrest Peak, the coordinated attacks on allied villages, they were all pieces of a larger strategy. Wei Changming and the Patriarch weren't trying to destroy the Sect immediately. They were mapping its vulnerabilities, testing its reaction times, identifying weaknesses that could be exploited during a major offensive. "The choice before us is straightforward," Yaozu said slowly, feeling the attention of everyone in the room sharpen. "We have two options. First, continued reactive defense. We fortify the peak, post watchers at allied villages, prepare to respond to attacks as they come. This is safe. It's sustainable. It preserves our strength. But it cedes the initiative to them. Wei Changming controls the timing. He decides when to escalate. We respond. Eventually, they will find the moment when they can overwhelm us." He paused, letting that reality settle into the consciousness of everyone listening. "Second option, proactive strike. We identify the compound from Gu's intelligence, assemble a strike team, and eliminate the threat at its source. This is dangerous. The swamps are hostile to cultivation. We'd be operating mostly blind, heavily dependent on navigation by sense rather than spiritual power. The Patriarch might be there. The Arbiter integration might be more advanced than we expect. But if we succeed, we cripple their staging ground, force them to rebuild their infrastructure, buy ourselves time to complete our actual objectives." "The Pillar Network," Li Shua said, understanding immediately. "We could use the foundation stone to maintain connection even in the swamp's disruption field. We could operate as a unit even when spiritual techniques fail." "Exactly," Yaozu confirmed. "The network's greatest strength is that it doesn't depend on external spiritual sources. It's internal, cultivators connected through the pillar bond, supporting each other through personal resonance rather than environmental manipulation. The swamp can't disrupt what's already internal." Jiwei and Qinghua exchanged glances. Both understood what this meant. They would remain at the peak, maintaining the formation that anchored the network, while the four pillar members staged the assault. "We move at night," Yaozu decided, feeling the certainty of the choice settling into him. "Use the foundation stone to navigate. I'll feel my way through the swamp using the pillar bond's connection to the landscape itself." Li Shua moves first. Her body cultivation is sufficient to scout the compound's defenses and eliminate initial sentries silently. Meihua comes second, provides area denial if we're discovered. Her fire is controlled enough to breach barriers without destroying the entire compound. Shuli holds the rear position, stops any cultists who attempt to escape or flank our advance. I hold center position and coordinate tactical support through the network. "And if the Patriarch has something unexpected?" Meihua asked. Through the bond, he felt her weighing the risk, calculating the probability of failure, preparing herself for the possibility that they might not all return from this assault. "Then we adapt," Yaozu said, letting the confidence of that statement carry through the pillar bond to everyone listening. We've trained for integrated combat for 6 months. We've developed techniques that work only when we're together. We've pushed our understanding of the pillar bond deeper than any cultivators in 1,000 years. The patriarch has power, yes, but he doesn't have what we have. He doesn't have a network. He doesn't have 5 cultivators moving as one unified system. If he's unexpected, we respond with the thing he can't prepare for: the seamless coordination of pillar members supporting each other in real time. We've trained for this, Shuli added, her voice carrying absolute certainty. The network holds. The decision was made. The assault would begin at midnight. Chapter 79. Black Fog Assault. The strike on the Crimson Fawn compound took shape in darkness, under moonlight that barely penetrated the dense fog rising from the swamp's mineral-rich water. The approach through the swamp was treacherous, water that came up to their knees, terrain that shifted beneath their feet with each step, visibility so limited that they moved mostly by sensing through the cultivation network. The mineral saturation disrupted normal spiritual perception, making navigation through conventional methods impossible. Yaozu guided them, feeling the earth through the foundation stone's connection, understanding the swamp's structure from the mineral patterns beneath the water. It was like moving through a landscape drawn from memory, imprecise but functional, a map of sensation rather than sight. He felt the places where the ground was solid enough to support rapid movement, and the places where mud and quicksand waited beneath deceptively solid-looking surface. He felt the water currents, the hidden channels, the paths that the swamp itself had worn over centuries. They emerged from the swamp directly behind the compound's outer wall at precisely the moment when the night watch shifted, a change of guard that had been planned for based on Gu's intelligence network information. Gu had infiltrated the compound weeks before, gathering details about structure, defense, guard patterns, everything a strike team would need to know. Li Shua moved first, her body cultivation letting her run up the outer barrier like it was flat ground. Her feet found purchase on stone that shouldn't have provided any, her enhanced strength letting her propel upward in a movement that defied normal physics. She landed on the roof of the guardhouse, took down 2 cultists before they could raise an alarm, and triggered the approach signal through the pillar network. Meihua came next, her phoenix fire manifesting at controlled intensity. The flames burned away portions of the outer wall that would have taken hours to breach conventionally, creating an opening through stone and reinforced barrier. But Meihua maintained perfect control. The flames were contained, their heat focused, creating an entry point without destroying the entire compound structure and raising an alarm that would echo across the region. Shuli carved the path inward, her sword techniques moving with the fluidity of water and the precision of perfected form. She opened a corridor through the cultists who attempted to block the advance, moving with lethal efficiency. She wasn't wasting motion, wasn't performing elaborate displays. She was treating this like a real battle rather than a tournament demonstration. Each strike targeted vital points. Each footstep positioned her optimally for the next movement. Each exchange eliminated an opponent rather than prolonging conflict. Yaozu held the center position, channeling power from the pillar network constantly, supporting each of the 4 as they moved deeper into the compound. He could feel their exhaustion through the bond, feel when they were pushing too hard, when the intensity of combat was drawing down reserves faster than normal regeneration could replenish. He provided support constantly, sending cultivation energy through the network to where it was most needed. He kept them fresh. He kept them moving. He maintained the unified focus that made them far more than 4 individual cultivators operating in coordination. Zhuanghengshan emerged into the main chamber with an arbiter-enhanced venom domain, a technique that created a poisoned area around him, stronger than at Cloudrest Peak, the corruption deeper in his cultivation, more integrated into his fundamental techniques. The amber light that marked arbiter essence integration had spread across nearly 3/4 of his form. He had been preparing for this assault, allowing the arbiter to strengthen his cultivation base with direct infusions of corrupted power. Gu arrived at that moment. He had followed them against explicit orders, unable to let them assault the compound without his direct support. His cultivation, refined and powerful despite his aged form, engaged the patriarch directly while the 4-person strike team shifted their formation. All 5 of them focused into a combined resonance strike, a technique developed during months of pillar bond training, refined through dozens of practice sessions that had taken the principle of network cooperation to its ultimate expression. All 5 of them channeling their cultivation simultaneously into a single point, a single moment, amplifying each other's power through the pillar network's connection, creating an effect that none of them could produce individually. The combined force purged the arbiter essence from Zhua Hengshan's body. The corrupted cultivation was forced out, stripped away by the pure power of the 5-pillar network acting in perfect concert. The patriarch fell, his artificial enhancements gone, his body broken by the purging process. The regional authorities collected him for judgment and imprisonment. The compound was secured. The staging ground was eliminated. Wei Changming's coordinated assault apparatus was severed at its source. Chapter 80. The mirror inside the compound's central chamber. Among the remains of Zhua Hengshan's personal quarters, Yaozu found an arbiter communication mirror, a device unlike anything the sect had encountered before. It was crafted from crystalline material that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it, a surface of absolute darkness that somehow transmitted meaning directly into the consciousness of whoever touched it. He read the stored communications with careful attention, understanding that he was reading words from something that existed outside normal mortal reality, a communication channel between the patriarch and whatever intelligence guided the Crimson Fang organization. The Arbiter had been orchestrating the Crimson Fang's actions for years, not just the recent attacks on Cloudrest Peak, but operations stretching back decades. Every recruitment, every escalation, every tactical shift had been directed from beneath the kingdom's capital city, from a location sealed so completely that even aerial cultivation perception couldn't penetrate it. The mirror also contained a warning in language that burned itself into Yaozu's memory. The 10th pillar will free me. Build no more. That night, Yaozu sat alone in his meditation chamber and felt the weight of that statement settle into him like water into stone. The statement was a threat and a prophecy combined. A declaration from something that existed beyond the normal mortal realm, something that understood the mechanics of ascension deeply enough to predict their consequences. His core formation cultivation responded to the intellectual and emotional pressure. The refined core that he had slowly built through months of careful cultivation, stabilized and deepened by the pillar network's constant circulation of power, began to shift. The 5-colored pentagonal structure became more defined, more stable, the geometry of his cultivation base perfecting itself. The integration of the pillar network had made his cultivation process faster and more efficient than it should be, and now that efficiency accelerated again in response to genuine understanding. He felt the boundary of core formation shifting, not moving to the next realm, but deepening. His cultivation advanced from mid-stage core formation to late stage, the power flowing through him increasing in magnitude and quality. The technical advancement that normally would have required months of stable meditation and careful power cycling happened in a single night, driven by the force of comprehension about cultivation itself. By the time the breakthrough settled and his consciousness reintegrated fully, Yaozu had advanced to late core formation. He understood now what the Arbiter's warning actually meant. When he had been walking toward the stairway to heaven, he had imagined the obstacle was distance, the need to gather resources, to raise more pillars, to build the right formations, to solve problems of logistics and power and technical implementation. But the real obstacle was something far more profound. It was a cultivator who had decided, thousands of years ago, that ascension should not be possible. It was someone with the power to enforce that decision across every generation that followed. Emergency council meeting convened at midnight. The Arbiter's claim about the 10th pillar. Xingyue's research suggested the claim contained a kernel of truth, but was heavily distorted. Misdirection from something that understood fear and prediction in ways mortal cultivators couldn't match. The decision was firm despite the revelation. Gather information, pursue the Void Anchor Stone expedition, continue building carefully toward ascension. The sage Mu Qianren and her 1,000-rin pavilion loomed in the distance like a storm on the horizon. They had been silent since the tournament, which meant they had been watching everything, assessing whether the ascending pillar sect posed a threat to her celestial monopoly. The sect needs 2 more pillars, cultivators with the right combination of talent, character, and connection to the network. A dimensional anchor stone, obtained from the deepest sections of the abyssal mines. and 16 months until the celestial alignment opens the optimal ascension window. 3 obstacles stand between them and the goal. 1. Identifying cultivators capable of pillar elevation without revealing their intention to the broader cultivation world. 2. Surviving an expedition into the abyssal mines where the reality barrier is thin and hostile. 3. Ascending before the 1,000-rin pavilion decides the threat has become unacceptable. The cliffhanger settled like a weight. They had a timeline now, but the timeline was also a doomsday clock. Mu Qianren had prevented ascension for 12,000 years. She was not going to permit a young sect to succeed where the original had failed. End of Step 4, Chapter 81. 3 months passed after the Black Fog Swamp's assault, and the Ascending Pillar sect entered its most stable period since its founding. Stability, Yaozu had learned, was not the absence of danger. It was the presence of enough strength to hold danger at arm's length while building towards something greater. The Crimson Fang sect's remnants had scattered after Zhua Hengshan's capture. Leaderless, demoralized, and stripped of the arbiter essence that had been their one remaining advantage. Regional authorities processed the patriarch through the kingdom's legal system with the careful deliberation of bureaucrats who knew they were handling something politically volatile. The sect's population had grown to 70 members. New disciples continued to trickle in, drawn by the tournament championship and the tribunal victories' lasting reputation. Shuli's entrance trials filtered applicants with ruthless efficiency. She accepted 1 in 4, and the ones she accepted were grateful they had been tested rather than waved through. Quality over quantity, she insisted. Yaozu agreed. But every morning, during his dawn meditation at the summit formation array, the faceless arbiter's warning echoed through his thoughts. Every pillar you raise makes my cage thinner. Truth or manipulation? Qingwei had dedicated an entire research division to the question, assigning 3 of her most capable outer disciples to comb through the ancient formation archives for any mention of the relationship between pillar bonds and dimensional seals. Their findings, after 3 months of systematic analysis, were inconclusive but suggestive. The original Stairway to Heaven sect operated with 37 active pillars at the time of its destruction. Qingwei reported during a leadership council meeting, her ice-blue eyes reflecting the soft glow of the presentation jade she used to project her diagrams. Historical fragments suggest their pillar network did interact with the dimensional barrier, but as a stabilizing influence, not a weakening one. The network reinforced the barrier by channeling cooperative energy through its structure, creating a symbiosis between the pillar system and the dimensional membrane. Then the arbiter lied, Meihua said. She stood at the hall's window, golden flames flickering absently along her forearms as they did when she was thinking hard. Her phoenix bloodline had grown so integrated with her cultivation that small manifestations occurred without conscious effort, a side effect that the outer disciples found either inspiring or terrifying, depending on their proximity. Not necessarily. Qingyue pulled up a secondary diagram, a cross-section of the dimensional barrier as her research had reconstructed it. The original network was designed to work with the dimensional barrier. Ours is a reactivation of a system that has been dormant for 12 millennia. The barrier itself has changed during that time, patched, reinforced, modified by the sage's ongoing maintenance. Our pillars may interact with the seal differently than the originals did because the seal is not the same seal. So we are poking a patch job with a sharp stick. Dashin summarized from his customary position at the logistics table, his pen hovering over a supply manifest. Wonderful. My conclusion, Qingyue continued, ignoring the editorial, is that the arbiter's claim contains a kernel of truth wrapped in a much larger deception. Our pillars may interact with its seal, but the interaction is not necessarily weakening. It could be neutral or even reinforcing, depending on how we configure the network's energy flow. And if we configure it wrong? Gu asked from his chair. The old man's tea was cooling untouched beside him, a sign Yaozu had learned to read as serious concern. Then the arbiter gains leverage it should not have. Configure it right, then, Li Shua said, as if this were the most obvious directive in the world. She was sharpening a throwing spike with a whetstone, the rhythmic scraping providing a bass note to the conversation. Yaozu allowed himself a brief smile despite the weight of the discussion. That is exactly the plan. Which brings us to the expedition. He unrolled the map that Jiwei had prepared, a detailed cartographic rendering of the route between the Jade Throne Kingdom and the abyssal mines in the Darkwind Empire. The Sundering Mountains dominated the center of the map, a jagged barrier of peaks that separated the two empires like a wall between neighbors who had long since stopped speaking to each other. Li Xue's scouting report confirms the route is passable, Yao Zhu continued. The Sundering Mountains suppress cultivation techniques for most practitioners, but body cultivators and those with specific physical resistance can maintain partial capability. The Darkwind Empire beyond the mountains is unfamiliar territory, different political structures, different sects, different threats. Different opportunities, Dashin murmured, his merchant's instincts already calculating profit margins for cross-border trade routes. The dimensional anchor stone is our priority. He deliberately varied the term from the technical name Jiwei used, since Lingsha would later standardize the terminology. Jiwei's research and Yun Lingsha's theoretical work agree. 7 pillars plus a dimensional stabilizer from the abyssal mines can trigger the ascension sequence. Without it, we need 10 pillars, which means finding 5 more compatible souls. With the stone, we need 2. 2 more pillars, Shuli said. The 6th and 7th. Do we have candidates? Yao Zhu shook his head. The foundation stone has flagged 3 potential resonances among the outer disciples, but none are strong enough for a full pillar bond. We need souls with exceptional compatibility, the kind that does not come from training or ambition. It comes from the architecture of the soul itself. Then the expedition is doubly important, Jiwei said, her spectacles catching the light as she leaned forward over her formation blueprints. The abyssal mines are a site of dimensional instability. Souls that resonate with dimensional energy, the type we need for the 6th pillar, might be found there, or near the border regions where the instability influences local populations. The council voted unanimously to proceed. The expedition would launch in 2 weeks, giving Li Xue time to select and prepare her team, while Jiwei and Qingwei developed specialized equipment for navigating the mountain's cultivation suppression field. As the meeting adjourned and the council members filed out to their respective duties, Yao Zhu lingered at the summit formation array. The 5 pillars glowed in the evening light: golden, ice blue, silver white, emerald green, and iron gray, each one a testament to a woman who had chosen this path. The dimensional shimmer above the array was stronger now, pulsing in rhythm with the pillars like a heartbeat growing louder. A doorway, half-formed, waiting for enough power to swing open. The foundation stone whispered its eternal directive: build. Build together. Somewhere far below the continent, behind crumbling seals, the faceless arbiter whispered something different, and for the first time, Yao Zhu wondered if both whispers were leading to the same place. Chapter 82. Li Xue selected her expedition team with the brutal efficiency of someone who had survived 347 arena matches by understanding one fundamental truth: the team that walks together walks out together. The one that carries dead weight buries it. The core team consisted of 4 people: Li Xue herself as combat lead, Chen Bolin, a body cultivation specialist among the inner disciples whose physical conditioning rivaled some spirit-channeling fighters, and 2 outer disciples, Fan Roashi and Gu Shan, whose body cultivation training had progressed enough to maintain partial functionality in suppressed environments. The support team, 3 disciples with logistical skills, and a mortal guide named Old Tai who had crossed the Sundering Mountains twice in his youth as a caravan guard, would handle supplies, navigation, and camp management. 7 people, Dashin said, reviewing the roster with a frown that deepened each time he counted. For a 2-month round trip through hostile territory against unknown threats, that is dangerously lean. Lean moves fast. Fast survives. Li Xue strapped on her traveling pack with the practiced ease of someone who had lived on the road before joining the sect, her scarred hands cinching buckles with mechanical precision. Besides, the mountains strip most cultivation. Taking 20 spirit-channeling disciples who become 20 confused mortals on the other side helps no one. It just means 20 more mouths to feed and 20 more bodies to protect. She had an irritating habit of being right about these things. Dashin acknowledged this with a grimace and adjusted his supply calculations accordingly. The Sundering Mountains suppression field reduced standard cultivation techniques to near uselessness. Chi manipulation, elemental projection, formation activation, and spiritual perception all degraded to varying degrees. Only body cultivation, which enhanced physical capability through internal transformation rather than external energy manipulation, retained functionality because its effects were structural rather than active. A body cultivator's enhanced muscles did not need qi circulation to function. They were permanently altered at the cellular level. Jiwei provided the expedition with 3 pieces of specialized equipment during a briefing that lasted 2 hours and involved more diagrams than some of Qingyue's research presentations. The first was a formation compass, a hand-sized device that mapped natural energy currents, functioning even in suppressed environments because it measured existing flows rather than generating its own. Think of it as a spiritual weather vane, Jiwei explained. It tells you which way the energy blows, not where to blow it. The second was a set of communication jades, paired crystals that maintained a tenuous connection to the pillar network through the mountain's interference, allowing emergency messages at the cost of significant energy expenditure. Each message burned through a portion of the jade's stored power. The set could support approximately 20 transmissions before exhaustion. The third was a sealed container for the dimensional anchor stone, a formation-reinforced case designed to contain raw dimensional energy without leaking. Jiwei held it up during the briefing, its surfaces covered in inscriptions so dense they looked like fine print written by a particularly obsessive calligrapher. The container is critical, Jiwei emphasized, her tone shifting from instructional to deadly serious. The stone from the abyssal mines is a raw dimensional medium. Uncontained, it will destabilize the local space around it, causing spatial distortions, time fluctuations, and in extreme cases, spontaneous rifts to adjacent dimensions. The container keeps the energy inert during transport. And if the container breaks? Chen Bolin asked, demonstrating the cautious pragmatism that had earned him his inner disciple status. Then you have approximately 8 minutes to find or improvise a replacement before the stone's energy begins warping the space around you. Warped space does unpleasant things to human bodies: compression, elongation, partial phase shifting. Do not let the container break. Chen Bolin swallowed audibly. Li Xue, beside him, patted his shoulder with enough force to stagger a normal person. Relax. I will carry the container personally. Nothing breaks what I am holding. The expedition's departure was marked by a quiet ceremony at the sect's main gate 3 days later. The 5 bonded members channeled a brief pulse through the pillar network, a ritual Yaozu had developed for missions that would take members beyond the network's effective range. The pulse imprinted each bonded member's current energy signature into the network's architecture, creating a resonance anchor that would help Li Xue maintain her connection to the pillars even at distances where the bond normally faded to silence. The connection will be a whisper beyond the mountains, Yaozu told Li Xue as she stood at the gate, her pack on her back, her team arrayed behind her. Emotional echoes and the faintest sense of direction. Not enough for combat coordination or tactical communication. I have fought 347 matches without a pillar network, Li Xue said. I managed before. I will manage again. Come back alive. That has been the plan every morning for as long as I can remember. She grinned, the broad, scarred, irrepressible grin that was as much her signature as her scarred knuckles and iron wall defense. Has worked so far. She led her team down the mountain trail. Yaozu watched them go, the pillar bond stretching like a thread of gray light as Li Xue's iron presence moved further away. Within an hour, her signal had faded to a distant hum, felt more in the gut than the mind. By evening, it was a faint pulse, like a heartbeat heard through a thick stone wall, steady but barely perceptible. She was on her own now, walking toward a mountain range that would try to strip her of everything except her muscle and her stubbornness, and Li Xue had plenty of both. Chapter 83. 4 days after Li Xue's departure, a stranger walked up Cloudrest Peak's main trail and set off every alarm in Jiwei's formation network simultaneously. Not because the stranger was hostile. The formations detected no aggressive intent, no concealed weapons, no hostile chi signature. The alarms triggered because the stranger's spiritual presence was so vast, so dense, and so precisely controlled that Jiwei's arrays could not accurately classify it. The formation system, calibrated to categorize threats from chi condensation through nascent soul, encountered something that exceeded its parameters entirely and defaulted to maximum alert status, a response that flooded every bonded member with an urgent pulse of danger, danger, danger that interrupted breakfast, meditation, and one particularly unfortunate bath. Shuli intercepted the visitor at the third checkpoint, a switchback where her sword Dao covered the approach, and Jiwei's disruption barrier could be activated with a thought. The stranger stood patiently in the morning mist, hands folded in her sleeves, apparently unbothered by the razor-edged sword intent radiating from the checkpoint like heat from a forge. She was a woman in her middle years, or appeared so. Her actual age, like most advanced cultivators, was written in her spiritual C rather than the lines of her face. She wore gray robes without insignia, her hair bound in a simple knot, and her eyes were the color of deep twilight, violet shading to silver, with depths that suggested more than 3 dimensions of perception. Ren Shuli, third pillar of the ascending pillar sect, the woman said, as if reading from an invisible roster she had memorized before arriving. Fractured Dao heart, stabilized by the pillar bond. Currently healing at approximately 2% per month. Impressive sword intent for your cultivation level. Most spirit channeling sword cultivators could not project intent this sharp at their peak. Shuli's hand tightened on her hilt. The steel in her eyes sharpened to a point that could have drawn blood at a distance. You know a great deal about me for someone I have never met. I know a great deal about many things. It is a professional hazard of spending 20 years studying energy systems that most scholars refuse to acknowledge exist. The woman inclined her head in a gesture that was respectful without being submissive. My name is Yun Lingsha. I was a senior formation theorist at the Starweave Sect until 3 weeks ago, when I was excommunicated for pursuing research they deemed heretical and dangerous. What kind of research? Dimensional boundary theory. Specifically, the mechanics of inter-realm transition, how cultivators, structures, and entire geographical formations can move between the mortal world and higher planes of existence. A faint smile crossed her face, carrying equal parts amusement and bitterness. I was told that such research was forbidden, destabilizing, and potentially catastrophic. They were correct about the last part, which is precisely why it needs to be understood rather than buried. Yaozu arrived at the checkpoint 7 minutes later, alerted through the bond by Shuli's cautious tension, a wire-tight vibration in the silver thread that connected them. He found the visitor seated on a rock, calmly drinking water from a canteen, while Shuli maintained her guard position with the coiled readiness of a blade in its sheath waiting for someone to say draw. The foundation stone reacted to Yun Lingsha with a response Yaozu had never encountered in all his months of scanning compatible souls. Not warmth, searing heat. Not the gentle resonance of potential compatibility, but a blazing, urgent flare that screamed recognition from every facet of his pentagonal core. The stone had felt this energy signature before. Not in this woman specifically, but in the same frequency, the same dimensional harmonic. The ancient formation array on the summit. The original builders. The stairway to heaven's sect. Yun Lingsha's soul resonated at the dimensional frequency that the original sect had used to breach the barrier between worlds. She was, in terms of spiritual architecture, a key designed for a lock that had been waiting 12,000 years to be opened. You feel it, Lingsha said, watching Yaozu's expression shift from cautious greeting to profound recognition. Her violet-silver eyes were steady, assessing, the eyes of someone who had expected this reaction and prepared for it. Your artifact recognizes my energy type. I suspected it would when I felt the 6th energy beacon 3 months ago. How did you find us? The energy beacon from your 5th pillar bond was visible to anyone with dimensional awareness within 1,000 miles. That is a remarkably small number of people, perhaps a dozen on the entire continent, but I happen to be one of them. I spent 2 months confirming the source before traveling here. She set down her canteen. I have spent 20 years studying the mechanics of inter-realm transition. The Starweave Sect considered my work dangerous because it implied that the barrier between the mortal world and what you call the heaven realm was not natural. It was constructed, a cage built by someone very powerful who does not want anyone climbing higher. Yaozu's pulse quickened. Sage Mu Qianren. Lingsha's twilight eyes sharpened like a blade being drawn from its sheath. You know that name. That is more than interesting. That is unprecedented. Most cultivators believe the sage is a myth, a convenient legend to explain why no one has ascended in recorded history. He is real. The foundation stone showed me his role in destroying the original sect. 12,000 years ago, he shattered an ascending mountain and killed everyone bonded to its pillar network. Then you understand why my research was classified as heretical. The Starweave sect receives significant funding from the pavilion's intermediaries. Studying dimensional barriers is one thing. Proving that those barriers are artificial and maintained by the pavilion's founder, proving that the natural order is neither natural nor orderly, is quite another. She stood, brushing dust from her gray robes with precise movements. I came here because your pillar network is the only active system in the world capable of conducting the energy required for dimensional transition. I have the theoretical knowledge. You have the practical infrastructure. Together, we can finish what the original sect started 12 millennia ago. And you want a bond, Yaozu said. It was not a question. I want a bond, she confirmed. I have studied the Pillar Covenant from every available source, including 3 fragments of the original sect's operational manual that I discovered in the Starweave sect's restricted archives before my expulsion. I understand the bond's requirements: voluntary choice, genuine commitment, architectural compatibility. I choose this. I am committed. And your foundation stone is currently burning a hole in your dantian, telling you that I am compatible. I can feel the heat from here. She was not wrong about the last part. The stone's response was the most intense Yaozu had experienced since Meihua's initial scan in the slave market. We do not bond strangers on the day they arrive, Yaozu said carefully, his voice carrying the authority of a sect master who had learned the hard way that hasty decisions produced spectacular consequences. We have a process. You will be evaluated, you will contribute, and if the compatibility holds and the trust develops, the bond will be offered. How long does the process typically take? It varies. Weeks to months, depending on the individual. I have weeks. Months may present complications. A shadow crossed her face, the first break in her composed confidence. The Starweave sect did not excommunicate me quietly. They stripped my research, confiscated my notes, and sent a notification to every major sect in the kingdom warning that Yun Lingsha is a dangerous heretic whose dimensional research poses an existential threat to regional stability. Their enforcers will come for me eventually. Not immediately, but within a few months. Another refugee. Another brilliant woman driven to cloudrest peak by institutions that valued obedience and conformity over truth and discovery. The pattern was becoming the sect's founding mythology. Welcome to the Ascending Pillar Sect, Yaozu said. Provisional status. We will discuss the bond when the time is right. Lingsha bowed with formal precision. I accept your terms, Sect Master Shen. Now, if someone could direct me to your formation array, I believe I can identify approximately 17 optimizations that will improve your dimensional resonance by a factor of 3, possibly 4, if the subharmonic layers are as intact as your energy beacon suggests. Jiwei, who had been monitoring the conversation through a formation relay from her workshop, appeared at the checkpoint's upper entrance with the speed of someone who had heard the words 17 optimizations and could not physically remain in another room. Her spectacles gleamed with predatory intellectual hunger. 17? I counted 12 when I analyzed the potential improvements last month. You missed the subharmonic resonance layers. Understandable. They require dimensional perception that standard formation training does not develop, and the Starweave sect guards dimensional formation techniques jealously. Show me. They walked up the mountain together, already deep in technical conversation before they reached the next switchback, their voices overlapping with the enthusiasm of 2 people who had been waiting years to meet someone who spoke their specialized language. Yaozu watched them go and felt the foundation stone pulse with something that transcended satisfaction and entered the territory of anticipation, the architectural equivalent of a blueprint unfolding to reveal the next phase of construction. The 6th pedestal was glowing, and its light was the color of twilight between worlds. Chapter 84. Yun Lingsha's examination of the foundation stone and the ancient formation array consumed 3 full days, during which she spoke approximately 400 words that were not technical formation terminology, 8 when physically reminded by Dashan's kitchen staff, slept in the formation array's alcove rather than the guest quarters prepared for her, and produced 18 pages of dense mathematical notation that Jiwei alternately described as visionary and insane, but the kind of insane that rewrites textbooks. On the fourth morning, Lingsha presented her findings to the Leadership Council with the calm precision of a scientist delivering a thesis defense to a panel that included several people who might want to kill her, depending on the conclusions. The good news, she began, projecting her diagrams onto Jiwei's presentation Jade with the confidence of someone who had given presentations to hostile audiences before, is that your formation array is structurally sound. The 12,000-year-old infrastructure is remarkably well-preserved, better than any ancient formation site I have studied, which suggests that the mountain's natural energy has been maintaining the array in a state of low-level hibernation. Jiwei's modifications have integrated modern techniques without compromising the original architecture. The 7-pillar ascension threshold is achievable with a dimensional stabilizer stone. And the less good news? Dashin prompted, because someone always had to. The dimensional barrier between the mortal world and the heaven realm is not a natural phenomenon. She let the sentence land and watched it detonate across the council's collective attention. It was constructed approximately 12,000 years ago, immediately after the destruction of the original stairway to heaven Sect. The barrier was designed by a cultivator of at least celestial throne rank, using techniques that exceed anything documented in current cultivation theory by several orders of magnitude. She changed the projection to a cross-section diagram that looked like a membrane made of light, with 3 distinct layers rendered in different colors. The barrier has 3 layers. The outer layer, the one cultivators occasionally brush against during advanced meditation or tribulation breakthroughs, is a simple energy wall. Dense, powerful, but fundamentally just a wall. The middle layer is a dimensional lock that prevents physical matter from transitioning between realms. This is why ascending cultivators cannot simply fly higher. The lock redirects their trajectory back into the mortal plane. She paused, her violet-silver eyes sweeping the room. The inner layer is a soul filter. A soul filter, Qingyue repeated, her analytical mind already disassembling the concept and reassembling it within her existing theoretical framework. It operates on a principle that the original Sect's records call architectural discrimination. The filter assesses the complexity of any soul attempting to pass through. Individual souls, simple, self-contained spiritual entities, pass without resistance. This is how the rare individual cultivator in ancient times managed to ascend alone, though the process was so difficult and dangerous that success rates were effectively 0. But cooperative souls? Yaozu said, seeing where this was going. Cooperative souls, pillar bonds, network connections, any formation where multiple souls operate as a unified entity, trigger the filter's rejection response. The larger the cooperative, the stronger the rejection. A 2-person bond would feel resistance. A 5-person network would be repelled. A 37-person network, which is what the original Sect had, she let the implication hang, would be stopped completely and then destroyed by the cultivator who built the filter. Surely finished. Correct. The filter is not passive defense, it is an alarm system. When it rejects a cooperative soul, it broadcasts the rejection to the filter's creator. The sage responds to the broadcast. So the original Sect's ascension was not just prevented, Meihua said, her golden eyes blazing with a fury that had nothing to do with her phoenix bloodline. It was monitored, flagged, and met with overwhelming force. The filter was designed to detect and attract the sage's attention. The barrier is a trap, Yaozu said quietly. The barrier is a gatehouse, Lingsha corrected, with the gatekeeper still on duty after 12,000 years. The room was silent for a long moment. Then Jiwei spoke, her voice carrying the precise tone of an engineer who has identified a structural vulnerability. Can we bypass the filter? Lingsha's smile was the smile of someone who had been waiting 20 years for that exact question. Yes, the dimensional stabilizer stone from the abyssal mines operates outside the filter's classification parameters. By integrating it into the ascension formation, we can create a localized exemption in the soul filter, essentially telling the filter that our cooperative soul is not a cooperative soul at all, but a piece of the boundary itself. The filter cannot reject what it perceives as part of its own structure. A disguise, Dashin said. We dress the pillar network up as part of the wall and walk through the gate. Crudely but accurately stated. The exemption creates a window, approximately 4 hours based on my calculations. during which the network can transit the barrier without triggering the filter's rejection or its alarm broadcast to the sage. 4 hours, Jiwei said, her mind visibly calculating. The dimensional shift of an entire summit plateau, formations, structures, personnel, requires sustained energy output for the full transit duration. Any interruption means being trapped between barrier layers, which is why the 7-pillar threshold exists. 6 pillars generate enough energy for a 3-hour transit. 7 provide a 4-hour window with a safety margin that accounts for fluctuations, resistance from the barrier's middle layer, and the inevitable complications that arise when attempting something that no one has successfully done in 12,000 years. The room digested this in the heavy silence of people who have just been told that their plan for survival involves deceiving an ancient security system built by the most powerful cultivator in history. So we need the stone, 7 pillars, and to complete the entire transit in 4 hours before the filter figures out we are not part of the wall, Yaozu summarized. And if we take longer than 4 hours, the sage gets a personal invitation to come destroy us. That is an accurate summary, yes. Meihua's phoenix flames flickered along her forearms, not combat manifestation, but the reflexive response of a fire cultivator whose blood was running hot. I have faced worse odds. You have not, Qingyue said with clinical honesty. Then these will be the worst odds I have faced so far. I will add them to the collection. Despite everything, several people laughed. Meihua grinned. The fierce, sharp grin that had become the ascending pillar sect's unofficial symbol of defiance. When the first pillar burned that bright, it was difficult to be afraid, even when fear was the only rational response. The council approved Lingsha's assessment and integrated her findings into the expedition planning. The Dimensional Stone expedition was no longer just strategically important. It was the keystone of their entire survival strategy. Without it, the soul filter would reject their ascension attempt and summon the sage. With it, they had a window. A narrow, dangerous, possibly suicidal window, but a window all the same. Chapter 85 The bonding ceremony took place 14 days after Yun Lingsha's arrival. On a clear morning when the mountain's spiritual veins sang with autumn energy and the golden shimmer above the summit pulsed like a heartbeat approaching its peak. Yaozu had watched Lingsha carefully during those 2 weeks, evaluating her through both deliberate observation and the foundation stone's continuous passive assessment. She had integrated into the Sect's operations like a gear sliding into a clockwork mechanism, her dimensional expertise complementing Jiwei's formation mastery in ways that produced results neither woman could have achieved alone. Their collaborative work on the Ascension formation's dimensional calibration had already reduced the estimated transit time from 4 hours to 3.5, with a proportional improvement in energy efficiency. More importantly, Lingsha had demonstrated the qualities the Pillar Covenant valued beyond technical brilliance. She shared her knowledge without condition, teaching 3 outer disciples the fundamentals of dimensional perception, a skill the Starweave sect had jealously hoarded, and spending her evenings in the common dining hall engaging in conversations that range from formation theory to regional cooking techniques to the philosophical implications of interrealm travel and what it meant for humanity's understanding of existence. She was brilliant and direct and fundamentally cooperative in her approach to everything. The foundation stone's heat had not diminished since the day she arrived. I am ready, she told Yaozu at the summit, her violet-silver eyes steady as the formations around them hummed with morning light. I have seen what the pillar bond does for the people who carry it. I have studied its mechanics at a depth that satisfies my scientific standards. And I have decided, not because the timing is convenient or the strategic need is urgent, but because I believe this network is the right home for my work and my life. The bond is permanent until you choose to sever it, Yaozu said, giving the same warning he had given each of the others. It cannot be forced, and it can be broken. But while it holds, you will share energy, emotions, and peripheral awareness with 5 other bonded members and myself. Some people find the constant connection intrusive or overwhelming. I have spent 20 years alone with my research, surrounded by colleagues who thought I was dangerous or delusional or both. Sharing awareness with people who understand what I am building toward is not intrusive. A genuine smile warmed her composed features. It is something I have been waiting for without knowing it. She placed her hand on his. The 6th pillar rose, Silver-violet light erupted from the formation array, not the warm gold of Meihua's fire or the sharp blue of Qingyue's ice, but something that existed between dimensions, a color the eye could not quite focus on because it occupied frequencies partially outside the visible spectrum. The pillar shimmered as it materialized beside its 5 companions, its surface rippling with patterns that suggested depth beyond 3 dimensions, as if looking at the pillar from the right angle would reveal a corridor stretching into another world entirely. The 6-pillar network surged with a power increase that staggered every bonded member simultaneously. Yaozu gasped. Meihua's phoenix flames erupted involuntarily. Qingyue dropped the measuring instrument she had been holding. Shuli's sword sang in its sheath. Li Shue, miles away, deep in the sundering mountains, stumbled on a mountain trail and felt a wave of energy wash through her bond like an ocean current. Through the newly completed 6-fold connection, dimensional energy flooded the system, a type of power that none of them had encountered before. It was not hot or cold, not sharp or heavy. It was adjacent, the sensation of standing at the edge of a precipice and feeling the space beyond the cliff. The awareness of boundaries. The intuition of transition. The knowledge that reality was thinner than it appeared, and that the thin spots could be navigated by someone who knew the architecture. Yaozu's pentagonal core adapted immediately, a 6th face forming on its geometry to accommodate Lingsha's dimensional frequency. The core's rotation adjusted, its energy output recalibrating to integrate the new stream without disrupting the existing harmony of the other 5. His perception expanded in directions he had not known existed, not just further but deeper, as if the world had gained additional layers that had always been present but invisible. The dimensional shimmer above the summit blazed with a brilliance that made every bonded member shield their eyes. Not a faint glow anymore. A visible tear in reality, a window through which golden light poured like sunlight through a cracked wall. For 3 heartbeats, everyone on the mountain could see it, the heaven realm, glimpsed through a fissure in the constructed barrier, vast and luminous and achingly, impossibly beautiful. Then the shimmer settled, and the vision faded back to its usual gentle pulse. 6 pillars, Jue breathed, staring at the energy readings on her formation instruments with an expression that was equal parts scientific wonder and professional jealousy. The dimensional resonance has increased by a factor of 4.3. At 7 pillars, the barrier will be within physical reach. But the energy beacon had been visible across the continent. The 6-pillar resonance was stronger than any previous bonding event, and its dimensional frequency carried further than standard spiritual energy because it propagated through the boundary between worlds rather than through the world itself. Every cultivator with dimensional awareness, that small, specialized population Lingsha had mentioned, had felt the pulse. Including, Yaozu knew with a certainty that settled in his chest like a cold stone, Sage Mu Qianren on his floating mountain in the western wastes. The foundation stone, as if confirming his unease, revealed new data unlocked by the 6th pillar's integration. A map formed in his awareness, not of geography, but of the original stairway to Heaven Sect's network as it had existed 12,000 years ago. Dozens of pillars spread across an entire continent, connected by bonded cultivators who had built something so vast and cooperative that it threatened the very concept of individual supremacy and the hierarchy that depended on it. The sage had destroyed that network not because it was dangerous to the world, but because it was effective, and effectiveness, in the wrong hands, was always more threatening to those in power than danger. We need to move faster, Yaozu told the council that evening, the golden afterglow of the bonding still visible in the sky above them. Every day we wait is a day for our enemies to prepare their response to what they just felt. Enemies plural, Gu noted from his chair. The old man's tea was untouched again, and his one arm moved stiffly when he reached for the cup. His cultivation showed subtle signs of further decline that Yaozu tracked with the foundation stone's perception and said nothing about, because Gu knew, and acknowledging it would change nothing except the old man's dignity. The arbiter is one threat. The sage is another. And you have not considered the third. Which third? The celestial court. Gu finally sipped his tea. The heaven realm is not empty, boy. If it were, the sage would not guard the entrance so jealously. There are inhabitants, cultivators and their descendants who ascended in ages before the barrier was erected, who have built civilizations in the realm above. They will have opinions about newcomers arriving uninvited on their doorstep. Yaozu had not considered this. The heaven realm had always been an abstract destination, a place of immense spiritual density where cultivation advanced at 100-fold rate. He had not thought about the politics of arriving there, the bureaucracy, the territorial disputes, the ancient powers who had been accumulating strength for millennia. One problem at a time, he said, though the weight of all the problems was accumulating like stones in a pack carried up a mountain that kept getting steeper. That is what people say right before the problems arrive all at once, Gu replied. But the old man was smiling, the grim, knowing smile of a veteran who had survived enough catastrophes to find them mildly entertaining. Chapter 86. The news reached Cloudrest Peak through Dashin's intelligence network, carried by a merchant named Tao Feng who had overheard a conversation in a capital tea house that he absolutely should not have been able to overhear, except that Dashin had placed him in that specific tea house for exactly the purpose of overhearing such conversations. Wei Changming had left the Jade Throne Kingdom. The former Azure Cloud Alliance elder, stripped of his formal position after the tribunal defeat, his political capital eroded to nothing by the subsequent reprimand and his failed harassment campaigns, had packed his personal effects, closed his residence in Iron Dust City, and departed westward on a route that led unmistakably toward the Thousand Rin Pavilion's territory in the Western Wastes. He is taking his case to a higher authority, Dashin said, spreading the intelligence report across the council table. His expression was the flat mask he wore when he was very angry and did not want his anger to compromise his analysis. This is not a retirement journey. He is carrying every piece of intelligence the Alliance gathered during his investigation. Energy readings, combat assessments, spiritual signature profiles, organizational charts. What intelligence does he have that would interest someone at the Celestial Throne Realm? Meihua asked. Everything we showed at the tribunal. Everything his enforcers gathered during this safety inspection. Everything the Alliance's detection arrays recorded from our energy beacons over the past year. Dashin's jaw tightened. He may not have evidence to convict us in any legal proceeding, but he has enough data to give the sage a detailed portrait of what we are building, how far along we are, and how fast we are advancing. The council chamber was quiet except for the hum of the formation array and the distant calls of mountain birds. Yaozu felt the weight of the silence pressing down like the sage's hypothetical spiritual pressure, immense, invisible, and impossible to resist through force alone. Wei Changming, defeated in the legal arena and humiliated in the political arena, had escalated to an authority that recognized no tribunals, honored no treaties, and answered to no one. If Sage Mu Qianren decided the Ascending Pillar Sect was the same kind of threat that the original Stairway to Heaven Sect had been, the response would not be a legal proceeding or an enforcement action. It would be annihilation, the same annihilation that had ended the original sect and birthed the Faceless Arbiter. How long until Changming reaches the pavilion? Yaozu asked. 3 weeks, minimum. The pavilion's floating mountain hovers above the western wastes, beyond the kingdom's borders. Travel through the wastes is slow. The ambient spiritual corruption in that region degrades techniques and weakens formations. Even a Tao-seeking cultivator moves at mortal speed through the worst of it. 3 weeks. Then however long the sage takes to decide how to respond. If he responds at all, Qingyue said from her research station. A celestial throne cultivator may not consider a 6-pillar network worthy of personal attention. We are still far below the 37-pillar threshold that triggered his intervention last time. He destroyed the original sect before they reached full power, Gu said flatly. He did not wait until they were a threat. He acted when they became a potential threat, when the trajectory of their growth pointed towards something that could challenge his monopoly on the higher realm. 6 pillars with a clear path to 7, a dimensional theorist on staff, and an expedition to retrieve a stone that bypasses his barrier? That is not a potential threat. That is a deadline with legs. The calculation was grim. If Wei Changming reached the sage and the sage chose to act, they had perhaps a month, maybe 6 weeks, before the pavilion mobilized. The Dimensional Stone expedition would take 2 months round trip under normal conditions. The ascension preparation required additional weeks after the stone's retrieval. The timeline was not just tight, It was collapsing. We accelerate everything, Yaozu decided, his voice carrying the hard edge of a man who had run out of room for caution. Send a communication jade message to Li Xue, priority transmission, burn whatever energy it costs. She needs to reach the abyssal mines faster than planned and return faster than possible. Jiwei, Lingsha, the Ascension formation needs to be ready when the stone arrives, not weeks after. Pre-calibrate everything that does not require the stone's physical presence. We can prepare 80% of the formation in advance, Jiwei confirmed. Calibrate every circuit, every inscription, every energy pathway. When the stone arrives, we integrate it, 48 hours of focused work, and activate. How long for the pre-calibration? 17 days. We started 3 days ago. Good. Jiwei had been thinking ahead. Then in 14 days, we are ready for the stone. Li Xue needs to deliver it within that window. He looked at the map on the table. The pavilion, marked with a red circle in the western wastes. Cloudrest Peak, circled in gold. The abyssal mines, circled in blue. A triangle of converging threats and opportunities, with time as the enemy that served no faction and forgave no delays. We have one chance at this, Yaozu said, and the foundation stone pulsed in his chest as if underlining the words. If any piece fails, we lose everything. No pressure, Dashin said quietly. Meihua's flames flickered, not anxiety, but the slow burn of someone preparing for a fight they intended to win. The right amount of pressure, she said. We have built everything we have under pressure. This is not new. This is what the Ascending Pillar Sect does. The Foundation Stone agreed. But agreement, Yaozu reflected, did not solve the logistics, and logistics were going to determine whether they lived or died in the next 6 weeks. Chapter 87. The communication jade crackled to life on the 23rd day after Li Xue's departure, a burst of static that resolved into her characteristically compressed message format. Through the mountains. Darkwind Empire's side. Team intact. Chen Bolan's wound from the bandit ambush is healed. Approaching the Darkwind fortress that guards mine access. Requesting tactical guidance on negotiation parameters. Yaozu composed his response with care, knowing each word burned through the jade's finite energy reserves. Fortress Commander General He, Yinsu controls access. Negotiate passage. She is pragmatic, not hostile. You are authorized to commit Sect resources up to 50 high-grade pills and a formation defense consultation from Jiwei via communication jade. Emphasize mutual benefit. Hours crawled. The jade remained silent. Negotiations, Yaozu knew, took time, and Li Xue's communication device was not a conversation tool but a dispatch system. Each message cost energy they could not afford to waste on progress updates. The response came 2 days later, on day 25 of the expedition. Met General He Yinsu. Impressive woman, body cultivator background, mid-Dao seeking, runs the fortress like a military installation crossed with a merchant guild. She has a problem she cannot solve with her own resources and is willing to trade mine access for our help solving it. What problem? Dimensional parasites. A colony of them has established itself in the deepest mine shaft, the shaft that contains the highest concentration of what she calls boundary stones, which I believe are your dimensional stabilizers. The creatures exist partially between realms, phasing in and out of material form. Physical attacks pass through them unless timed precisely to their brief moments of solidity. Her cultivators have lost 12 people trying to clear the colony in the past year. Yaozu relayed the intelligence to Lingsha, who listened with an expression that shifted from academic interest to genuine alarm within the space of 2 sentences. Dimensional parasites are exactly what their name suggests, she said, pacing the formation workshop with the restless energy of someone whose theoretical knowledge has just collided with practical urgency. They feed on the energy at dimensional boundaries, growing stronger as the boundary weakens. Their presence in the mine means the mine itself is a dimensional weak point, a place where the barrier between realms is naturally thin, which, of course, is why the stabilizer stones form there. They crystallize from the boundary's own energy at points of thinness. Can Li Xue's body cultivation affect the parasites? Body cultivation is one of the few methods that works. The parasites phase through spiritual attacks because spiritual energy operates within a single-dimensional plane. It cannot cross the boundary the parasites exploit. But physical force, enhanced muscle, bone, and sinew, interacts with their partially material bodies during the brief moments they solidify. A skilled body cultivator who can read the phasing cycle can hit them in their windows of vulnerability. Can Li Shua handle a colony? Lingsha stopped pacing. Her twilight eyes were troubled. How large is the colony? A few parasites, perhaps a dozen. She could manage with her skills and the remnants of the pillar bond's passive enhancement. But if the colony has a queen, a mature parasite that coordinates the phasing cycles of the others, the windows of vulnerability become synchronized and shorter. A queen-led colony is one of the most dangerous encounters in dimensional combat. Yaozu sent the analysis with his warning. Intelligence suggests the colony may be queen-led. Proceed with extreme caution. Do not engage at a disadvantage. If the threat exceeds your capacity, withdraw and we will develop an alternative plan. Li Shua's response came in 7 words that carried the full weight of her personality. Dangerous. Understood. People need help. Going in. He felt her grin through the faint bond. Distant, stubborn, and irrepressible as a sunrise. Li Shua had never met a fight she would walk away from when innocent people were dying because no one else could help. It was the quality that had drawn the foundation stone to her in the first place, and the quality that made Yaozu's concern for her safety a permanent background noise in his awareness. The council could only wait, and waiting, Yaozu had learned over months of building a sect under siege, was the hardest part of leadership, harder than fighting, harder than deciding, harder than anything except the silence that followed when a message you were expecting did not arrive. Chapter 88. Yaozu used the waiting days to push his own cultivation toward the threshold that loomed above his current level like the heaven realm itself. Nascent soul. The transition from late core formation to nascent soul was the most significant advancement a cultivator faced in the early stages of their journey. It was not merely a power increase. It was a fundamental transformation of spiritual identity. The cultivator's core condensed and birthed a nascent soul, a spiritual entity that embodied the cultivator's understanding of their own Tao. The nascent soul was consciousness externalized, identity crystallized into form, the inner self made manifest in the spiritual world. For standard cultivators, the nascent soul took the shape of a miniature version of themselves, a spiritual homunculus that resided in the Dantian and served as the interface between the cultivator's will and the broader currents of the spiritual universe. For Yaozu, with his unprecedented hexagonal core and 6-pillar network, the process was going to be something that no cultivation manual had ever described because no cultivator had ever needed to. Your core will not produce a standard nascent soul, Qinghua told him during a research consultation, her diagrams floating in the air between them like a crystalline constellation. Your spiritual identity is not singular, it is composite. 6-pillar frequencies integrated into your core, plus your own base frequency. 7 streams of energy that must harmonize into a single spiritual entity. What happens if they don't harmonize? At best, a failed breakthrough. Your cultivation stalls at late core formation until you find a way to resolve the conflict. At worst, she hesitated, which Qinghua rarely did. At worst, the dissolution of the self. If the nascent soul formation produces an unstable entity, the conflicting frequencies tear it apart during crystallization. Your spiritual identity fragments. The person you are ceases to exist as a unified consciousness. Your body survives, but the mind inside it becomes scattered. 7 partial identities, none complete, none functional. A fate worse than death. By most definitions, yes. Yaozu meditated on this for 3 days, sitting at the summit formation array while the 6 pillars glowed around him and the golden shimmer of the dimensional window pulsed above. The foundation stone offered guidance, but not guarantees. Its architectural instincts showed him how the energy should flow, the patterns the 7 streams could form, the geometry of a possible nascent soul. But the stone could not tell him what shape the soul should take. That was a question of identity, not engineering. And identity was the one thing Yaozu had to determine for himself. On the 4th day, he entered formal seclusion. The breakthrough took 7 days. Not 7 days of serene meditation, 7 days of internal warfare. As 6 streams of pillar energy and 1 stream of his own cultivation fought for dominance in the formation of a spiritual entity that violated every precedent in recorded cultivation history. Fire demanded passion as its core. Ice demanded clarity. Sword demanded purpose. Formation demanded structure. Body demanded resilience. Dimension demanded transcendence. And Yaozu's own nature, the architecture, the builder, the man who had spent his life constructing things from broken pieces and other people's discarded potential, demanded something that encompassed all of these without being consumed by any of them. Synthesis. The realization hit on the fourth day, when the streams stopped fighting, not because one had won, but because Yaozu stopped trying to force them into a shape they did not fit. The foundation stone's deepest lesson, the one he had been learning since the night a dying old man pressed a cracked jade token into his chest, finally applied to his own soul. Build with others, not over them. Do not force the streams to merge. Let them cooperate. Let each retain its identity while contributing to a structure greater than itself. A pillar network. Inside his soul, the nascent soul formed on the seventh day. Not a single figure, 7. 6 luminous forms standing on a slowly rotating platform, each one embodying one of the pillar attributes with vivid clarity. The fire figure burned with Meihua's fierce warmth. The ice figure crystallized with Qingyue's precision. The sword figure sharpened with Shuli's resolve. The formation figure structured with Jiwei's brilliance. The body figure solidified with Li Xue's resilience. And the dimensional figure shifted with Ling Sha's transcendence. At the center of the platform, a seventh figure stood, smaller than the others, connected to each of them by threads of golden energy that wove them into a unified architecture. The architect, nascent soul realm. First stage. The breakthrough's energy rolled across the continent, not as a beacon but as a tremor, a shift in the spiritual atmosphere that every cultivator above core formation felt in their bones. At Cloudrest Peak, the 6 pillars blazed with renewed power, their light intensified by the network's core cultivator reaching a new plateau. The dimensional shimmer above the summit flared so bright that the nearby villages saw a golden star hovering above the mountain in broad daylight. And through his newly expanded perception, nascent soul awareness extending across the entire Jade Throne Kingdom, Yaozu felt the faceless arbiter's seal with devastating clarity, and what he found there changed everything he thought he knew about the entity's threat. Chapter 89. The seal was failing faster than anyone had estimated. Through his nascent soul perception, Yaozu mapped the containment structure beneath Iron Dust City's arena complex with the precision of an architect surveying a crumbling building. The seal was a sphere of compressed dimensional energy, approximately 40 feet in diameter, embedded in the bedrock. Its surface was covered in containment inscriptions, the same type of work the original Stairway to Heaven sect had used, modified by the sage's intervention 12,000 years ago. The cracks were not hairline fractures. They were fissures, wide enough to leak substantial amounts of corrupted energy into the mortal world. And the fissures were branching, each crack spawning smaller fractures in an accelerating pattern that Qingyue's mathematical models described as cascading structural failure with a terminal timeline of 3 to 5 years. 3 to 5 years. Not decades. Not centuries. The seal was going to break in the near term, and when it did, the faceless arbiter, a corrupted cultivator of at least celestial void rank, 12,000 years of accumulated rage and hunger compressed behind a failing wall, would be free. More alarmingly, the arbiter's earlier communications had been deliberate misdirection. The entity had spent its conversations with Yaozu playing a role, the ominous antagonist, the threatening presence in the dark, to distract from its real strategy. The arbiter did not want to escape into the mortal world. Escape was easy. The seal would fail on its own. The arbiter wanted to ascend. The realization crystallized as Yaozu studied the patterns of leaked energy. The arbiter's essence was not dispersing randomly through the cracks. It was reaching. Tendrils of amber corruption extended upward through the earth, through the atmosphere, stretching toward the dimensional barrier overhead. The entity was building a ladder of its own corrupted energy, a parasitic network that would connect to any dimensional passage that opened nearby. When the ascending pillar sect triggered their ascension, the passage would open. And the arbiter, connected to that passage through 12,000 years of patient preparation, would follow them through. It has been planning this since before we existed. Yaozu told the emergency council meeting. Every warning about the pillars weakening its cage was designed to keep us on this exact trajectory, building toward ascension while believing the Arbiter was a separate problem. The entity does not want to stop us from ascending. It wants to ride the passage we create. The council absorbed this with the grim efficiency of people who had become accustomed to receiving catastrophic news before breakfast. Then we block it, Qingyue said, her analytical mind already working. The dimensional stabilizer stone can be configured as a filter. Lingsha described this capability during the integration planning. We calibrate the filter to the Arbiter's energy frequency and lock it out of the passage during transit. Can we calibrate that precisely? Shuli asked. With Yaozu's new nascent soul perception, we can measure the Arbiter's exact energy signature. I can provide the frequency data. Lingsha programs the filter. The modification adds 2 days to the integration timeline, but eliminates the parasite problem. Lingsha confirmed the approach. The filter will not be perfect. My estimate is an 87% exclusion rate. 13% of the Arbiter's energy could potentially leak through during transit. But that 13% would be a fragment, not the full entity. Dangerous, but manageable. 87%, Meihua said, her flames flickering. Is that the best we can achieve? With the resources and time available, yes. Perfection in dimensional filtering requires equipment and materials we do not have. Then 87% it is, Yaozu said. We plan for success and prepare for the 13%. Now, where is Li Xue? The communication jade had been silent for 6 days. The last message had been Li Xue's characteristic declaration, dangerous. Understood. People need help. Going in. 6 days of silence from a woman whose stubbornness was matched only by her survival instinct. 6 days was too long. Chapter 90, on the 7th day of silence, the communication jade crackled. Got the stone. 2 words. Then, after a pause that lasted long enough for Yaozu's heart to climb into his throat, Queen is dead. Took everything we had. Lost 2 outer disciples. Not dead. Spiritual exhaustion so severe they cannot walk. Shen Bolan's arm broken in 3 places. I am carrying 2 people and the stone. Starting the return. Through the faint bond, stretched to a whisper by the sundering mountain's suppression field, Yaozu felt Li Xue's condition. Exhausted. Injured, though she would not admit it. Running on stubbornness and the iron-gray pillar energy that fed her body cultivation even at extreme range. Details, he sent back. What happened in the mine? The response came in fragments over the next 2 hours, each message costing precious jade energy. Pieced together, they told a story that made Yaozu's stomach clench. The dimensional parasite colony had been larger than any estimate. 32 entities, plus a queen the size of a small building. The queen's phasing cycle was not the simple on-off pattern of normal parasites. She flickered in sections, different body parts solidifying in sequence, creating a target that was simultaneously everywhere and nowhere. Li Xue had fought her for 4 hours. For hours of hitting a creature that existed mostly in another dimension, timing her strikes to windows of vulnerability that lasted less than a second each. Her body cultivation, enhanced by the pillar bond's passive reinforcement and hardened by months of training under combat conditions, was the only weapon that could touch the queen's partially material form. Shen Bolan had supported her, his own body cultivation providing a secondary attack angle that forced the queen to split her phasing pattern. The 2 outer disciples had served as spotters, calling out materialization patterns from safer positions. It had been enough, barely, until the queen changed tactics. Instead of phasing through their attacks, the queen had phased through the mine itself, emerging from solid rock behind the 2 outer disciples and catching them in a dimensional overlap that shorted out their spiritual systems. They collapsed, their bodies physically intact, but their chi circulation disrupted at a fundamental level. Shen Bolan had charged the queen to give Li Xue time to recover. His arm had broken. A dimensional parasite's touch did not just damage flesh, but warped the space the flesh occupied, creating fractures that followed no natural fault lines. He had kept fighting with one arm, driven by the same fierce determination that had drawn the foundation stone to him during his inner disciple trials. Li Xue had ended it with a technique she invented during the fight, a body cultivation method that compressed her enhanced physical density into a single strike point, creating a fist that was, for the fraction of a second of impact, denser than the stone around them. The punch caught the queen during a full materialization cycle and shattered her core, the dimensional organ that controlled the colony's phasing pattern. The colony disintegrated when the queen died. 32 parasites, suddenly unable to phase, solidified in random positions throughout the mine shaft, some embedded in walls, some floating in the air, all vulnerable. Li Shue had walked through them like a human wrecking ball, her fists breaking crystallized parasite bodies with the methodical efficiency of someone cleaning up after a particularly messy renovation project. The dimensional stone had been at the bottom of the queen's chamber, embedded in a socket of natural crystal that had formed around it over centuries. It was roughly the size of a human head, perfectly transparent and warm to the touch, not with heat, but with the adjacent feeling of dimensional energy that Lingsha had described. The container held, Li Shue reported. Stone is stable. Heading home. We'll move as fast as the wounded allow. Yaozu calculated the timeline. Li Shue's return through the mountains would take at least 8 days, possibly 10, with wounded team members slowing the pace. Add the 2-day integration period, and the Ascension formation would be ready approximately 30 days after Wei Changming's departure for the pavilion. 30 days. The sage's response time was estimated at 4 to 6 weeks. The margins were razor thin, and every day was a blade they walked across. She is coming home, Yaozu told the council. The stone is secured. The timeline is tight, but viable. We prepare everything we can before she arrives. The foundation stone pulsed. The 6 pillars glowed. And Yaozu began the final phase of preparations for an ascension that would either save them all or destroy everything they had built. Chapter 91. While Li Shue's team navigated the sundering mountains return passage, Yaozu pushed his cultivation forward with the desperate urgency of a man building a fortress while he could see the enemy army on the horizon. The heaven realm's proximity, visible through the golden shimmer above the summit, its energy leaking through the dimensional crack in measurable quantities, had accelerated cultivation on the mountain to unprecedented levels. The 6 pillars channeled the leaked energy through the network, producing a cultivation speed that Qingyue measured at 12 times the normal baseline. Not the 100-fold enhancement that the heaven realm itself provided, but 12-fold was enough to compress months of advancement into days. Nascent soul, mid-stage arrived on the 9th day of focused meditation. The composite nascent soul in his dantian grew stronger with each session, the 7 figures becoming more distinct, their connections deepening, the golden threads between them branching into complex patterns that the foundation stone recognized as advanced network topology. But the most critical development was perceptual. At mid-stage nascent soul, Yaozu's spiritual awareness extended across the entire Jade Throne Kingdom and brushed against the borders of neighboring territories. He could sense the Azure Cloud Alliance's headquarters as a concentration of organized spiritual pressure. He could feel the Frozen Moon Sect's stronghold as a cold spot on the continental energy map. He could perceive the Jade Serpent Sect's territory, the Iron Fist School's domain, the scattered presences of independent cultivators and minor sects going about their lives unaware of the forces converging around them. And he could sense the faceless arbiter's seal with the detailed clarity of an architect examining a condemned building. The cascading fracture pattern was worse than his previous assessment had suggested. The timeline of 3 to 5 years might be optimistic. Certain fractures were accelerating faster than the mathematical models predicted, driven by the arbiter's internal pressure against the weakest points of the containment. The entity behind the seal was not idle. Through the widening cracks, Yaozu caught impressions of the arbiter's awareness, not thoughts, but operational data. The entity was intelligent, patient, and methodical in its approach to freedom. Its earlier communications, the ominous warnings, the dramatic pronouncements about pillars and cages, had been theater. Manipulation designed to keep Yaozu focused on the wrong question. It wants us to succeed, Yaozu murmured during a late-night meditation, the 6 pillars glowing around him in the darkness. It needs the passage we create. Without our ascension, it has no way to reach the heaven realm. It is too corrupted to pass through the barrier alone, and the soul filter would shred what remains of its consciousness. But with our passage, Lingsha said from her position at the dimensional instruments, having overheard his murmur through the formation array's energy relay, It piggybacks on the dimensional stabilizer's exemption. Our stone tells the filter that everything passing through is part of the boundary. If the arbiter's energy is mixed with ours during transit, the filter cannot distinguish parasite from passenger. The filter we are building will handle that. 87% of it. 13% remained the thorn. But 13% of a sealed entity was a fragment, not a catastrophe, and Yazoo had already begun planning how to deal with fragments in the Heaven Realm's enhanced cultivation environment. The communication jade pulsed on the 14th day. Exiting mountains. Full cultivation restored. Stone stable. For days to Cloudrest Peak. For days. The Ascension formation was 92% complete. The dimensional filter calibration was finished. The seventh pillar candidate, whoever they were, remained unfound. Everything was ready except the one piece that mattered most, and Yazoo had no idea where to find it. Chapter 92. The Dimensional Stabilizer Stone arrived on Cloudrest Peak strapped to Li Xue's back, carried with the reverence and caution of a mother transporting an infant made of crystallized potential energy through hostile territory. Li Xue herself looked like she had fought her way through several layers of a realm that did not want her there, because she had. Her arms bore faded marks where dimensional parasite contact had warped the space her flesh occupied, leaving thin lines of slightly translucent skin that caught light at wrong angles. Shin Bolan's arm was splinted and functional, but still fragile. The two exhausted outer disciples had recovered enough to walk, but not to fight. The stone, Li Xue said, setting the formation-reinforced container on the array's central socket with the careful precision of someone placing the final piece of a puzzle that had taken months to assemble. As requested, Jiwei was beside the container before Li Xue's hands had fully released it, her spectacles flashing with formation-enhanced perception as she scanned the stone through its containment. Energy output, exceptional. Dimensional resonance, within optimal parameters. Structural integrity, 96%. There is minor fracturing from the extraction process, but nothing that affects functionality. 48 hours, Lingsha confirmed, examining her own readings from the dimensional instruments. Integration begins now. They worked through 2 days and 2 nights. Jiwei handled the physical inscription work, carving new formation circuits into the ancient array with diamond-tipped tools, connecting the stone socket to the pillar network's energy channels with the precision of a surgeon performing microsurgery. Lingsha managed the dimensional calibration, adjusting the stone's energy output to harmonize with the 6 active pillars, tuning the soul filter bypass to the exact frequencies her calculations demanded. On the second night, something unexpected happened. The stone connected to the foundation stone. Not through the formation array, directly. A resonance channel opened between the 2 artifacts that bypassed Jiwei's inscriptions entirely, as if the dimensional stabilizer and the pillar covenant's core recognized each other across 12,000 years of separation. Golden light pulsed through the connection, and the ancient formation array activated systems that had been dormant since before the fall. The dimensional shimmer above the summit solidified into a visible archway, 10 feet tall, edges sharp and defined, golden light pouring through it like sunlight through an open door. Through the arch, the heaven realm was visible with a clarity that stole breath from every person on the mountain. Golden sky, mountains floating in radiant void. Spiritual energy so dense it was visible as a luminous haze that made the mortal world's atmosphere look like a vacuum by comparison. The passage is forming, Lingsha breathed, her violet-silver eyes reflecting the golden light with an intensity that bordered on rapture. The 2 stones together are generating enough resonance to begin the dimensional thinning. At 6 pillars, the passage is stable but narrow, a doorway. At 7, the passage widens to encompass the summit plateau, Jiwei finished. Approximately 300 yards of physical matter can transit. 300 yards. Cloudrest Peak's summit plateau was roughly that diameter. The mountain below would remain in the mortal world, but the summit, the formation array, the buildings, the Sect's core facilities, the 7 pillars, and the people who sustained them, would ascend. The golden archway pulsed above them, a promise, a deadline, and a target all at once, because every dimensional sensor on the continent had just registered its activation, and among those sensors were the ones monitored by the sage's floating mountain in the western wastes. Chapter 93. The sage's response arrived 3 days after the archway's formation. Not an army, not an enforcer team, not even a threatening message carried by an intimidating messenger. Instead, a woman walked up Cloudrest Peak's main trail in the late afternoon, alone and unarmed, wearing plain white robes. She was not Xiao Wuing. She was older, perhaps 50 in appearance, with silver-streaked hair and eyes the color of ancient jade, and her spiritual pressure was heaven-bridging realm, kept carefully contained to announce presence without projecting aggression. She stopped at the main gate and waited with the patience of someone accustomed to being kept waiting by people who feared what she represented. Shuli met her with drawn sword. "State your purpose." "I carry a message from the sage of the Thousand Rin Pavilion." Yaozu came to the gate. The woman bowed, a respectful bow, carefully calibrated to convey deference to his position without acknowledging subordination to his power. Court etiquette. She had been trained for diplomacy. "The sage acknowledges the Pillar Covenant's reactivation," the woman said, her voice measured and formal. "He recognizes the foundation stone as a legitimate artifact of the original stairway to Heaven's Sect. He does not dispute your right to cultivate, to bond, or to build your network within the mortal realm. But," Yaozu said, because there was always a but the ascension is forbidden. The dimensional barrier between the mortal realm and the heaven realm was constructed by the sage to maintain the stability of the upper realm's environment. Any attempt to breach the barrier will be met with the sage's personal intervention. She paused, and something shifted in her jade eyes, a flicker of what might have been personal opinion breaking through the mask of professional delivery. "The sage does not wish to destroy another pillar network. 12,000 years ago, that destruction produced unintended consequences. The entity you call the Faceless Arbiter. He does not desire a second such catastrophe. He would prefer a resolution that preserves both your sect and the barrier. And his condition? Surrender the dimensional stabilizer. Without it, the Ascension formation cannot breach the soul filter. The stone's surrender eliminates the possibility of a barrier crossing and removes the need for the sage's intervention. Your sect continues to exist, to grow, to thrive within the mortal realm, simply without the capability to ascend." The offer was reasonable, pragmatic, even generous, from a certain perspective. The sage was not demanding the sect's destruction. He was demanding the removal of one specific capability. Everything else could continue, except that everything else included the Faceless Arbiter's deteriorating seal. Without ascension, the sect would face the Arbiter's escape with mortal realm power levels. Without the heaven realm's 100-fold cultivation enhancement, they would not have the strength to contain a celestial void rank entity. The sage's reasonable offer was a delayed death sentence. "Tell the sage this," Yaozu said, his voice carrying the quiet steel that Gu had taught him to project when facing opponents who outmatched him in every measurable way. "The Ascending Pillar sect will not surrender the stone. The heaven realm was not created by the sage, and he has no right to control access to it. The barrier he built serves his interests, not the world's." The woman's expression remained neutral. She had expected this. "One more thing," Yaozu added. "Tell the sage that the Faceless Arbiter's seal is failing. 3 to 5 years before complete collapse. The mortal realm does not have the power to contain the entity his destruction of the original sect inadvertently created. The heaven realm does. If the sage cares about balance and stability as much as he claims, he should be helping us ascend, not preventing it." A flicker crossed the woman's jade eyes. Not surprise, but something deeper. Recognition. As if she had been waiting for someone to make this argument and was quietly gratified that someone finally had. "I will relay all of your words," she said. She bowed, turned, and walked down the mountain into the gathering dusk without looking back. The golden archway pulsed above the summit. The 6 pillars blazed. And somewhere in the western wastes, a celestial throne cultivator received a message that no one had dared to send him in 12,000 years. A message that said no, and backed it with reasons he could not entirely dismiss. Chapter 94. "He won't accept that answer," Gu said flatly. The old man was sitting in his customary chair, tea in hand, his one arm resting on the armrest with the careful placement of someone whose joints hurt more than he wanted to admit. The sage has maintained his position for 12 millennia. One sect master's defiance, however well-reasoned, will not change a mind that has had 12,000 years to calcify. "I know," Yaozu said. I was buying time. How much time did you buy? However long it takes the sage to decide between negotiation and force. A being who sends two separate peaceful delegations instead of a strike team is someone who wants a reason not to fight, or at least someone who has not yet decided that fighting is worth the consequences. Qing Wei and Ling Sha worked through the night on the strategic analysis, trading hypotheses and calculations with the focused intensity of two scholars who had found the problem their entire careers had been preparing them to solve. By morning, they had produced a joint assessment that clarified the situation with uncomfortable precision. The sage's response window is approximately 6 weeks from today, Ling Sha reported, projecting her timeline on the presentation jade. Based on historical analysis of pavilion intervention patterns, which I studied extensively during my time at the Starweave Sect, the sage follows a predictable escalation protocol. Peaceful contact, warning, ultimatum, blockade, direct action. Each phase allows a specific response period. We are between warning and ultimatum, Qingwei added. The next phase will be either a formal ultimatum with a deadline or a physical blockade of the mountain. 6 weeks. And we need the 7th pillar before we can activate. The formation is ready, Jiwei confirmed. The stone is integrated. The arbiter filter is calibrated. Everything is prepared for the ascension sequence. Everything except the 7th bond. The 7th pillar. The final piece. Without it, the formation would generate enough energy to thin the dimensional barrier, but not enough to transit it. The passage would open like a door with no hallway behind it. Visible, but impassable. Who is the 7th? Meihua asked, the question landing in the silence with the weight of everything that depended on its answer. Yaozu closed his eyes and consulted the foundation stone. The artifact pulsed in his composite nascent soul, its awareness enhanced by the 6-pillar network's accumulated power. He searched, not across the kingdom this time, but for the specific frequency the 7th pedestal demanded. The 7th pedestal's frequency was unique. It was not aligned with any standard cultivation attribute. Not fire, not ice, not sword, not formation, not body, not dimension. It was aligned with a concept rather than an element. Dawn, not sunrise, not light, not heat. Dawn, the transition between darkness and day. The moment of potential before the world commits to its next state. The boundary between what was and what will be. Yaozu opened his eyes. The 7th pillar requires a soul that embodies transition. The moment before transformation. I do not have a name or a location. Then we search, Meihua said. We search while the sage decides whether to destroy us. And we find someone, convince them to bond, and activate the ascension, all before the pavilion's response arrives. I have done more difficult things. Name one. Deciding to trust you in a cage when I had every reason not to trust anyone. She held his gaze, golden eyes burning with the same fierce certainty that had defined her since the day he pulled the suppression talismans from her prison bars. We built this sect from nothing. We will find the 7th pillar because we have to. Because the alternative is failure, and failure is not something this sect does. The foundation stone pulsed its agreement. But agreement did not solve the problem, and the clock was ticking with every heartbeat toward a deadline none of them could see, but all of them could feel. Like the pressure in the air before a storm that would either break the sky open or break everything beneath it. Chapter 95. The sage's response came 12 days later, 4 weeks ahead of Ling Sha's most aggressive estimate. Not a delegation, not a message, a blockade. 12 heaven-bridging cultivators appeared in the skies around Cloudrest Peak at dawn, materializing from concealment techniques so sophisticated that neither Jiwei's formation arrays nor Yaozu's nascent soul perception detected them until they were already in position. They took stations in a perimeter that enclosed the mountain from every direction, north, south, east, west, and the cardinal points between, creating a dome of suppressive spiritual pressure that pressed down on the sect like a physical weight. Xiao Wuing hovered at the dome's apex, her smoke shadow arts creating a dark canopy that dimmed the morning sun over the mountain. Her voice, amplified by technique, carried across every inch of Cloudrest Peak's surface with the clarity of a judge reading a verdict. Ascending Pillar Sect. By the authority of Sage Mu Qianren of the Thousand Rin Pavilion, this mountain is under containment. No person, artifact, or energy transmission will enter or leave without authorization. The dimensional stabilizer currently integrated into your formation array is to be surrendered within 24 hours. Failure to comply will result in forced extraction. Yaozu stood at the summit, flanked by his bonded partners, and looked up at 12 heaven-bridging cultivators arranged like an iron cage around his home. 24 hours, he said. The formation is ready, Jiwei said from her control position, her voice tight with strain as her array struggled against the blockade's interference. The stone is integrated. The filter is active. Everything is prepared, except the seventh pillar. We don't have the seventh pillar. Through the bond, 6 connections blazed with a determination that bordered on ferocity. Not panic, purpose. They had prepared for obstacles. They had prepared for opposition. They had been building under pressure since the day a failed cultivator found a cracked jade token in a dying man's hand. Then we find the seventh pillar in 24 hours, Meihua said, as if this were a scheduling adjustment rather than an impossibility. Yaozu turned inward, searching the foundation stone's perception for any resonance, any flicker of dawn frequency compatibility within the mountain's boundaries. The stone swept its awareness across every soul on Cloudrest Peak. 70 sect members, 6 bonded cultivators, 1 diminished advisor, 1 mortal steward, 43 outer disciples, 13 mortal staff. Nothing. The dawn frequency did not exist among their current population. Then the stone expanded its search outward, pressing against the blockade's suppressive field. The field resisted, dampening the stone's perception, but nascent soul power, amplified by 6 pillars, was not so easily contained. Yaozu's awareness pushed through the interference like a hand pressing through water, reaching beyond the mountain, beyond the suppression, into the broader world. And there, inside the sect, not outside it, the foundation stone found what it had been missing. Not because the resonance was new, because it had been growing. Bai Suyin was standing at the training courtyard's edge, her sword on her back, watching the blockade with the quiet intensity of a 17-year-old who had grown up in a sect that taught her to face impossible odds without flinching. Her cultivation stood at early core formation, an achievement that would have been remarkable for someone twice her age. Her sword Dao, forged under Shuli's merciless instruction, was sharp and clean and growing sharper every day. And her soul, the architecture that the foundation stone read, the deep structure beneath cultivation and technique and personality, resonated at a frequency that Yaozu had not detected before because it had not existed before. Dawn, the moment of transition, the boundary between what was and what will be. Suyin had not been born with this resonance. She had grown into it, shaped by the Pillar Network's influence, by Shuli's teaching, by the sect's culture of transformation and choice, and becoming more than what you started as. Her soul had been building itself into the architecture the 7th pedestal required, one day at a time, one lesson at a time, one choice at a time. The 7th pillar had been growing in their midst all along, and they had been too busy looking outward to see it. Suyin, Yaozu breathed, and the foundation stone blazed with the certainty of 12,000 years of purpose converging on a single point. Chapter 96. Yaozu found Suyin at the summit formation array 2 hours after the blockade's establishment. She had come there on her own, drawn, she said, by a feeling she could not explain. Every time I walk past the formation array, something resonates, she said, her dark eyes reflecting the golden archway's light. Not in my cultivation. Deeper. In my chest, like a door that wants to open. How long have you felt this? Weeks. Maybe longer. I did not mention it because I thought it was the formation array's ambient energy affecting my sensitivity. Lingsha said that dimensional resonance can produce phantom sensations in cultivators with developing perception. She hesitated. But it is not a phantom, is it? No, it is not. He explained the 7th pedestal's requirements. Dawn. Transition. The soul architecture of someone standing at the threshold of transformation. He watched her process the information with the focused calm that Shuli had trained into her. The sword cultivator's discipline of analyzing a situation before reacting to it. You are telling me that my soul matches the frequency your formation needs, she said. Yes. And that without the 7th pillar, the ascension cannot proceed. Yes. And that we have approximately 22 hours before the pavilion's enforcers attempt to forcibly remove the dimensional stone from our mountain. Closer to 21 now. She was quiet for a long moment, her hand resting on her sword hilt with the instinctive gesture Shuli had drilled into her. Above them, the golden archway pulsed, and beyond the mountain's edges, the spiritual pressure of 12 heaven-bridging cultivators pressed down like a lid on a pot that was about to boil over. I am 17 years old, she said. I have been a core formation cultivator for 6 weeks. The other pillars are all experienced fighters and scholars who have survived things I cannot imagine. The pillar bond does not require experience. It requires the architecture of the soul, and yours is the architecture we need. I am scared. Good. Fear means you understand what you are agreeing to. I am also excited. She looked up at the archway, and the golden light caught something in her eyes, a brightness that was not reflection but emission, as if the dawn she embodied was beginning to shine. I have spent my entire life becoming a disciple, becoming a sword cultivator, becoming someone worthy of Master Shuli's teaching. This feels like the next becoming, the one everything else has been building toward. It is your choice, Suin. The pillar covenant only works through free will. If you choose not to bond, we will find another way. There is no other way. You said so. Then I would rather fail freely than succeed through coercion. She studied his face with the same intensity she brought to analyzing an opponent's stance. Then she smiled. A small, brave, dawn-bright smile that made Yaozu's foundation stone sing. I choose this, she said. Not because you need me. Because I am ready to become what I was meant to be. But first, she had to tell Shuli. And that conversation was going to be the hardest fight of the day. Chapter 97. Shuli's reaction was a blade drawn from its sheath. Not metaphorically. She pulled her jin from its scabbard the moment Suin finished explaining. The ring of metal against metal silencing the training courtyard where they stood. Her fractured Tao heart, stable, healing, 90% functional, pulsed with an intensity that made the air around her vibrate with sword intent sharp enough to part stone. No. The word carried the finality of a killing stroke. Suin flinched but did not step back. Shuli had trained that reflex out of her. She is 17 years old, Shuli said, her steel eyes locked on Yaozu. She has been a core formation cultivator for 6 weeks. The bonding process will expose her to energy levels that exceed her body's capacity to channel safely. The ascension will subject her to dimensional forces that veteran cultivators would struggle to survive. And you want to put her at the center of the most dangerous event in 12,000 years. She fits the 7th pedestal's requirements, Yaozu said, keeping his voice level against the sword intent that was raising welts on his spiritual defenses. The foundation stone confirms it. I do not care what the stone confirms. I care about my disciple's survival. Master. Suin's voice cut through the tension with the clean precision of one of Shuli's own sword forms. This is my choice. Not Sect Master Shun's. Not the stones. Mine. Shuli turned to her disciple. The fury in her eyes was not anger at Suin. It was the desperate, cornered fury of a woman who had spent a year and a half training someone she loved like a daughter, healing her own fractured heart through the act of teaching, and now faced the possibility of losing the person who had given her a reason to keep her blade sharp. You do not understand what you are volunteering for. You have taught me to face what I do not understand with open eyes and a steady sword. I am facing this. The bonding process will be painful, will be transformative, will change me in ways I cannot predict. You have described your own bonding in exactly those terms, Master. You told me it was the most difficult and the most important decision of your life. Shuli's jaw clenched. Through the bond, Yaozu felt her conflict, a tectonic collision between protective instinct and rational understanding, between the fear of loss and the knowledge that Suin was right. If she is damaged, Shuli said, her voice dropping to a register that was more dangerous than a shout. If the bonding process harms her in any way, I will hold you personally responsible, Shen Yaozu. I expect nothing less. And I will be at her side during the entire process, not observing from a distance. At her side. If the energy exceeds safe parameters, I will redirect my own pillar energy to shield her, even if it costs me my bond. Shuli, the network needs all 6 pillars during the ascension. My disciple's life is worth more than any formation configuration. That is not negotiable. The courtyard was silent except for the distant hum of the blockade's suppression field and the steady pulse of the golden archway above. Then Meihua appeared at the courtyard's entrance, drawn by the emotional turbulence bleeding through the bond. "Surely," she said. Her voice was warm, direct, and carried the authority of the first pillar, the woman who had been there from the beginning. "When I bonded, I was a newly freed slave with a sealed bloodline and zero trust in anyone or anything. The bond did not break me. It saved me. Suyin is stronger than I was at her age. She is better trained, better supported, and better prepared. She will be fine. You do not know that." "No, but I believe it. And belief is what the Pillar Covenant runs on." Shuli stared at Meihua for a long moment. Then she sheathed her sword with a sharp click and turned to Suyin. The steel in her eyes did not soften, but something behind it shifted, from resistance to resolve. "I will be at your side," she said. Suin's eyes glistened, but her voice was steady. "I would not want to be anywhere else, Master." The bonding ceremony was set for midnight, the exact center of the blockade's 24-hour deadline. 12 hours to prepare, zero margin for error, and the future of the sect resting on the shoulders of a 17-year-old girl who embodied the dawn. Chapter 98. The hours before midnight moved with the paradoxical speed of time that is running out. Each minute simultaneously too fast and too slow, crammed with preparations that demanded attention while the clock advanced with indifferent precision. Jiwei ran final diagnostics on the Ascension formation, her hands tracing verification patterns across every inscription, every circuit, every energy pathway. Each component had been checked 3 times already, but Jiwei was a formation master who had survived the destruction of her noble house by being more thorough than anyone who wanted her dead. She checked a 4th time. Lingsha calibrated the dimensional stone's soul filter bypass for the 7th time, adjusting microparameters that affected the transit window by fractions of seconds. Each fraction mattered. The difference between a successful transit and a failed one could be measured in heartbeats. Qingwei prepared emergency medical supplies, pills, formation patches, spiritual stabilizers, and positioned them at 3 points around the summit array. She also finalized the arbiter filter's calibration, inputting the last energy signature data from Yaozu's nascent soul perception. 87% exclusion rate. She wished it were higher. Meihua organized the sect's defensive positions. The outer disciples took stations at the mountain's perimeter, not to fight the blockade, but to provide early warning if the pavilion enforcers moved before the deadline expired. Their formations were Jiwei's best portable arrays, capable of providing brief defensive coverage that would buy seconds of reaction time. Gu positioned himself at the main approach. The old man's cultivation had declined further since the last time he had fought. His spiritual pressure flickered between peak Tao seeking and diminished heaven bridging, no longer stable enough for sustained combat. But he stood at his post with the quiet readiness of a veteran who knew that sometimes holding a position for 30 seconds was the difference between victory and annihilation. "If they come before you ascend," Gu said, "I will hold them." "Gu, your cultivation cannot sustain. My cultivation can sustain whatever I tell it to sustain. I have been fighting longer than you have been alive, boy. Don't insult me by worrying. I am not worrying. I am expressing strategic concern about asset allocation." Gu laughed, a rare sound, rough as unfinished wood, genuine as sunrise. "Get your people to heaven, Shen Yaozu. I will keep the door clear." At midnight, the summit was ready. The 6 bonded members formed a circle around the formation array. Yaozu at the north, Meihua to his right, Qingwei to his left, Shuli opposite, Jiwei and Lingsha flanking. The 6 pillars blazed around them: gold, ice blue, silver white, emerald green, iron gray, silver violet, painting the summit in shifting polychromatic light that turned the night air into stained glass. The golden archway pulsed above the array, the heaven realm visible through it like a dream that was almost close enough to touch. Bai Suyin walked into the circle. She wore the white training uniform of the ascending pillar sect, clean and pressed. Her sword hung at her hip. Her dark hair was bound in the simple knot Shuli had taught her on her first day as a disciple. She looked young and composed and quietly, magnificently terrified in the way that only brave people are, the kind of terror that comes from understanding the stakes and choosing to face them anyway. Shuli stood at the circle's edge, her silver-white pillar energy humming visibly around her, reaching toward her disciple like a hand extended across an abyss. This is your last chance to refuse, Yaozu said. No one will think less of you. I know, Suyin said. She looked at Shuli. In the shifting pillar light, master and disciple's eyes met across the circle and the bond between them. Not the pillar bond, but the older, deeper bond of teacher and student, of chosen family, of trust built through 1,000 training sessions and 100 shared meals, and the daily, unglamorous work of becoming better, held between them like a bridge made of sword light. I know, Suyin said again, and stepped to the center of the array. She placed her hand on Yaozu's. The seventh pillar rose. Dawn gold light erupted from the formation array with a force that shook the mountain to its roots. Not the warm gold of Meihua's fire. This was something else. Something that existed at the boundary between gold and silver, between night and day, between the world as it was and the world as it was about to become. The pillar blazed upward through the golden archway, connecting the formation array to the passage beyond, and the seven-pillar network achieved full resonance for the first time in 12,000 years. The ascension sequence activated. The summit plateau shuddered. The ancient formation array, dormant for 12 millennia, roared to life with power that made the air scream. The dimensional stone's energy merged with the seven pillars' combined output, and the soul filter bypass engaged, the barrier recognizing the stone's dimensional frequency and opening a passage that had been sealed since the sage closed it with the blood of the first pillar network's cultivators. Cloudrest Peak's summit separated from the mountain. 300 yards of stone, soil, buildings, and formation array detached from the peak below with a grinding, tearing sound that was felt more than heard. The dimensional stone wrapped the separated plateau in a sphere of golden light, a transit bubble that would carry them through the barrier's 3 layers. Above, the pavilion blockade reacted. 12 heaven-bridging cultivators surged inward, their suppressive dome contracting as they recognized what was happening and what they had failed to prevent. Below, at the exact same moment, the faceless arbiter's seal broke. Chapter 99. The seal did not crack further. It shattered. Catastrophically. The entity behind 12,000 years of containment had been gathering its strength for exactly this moment. And when the dimensional passage opened above, the arbiter struck the weakest points of its prison with everything it had. Amber light erupted from beneath Iron Dust City in a column that was visible across the kingdom. The ground above the seal collapsed inward, swallowing a section of the arena complex into a crater of corrupted energy. Citizens screamed and ran. The Azure Cloud Alliance's emergency formations activated too late. The Arbiter's release was too fast, too violent, and too precisely timed to intercept. A tendril of corrupted energy, amber, pulsing with geometric patterns, carrying the compressed malice of a being that had been sealed for 12 millennia, streaked across the sky toward the ascending plateau. Filter! Yaozu shouted. Qingyue's hand slammed onto the dimensional stone. The arbiter filter engaged, a lattice of calibrated energy that surrounded the transit bubble like a net. The amber tendril hit the filter and was shredded. 87% of its energy deflected, scattered into the dimensional void between barrier layers, dispersed into harmless fragments. 13% got through. The corrupted energy that penetrated the filter struck the formation array like a poison-tipped arrow hitting an open wound. The 7 pillars shuddered. Suyin's Dawn Gold pillar, the newest, the least stabilized, bonded less than 30 seconds ago, bore the brunt of the impact. She screamed, a sound that cut through every bonded member's awareness like a blade through silk. Shuli was there before the echo faded. Her silver-white pillar energy wrapped around Suyin's Dawn Gold like armor around a body, her sword Dao forming a spiritual barrier that intercepted the corruption before it could reach her disciple's nascent pillar bond. The cost was visible. Shuli's own energy dimmed, her fractured Dao heart straining under the doubled load. Hold on, Shuli commanded. Hold on, Suyin. I am holding, Suyin gasped. And she was. Despite the pain, despite the corruption, despite every reason her 17-year-old body had to collapse, the 7th pillar steadied. Dawn Gold light stabilized around Shuli's protective barrier, and the 7-pillar resonance held. Above the transit bubble, the pavilion blockade attacked. 12 heaven-bridging cultivators struck the golden sphere simultaneously. Shadow arts, energy lances, spatial compression techniques, A dozen different methods, all aimed at cracking the transit bubble before it could carry the mountain into the barrier. The seven-pillar resonance was too strong. The bubble absorbed the attacks, converting the hostile energy into transit fuel with a conversion efficiency that made Lingsha laugh in disbelief. "They are pushing us faster," she shouted over the roar of dimensional forces. "Their attacks are accelerating the transit." "Then let them push." Meihua roared, her phoenix flames blazing at a magnitude that turned the summit into a second sun. The transit bubble entered the barrier's outer layer. The energy wall, the first of three defenses, pressed against the sphere from all sides, trying to compress it, crush it, force it back into the mortal realm. The seven pillars pushed back. Golden, blue, silver, green, gray, violet, and dawn gold light mixed into a radiance that defied categorization, a composite brilliance that was more than the sum of its parts. Below them, Gu stood at the base of the now-empty mountaintop, looking up at the ascending sphere of light. He had stayed behind, too weak to survive the transit, too proud to admit it, too loyal to let anyone waste time arguing about it. "Build high, boy," he whispered to the sky. "Build higher than anyone thought possible." The transit bubble pierced the outer layer. The soul filter loomed ahead, invisible to normal perception, but screaming across Lingsha's dimensional instruments like an alarm bell. The conditional gates activated, testing the spiritual signature of the ascending entity. Cooperative soul detected. Rejection sequence initiating. The dimensional stone pulsed. Its frequency flooded the filter's sensors, drowning the cooperative signature in boundary energy. The filter hesitated, confused by the conflicting data, the presence of boundary frequency energy mixed with pillar bond signatures. For 2 heartbeats, the filter could not decide whether to reject or admit the ascending entity. The transit bubble shot through the gap. Golden light, not the gold of the mortal sun, but the deep, resonant, impossibly pure gold of a realm that existed above the world, engulfed the plateau. The barrier's inner layers sealed behind them. The soul filter's rejection sequence activated too late, slamming shut on empty space. They were through. They were in the heaven realm. The plateau hung in golden air, a disk of mortal stone floating in an ocean of light. Below, the mortal world was invisible, separated by a barrier that had kept it apart from heaven for 12,000 years. Above, the golden sky stretched infinitely, filled with mountains that floated like islands in a luminous sea. Suin's dawn gold pillar blazed, steady and bright, the corruption purged by the transit's dimensional energies. Shuli's arm was around her disciple's shoulders. Both of them were crying, not from pain, but from the overwhelm of standing in a realm that no living person had seen since before history began. Li Xue was the first to speak. "We did it." Her voice cracked on the second word, and the woman who had fought 347 arena matches without showing emotion let a single tear track down her scarred cheek. Meihua's golden eyes blazed with phoenix fire that burned brighter in the heaven realm's dense spiritual atmosphere. Not a candle's flame, but a star's. "The sage will follow." "Let him," Yaozu said. He stood at the summit of a floating plateau, surrounded by 7 blazing pillars and 7 women who had chosen to build this impossible architecture with him. The heaven realm's spiritual density pressed against his skin like warm water, and every cell of his body hummed with the promise of advancement that would take years in the mortal realm and happen in days here. The foundation stone pulsed, not a whisper now, but a voice, clear and exultant after 12,000 years of waiting. "Build. Build together. Build higher." The stairway to heaven had reached its destination. But Yaozu knew, with the certainty of an architect surveying a foundation that could support a tower reaching beyond the clouds, that the 7th step was not the last. It was the first of many, many more. Chapter 100. The first dawn in the heaven realm was nothing like mortal dawn. There was no horizon. The golden sky curved in every direction, light emanating from the atmosphere itself rather than from a single source. The spiritual density was so extreme that breathing felt like drinking concentrated power, each inhalation flooding the meridians with energy that mortal realm cultivation would take hours to gather. Yaozu felt his cultivation advancing without effort, the heaven realm's ambient pressure pushing his nascent soul toward a density and clarity that would have required months of seclusion below. The plateau floated in a region of the golden void that appeared uninhabited. No other mountains visible within the immediate vicinity, though Lingsha's dimensional instruments detected massive energy signatures at distances that she estimated in the thousands of miles. Other ascended entities. Other civilizations. The heaven realm was not empty, just vast beyond mortal comprehension. The 7 pillars had stabilized. The transit's energy requirements had drained them significantly. Each pillar was operating at approximately 40% capacity, but the heaven realm's spiritual density was already refilling them at a rate that Qinghua measured as 12 times faster than mortal realm recovery. Full capacity would be restored within hours rather than days. Suyin sat on the formation array's edge, her legs dangling over the void of golden light, her dawn gold pillar flickering as her newly formed bond integrated with her cultivation. Shuli sat beside her, sword across her knees, her silver-white energy maintaining a protective envelope around her disciple that she would not release until she was satisfied the bonding process was stable. "How do you feel?" Shuli asked. "Like I swallowed a sunrise." Suyin flexed her fingers, watching golden dawn light trace along her knuckles. "Everything is louder, brighter. I can feel the pillar bond connecting me to everyone. It is like suddenly discovering 6 new senses that I did not know I was missing. That fades to a comfortable background awareness within a few days. You will adjust." "Master." "Yes. Thank you for letting me do this." Shuli's steel eyes held something warm and dangerous and fiercely proud. "I did not let you. You chose. I simply could not stop you." The warmth cracked into a small, reluctant smile. "Your mother would have been proud." Suyin's eyes glistened, but she did not cry. Dawn did not weep, it blazed. Yaozu gathered the council for an emergency assessment. The heaven realm's environment was extraordinary, but they were refugees in a foreign land, arrived without invitation, without allies, and with limited resources on a 300-yard disk of stone floating in a golden ocean. "Immediate priorities," he said. "First, defensive assessment. Our formation arrays are intact, but drained. Zhuwei, how long until the defensive systems are operational at full capacity?" 4 hours in this spiritual density. The formations are absorbing ambient energy faster than I have ever observed. The 7-layer shield system will be at 100% before the day is out. Second, the dimensional bridge. Lingsha, is the connection to the mortal realm stable? Lingsha checked her instruments. The dimensional stone is maintaining a thread-thin connection through the barrier. It is not a passage. Nothing physical can transit it in either direction in its current state. But energy and communication can traverse it. We can send messages to the mortal realm and receive them. Good. Third, the Arbiter's fragment. Qinghua, what is the status of the 13% that penetrated the filter? Qinghua's expression was carefully neutral, the face she wore when delivering information she knew would not be welcome. The corrupted energy dispersed during the transit. It did not maintain coherent form. However, I am detecting trace amounts of arbiter frequency energy in the plateau's spiritual substrate, embedded in the stone itself, absorbed during the transit. The concentration is low, well below dangerous thresholds, but it is present. Will it grow? In the mortal realm, yes, the arbiter's energy feeds on ambient spiritual pressure and multiplies. In the heaven realm, she paused. The spiritual density here is orders of magnitude higher. If the fragment can feed on it, it will grow faster than anything we have observed. If the heaven realm's energy is incompatible with the arbiter's corruption, the fragment will wither. Which is it? I will need time to determine. Hours at minimum. Days for certainty. You have hours. We may not have days. The fourth priority was the one no one wanted to voice, so Yaozu voiced it himself. The sage. He watched us ascend. He knows we are here. The barrier has sealed behind us, but the sage built the barrier. He can open it whenever he chooses. We need to be prepared for his arrival. Can we fight a celestial throne cultivator? Li Shua asked, not from ignorance, but because someone needed to ask the question out loud. Not directly. The realm gap between nascent soul and celestial throne is, Gu would say it is like comparing a campfire to a volcano. We cannot match his power through force. Then what? Yaozu looked at the 7 pillars. Dawn gold, silver violet, iron gray, emerald green, silver white, ice blue, and golden flame. 7 women, 7 bonds, 7 pillars of an architecture that had been designed 12,000 years ago by cultivators who understood that no individual could reach the heavens alone to do what individuals could not. The Pillar Covenant was not designed to defeat the Sage, he said. It was designed to build something the Sage cannot destroy, not through force, but through architecture. A network of cooperative souls that generates more power than it consumes, that grows stronger through connection rather than competition. That proves the Sage's premise wrong. What premise? That the heaven realm has limited resources. That every ascended entity reduces the total available. That the only way to maintain balance is to limit access. He met their eyes, each of them, one by one, golden and blue and steel and green and gray and violet and dawn. The Pillar Covenant generates cooperative energy. It creates more than it uses. If we can demonstrate that to the Sage, prove that our presence enriches the heaven realm rather than diminishing it, then his reason for opposing us disappears. And if he does not care about reasons? Shuli asked. Then we fight. With everything we have. In a realm where everything we have is multiplied 100-fold, using a network that turns 7 individuals into something greater than any one of them could be alone. He paused. I do not know if it will be enough. But I know that we have come further than anyone thought possible, against odds that everyone said were insurmountable, because we chose to build together instead of climb alone. The golden sky stretched above them, infinite and ancient and full of powers that had been accumulating strength since before the barrier was built. Below, through the dimensional thread, the mortal world pulsed with the chaos of the Arbiter's partial release, a crisis they had caused and would need to return to address. Ahead, the unknown, the celestial court, the Sage's response, the heaven realm's inhabitants and their ancient, calculating eyes. But here, on a 300-yard disk of stone floating in a golden ocean, 7 pillars blazed around a formation array that had waited 12,000 years for this moment. And the foundation stone, the cracked jade token that a dying old man had pressed into a failed cultivator's chest in an alley in the rain, hummed with a frequency that was no longer a whisper. It was a song. Build together. Build higher. The ascending pillar sect had reached heaven. And the climb, the real climb, the one that would determine whether 7 women and 1 architect could change the shape of a world that had been designed to prevent exactly what they were doing, had only just begun. Chapter 101. Preparation for the 7th pillar. The heaven realm's spiritual density was staggering. Yaozu felt it the moment the dimensional transition completed, a pressure that was not crushing but sustaining, as if the very air wanted to push cultivation forward at a velocity that would have been impossible in the mortal world. It was like stepping from shallow water into an ocean, except the ocean was not drowning but elevating. His nascent soul cultivation, which had been slowly cycling at its current level for years, suddenly felt like it could expand in all directions simultaneously, given enough time and focus. Around him, the other 6 pillars glowed with the evidence of rapid recovery. The formation arrays were already absorbing ambient energy at a rate that made Jiwei's instruments hum with barely contained excitement. The formation master stood at the center of the formation chamber, her consciousness stretched across all 7 array lines. Her perception extended into the spiritual substrate that existed outside the mountain itself. The dimensional density is extraordinary, Jiwei said, her voice trembling slightly with the kind of awe that only a formation master could experience when encountering a landscape so perfectly suited to their art. It is not merely denser than the mortal realm. It is structured. The spatial geometry here is intentional. Someone, cultivators far older than any recorded history, designed this realm's spiritual framework with deliberate precision. The dimensional density, she breathed, hovering over the array matrix. It is 147 times denser than the mortal realm's highest concentration cultivation sites. If these readings are accurate, meditation here produces the equivalent of weeks of normal cultivation in a single day. Yaozu absorbed this information and immediately began calculating the implications. 100-fold increase in cultivation speed meant that every cultivator in the sect would advance at a pace that had previously been impossible. Meihua's fire cultivation, already fierce, would reach new pinnacles of power. Yue's ice work would become so precise that she could manipulate dimensional structure with the ease of other cultivators manipulating air. Rin Shuli's sword technique would refine into something transcendent. Han Lishue's body would harden further, approaching the density of metal. Yun Lingsha's dimensional awareness would deepen across multiple planes of perception. And Bai Suyin, the new seventh pillar, would mature from a promising disciple into a pillar worthy of the covenant system itself. But amplified power was also amplified danger. In the mortal realm, mistakes could be made and corrected. Here, in the heaven realm's intensity, mistakes would compound catastrophically, which means we can recover, regroup, and prepare for whatever comes next, Yaozu said. He was already assessing the mountain's condition carefully, his decades of cultivation experience letting him perceive damage that instruments alone could miss. Cloudrest Peak had weathered the ascension, but the crossing had marked it. Small fractures in the defensive formations that would accumulate if not repaired, depleted nodes in the array network that would weaken the mountain's overall stability if allowed to remain drained, and the void anchor stone at the heart of the formation showing visible stress cracks that suggested it had been pushed to very near its ultimate capacity. Speaking of which, Lingsha said, consulting her instruments, the dimensional bridge is stable. Energy transit is consistent. But I'm detecting something else. The arbiter? Partially. Qingyue's filter held. The corrupted energy was mostly blocked. But there is a residual signature in our spiritual substrate, absorbed during the transition. Low concentration, but present. She paused. In the mortal realm, that would grow. Here, I need to calculate whether the heaven realm's energy is compatible with the arbiter's corruption or incompatible enough to smother it. How long? Hours to establish a preliminary model. Days for certainty. You have hours, Yaozu said. We may not have days. The 7 pillars had clustered instinctively around the formation's heart. Liang Meihua's phoenix nature blazed at the threshold of manifestation, her cultivation responding to the heaven realm's intensity like kindling to accelerated flame. Qingyue stood in her ice-wreathed stillness, already scanning the spiritual substrate with the precision that made her invaluable to any crisis. Rin Shuli's sword was drawn not in threat, but in meditation, the steel drinking in the ambient pressure. Fang Jiwei was practically vibrating with the kind of joy that only a formation master could experience when encountering a realm of such perfect spiritual geometry. Han Lixue was breathing deeply, her body cultivation expanding to accommodate the realm's enhanced density. Yun Lingsha was at the dimensional bridge station, her consciousness stretched between realms, maintaining the thread of connection that was their only link to the mortal world they had left behind. And Bai Suyin, the disciple was changed. The ascension had transformed something fundamental in her consciousness and her cultivation path. She stood with a certainty that had not been there before, her posture carrying the weight of someone who had undergone a profound maturation in a very short time. Her cultivation was cycling at a pace that suggested she was not simply recovering like the others, she was advancing at a rate that would have been impossible in the mortal realm. Her dimensional awareness, which had always been latent, which had only begun to awaken during the ascension crossing, was blossoming in the heaven realm like a flower opening to accelerated sunlight. Where Qingyue's ice cultivation had shown her the pathways through dimensional space, where Yun Lingsha's broad perception had demonstrated the scope of what dimensional awareness could encompass, Suyin's newly activated sensitivity was discovering its own unique character. She could perceive the boundaries between things, between solid and void, between the present moment and the dimensional echoes of the past, between the mortal realm's frequency and the heaven realm's higher pitch. Where other cultivators might perceive the world as a unified whole, Suyin's dimensional sensitivity allowed her to perceive it as a series of nested frequencies, each one existing at a slightly different resonance, all of them intersecting at points where the architecture of existence became thin enough for consciousness to reach through. We have a problem, Jiwei announced, pulling Yaozu's attention back to the formation matrix. The array requires 7 pillars to maintain stability in the heaven realm's environment. 6 pillars are sufficient to prevent collapse, but they are not optimal. We are operating at 93% efficiency. Then we activate the 7th pedestal, Yaozu said. The 7th pedestal is not empty, Jiwei replied. Her eyes met his with the gravity of someone who had been working the calculations since the moment the mountain stabilized. The formation was always designed for 7 bonds. 6 pillars was emergency configuration. To reach our full potential in this realm, to create the cooperative network that the sage believes is unsustainable, we need to complete the covenant. The implications hung in the air like morning frost. Can we activate it? Meihua asked. In theory, yes. The dimensional alignment window opens in 72 hours. There is a celestial convergence. 3 moons will align above the mountain, and in that moment, the spiritual geometry will be perfect for a final bonding. Jiwei's modifications to the array allow exactly 1 activation. If we attempt the bonding outside that window, the formation will reject the candidate. And if we do not attempt it, we continue at 93%. We function. We survive. But we never reach the level of power that would convince the sage or anyone else in the heaven realm that our model is viable. Yaozu turned to look at his pillars. 5 of them returned his gaze with understanding. They knew what a 7th bond would mean, not just enhanced power, but the completion of the architecture. The system that Yan Xingwu had designed 12,000 years ago would finally reach its intended form. The 6th pillar, Yun Lingsha, was looking away, her consciousness still partially engaged with the dimensional bridge. We have 72 hours, Yaozu said, to identify and prepare the 7th candidate. Whoever takes that final pedestal will be bonded to all of us and to the foundation stone itself. The strain is not inconsiderable. You need someone with dimensional resonance, Lingsha said, her attention returning. The 7th pedestal's spiritual frequency is unique. A normal cultivator bonding with it would be like trying to pour water into a vessel designed for flowing mist. The candidate must have latent dimensional awareness. I can sense that, Qinghua said quietly. She was still recovering from holding the void anchor stone, her ice cultivation showing signs of strain, but her perceptive abilities remained sharp. I can scan the sect members and identify who has the necessary resonance. Do it, Yaozu commanded. We have 3 days. We will find our 7th pillar. Chapter 102. The candidate emerges. The scan took Qinghua 12 hours. She moved through the sect's cultivators, those who had survived the ascension, those who had made the difficult climb from the mortal realm up Cloudrest Peak, and then through the dimensional crossing into the heaven realm. With the methodical precision of someone reading a landscape for hidden water, looking for the precise frequency signature that the formation demanded. The process was not merely perceptual. It required her to enter a meditative state where her ice cultivation could extend as an interface, touching each person's spiritual signature without affecting them or causing disruption, reading the dimensional resonance the way a musician might read the faint harmonics that exist underneath a melody. A normal cultivator perceiving spiritual signatures would focus on the strength of the power, the amplitude of the cultivation cycle, the breadth of the person's awareness. Qinghua needed to perceive something far more subtle. The frequency at which each person's consciousness naturally resonated, the dimension on which they existed most naturally. Most of the candidates had no dimensional resonance to speak of. Their cultivation was rooted entirely in the physical realm, in the martial arts and the elemental exchanges that defined normal cultivation. They had ascended to the heaven realm because they had been near Cloudrest Peak during the transition, because they had managed to climb high enough up the mountain slope that the ascension formation had carried them forward into the dimensional crossing. But they were not fundamentally aligned with the kind of dimensional sensitivity that would allow them to bond with the 7th pedestal without suffering from profound dissonance between their natural frequency and the frequency that the pedestal's architecture demanded. Some of the candidates had traces of dimensional awareness, minor talents that might, with centuries of focused training and effort, develop into something more substantial. But the 7th pedestal required not just potential, but actual developed capability. It required someone who had already begun the process of perception, who had already started down the path of dimensional awareness. The formation had been designed to bond with someone who already possessed dimensional resonance at a level comparable to what Suin's latent abilities demonstrated, or what Yun Lingsha had developed through decades of practice. Qingyue screened hundreds of spiritual signatures over the course of 12 hours. It was exhausting, systematic, and methodical work. Her ice cultivation cycled in and out of contact with each person's aura, touching and withdrawing, touch and withdraw, in a rhythm that was meditative but also progressively depleting. By the halfway point, at the 6-hour mark, her ice cultivation showed signs of strain. The precision that she was maintaining required constant attention, constant refinement of her perception. By the 9th hour, she was operating primarily on will rather than on reserves of power. Her cultivation was running on fumes, sustained by nothing but her determination and her commitment to the task. But there was one signature that made Qinghua pause. By Suyin. The disciple had been meditating in the formation's outer ring, her cultivation cycling in harmony with the 7 pillars network. The outer ring was not the privileged position of the 7 pedestal centers. It was where the sect members who were not bonded to the covenant system could still benefit from the network's presence without being integrated into it. Suyin should have been in the outer ring, should have been recovering from the strain of the ascension, should have been slowly advancing her cultivation as the sect stabilized. Instead, her position suggested something different. She was meditating at a precise distance from the central pedestal formation, a distance that corresponded exactly to the geometry of the 7th pedestal's activation ring. Qinghua sat across from her and reached out with her ice-wreathed perception, brushing against the younger woman's spiritual signature. The touch was gentle, non-invasive, the kind of contact that a bonded pillar could make with another sect member without causing resistance. The dimensional resonance that she encountered was unmistakable. It was clear, distinct, and already partially integrated with the formation's geometry. Where other cultivators had shown traces or potential, Suyin was showing active, developed capability. More than that, Suyin's dimensional awareness was not generic, but specifically calibrated to a certain frequency, a certain spatial geometry. It was like discovering that a particular instrument had been crafted specifically to play a particular note, and that note was exactly the frequency that the 7th pedestal required. When did this develop? Qinghua asked. Suyin's eyes opened. They were different now, sharper, carrying a clarity that suggested she had been observing herself with the same surprise that Qinghua was experiencing. The disciple's gaze shifted away from her elder, looking instead through the formation chamber's transparent walls at the golden sky beyond. When she spoke, her voice carried the quality of someone explaining something that had only recently become comprehensible to her own consciousness. During the ascension, Suyin said slowly, as if finding the words was a process of excavation, of pulling understanding up from depths that were not yet fully explored. As we crossed the dimensional barrier, I felt something open in my cultivation. It was not like normal advancement, not a gradual expansion where you push your body and mind further and further into new territory. It was more like a door that I had not known existed suddenly unlocking from the inside. As we crossed the barrier between worlds, I felt something shift in my very perception. What kind of shift? Qinghua pressed gently. The boundary between realms became transparent. I could see through it. Not through to the mortal realm below, though that was visible too, like a faded painting beneath clear glass. But I could see through to the spatial structure itself, the geometry of how worlds fit together, the dimensional vectors that allow one realm to exist parallel to another without interfering, the frequency that distinguishes the mortal realm from the heaven realm. Suyin paused, searching for language adequate to what she had perceived. It was as if I could suddenly perceive the architecture that underlies creation itself. You have not latent dimensional sensitivity, Qinghua said, recognition flooding through her voice. You have active dimensional sensitivity, strong active sensitivity. The kind of awareness that usually takes decades to develop has already formed in your cultivation. The 7th pedestal is calibrated to resonate with exactly this frequency, with exactly your frequency. Suyin's expression shifted from wonder to concern to something more complex, a mix of comprehension and fear and something that might have been anticipation. You mean I am the candidate? It was not a question. It was a statement of realization, and the realization carried weight. Yes, Qinghua confirmed. You are. The news reached the full council within the hour. Yaozu called them to immediate assembly, and they gathered in the formation chamber as the heaven realm's golden light streamed through the transparent walls. The council consisted of the 6 bonded pillars plus Yaozu himself, the 7 members of the sect's governing body, a formation that existed as much through spiritual connection as through hierarchical decision-making. They gathered in the formation chamber, where Jiwei had projected the array matrix as a three-dimensional construct of light and crystal. The seventh pedestal glowed faintly in that projection, an empty space waiting for the final pillar. Rinshuli's response was immediate and sharp. No. The word was steel. The entire chamber felt it, a rejection that came from the deepest part of the sword cultivator's being. She was standing, her hand on her blade, her entire posture radiating an opposition so fundamental that it made the air around her vibrate. Shuli, Yaozu began. She is my disciple. I have spent 5 years training her, pushing her, teaching her the way of the blade and the discipline of cultivation. I will not place her directly into a bonding that carries unknown risks because the formation requires optimization. The seventh pillar is not a punishment, Yaozu said quietly. It is an honor. It is a chain, Shuli replied. Her eyes blazed. A bonding to all of us, to the foundation stone, to a covenant that we do not fully understand in a realm we barely comprehend. The risks are not theoretical. They are immediate and substantial. Suyin rose from her meditation cushion. When she moved, there was something different about her gait, a confidence that had solidified in the hours since the dimensional crossing. She walked to the center of the formation chamber and faced her master. I choose this, she said. The clarity in her voice was absolute. Shuli turned to look at her disciple, and for a moment, the sword cultivator's rigid opposition wavered. You have not been given enough time to consider the weight of what you are choosing. Then let me speak to you of time, Suyin said. She was not defiant, but she was firm. During the ascension, when the barrier was thinning and the arbiter's energy was pushing through, I felt the dimensions shifting. I felt the moment that Qingyue made her decision to hold the void anchor stone. I felt the strain on all of you as you fought to protect the formation. And I realized something. Our strength is not in how much power we individually possess. It is in how much we are willing to share. The seventh pillar is not a risk I am taking. It is a responsibility I am accepting. Shuli stared at her disciple for a long moment. The sword master's expression was unreadable, a carefully maintained neutral that barely concealed the storm underneath. Finally, she spoke. Your mother would have made that choice. It was not a blessing. It was not permission, but it was acknowledgement. Suyin's eyes glistened, but she did not cry. Then you will accept my decision? I will accept that you are old enough to make your own choices, Shuli said, and there was something like pride underneath the reluctance, even when those choices terrify me. Yaozu watched this exchange with the understanding that came from having bonded with 6 exceptional women. The fear in Rinshuli was not cowardice. It was love, channeled through the martial discipline that made love into something fierce and protective. The acceptance was harder than any rejection would have been. Then we move forward, Yaozu said. His voice carried the weight of a decision that would reshape the future of the sect, a decision that could elevate her to the highest levels of power or destroy her consciousness if something went wrong. Suyin will undergo intensive preparation over the next 72 hours. We have precisely that much time until the celestial alignment creates the optimal bonding window. 3 days to transform a disciple who has only recently awakened her dimensional awareness into a pillar capable of supporting the weight of a 7-member covenant system. 3 days to make her ready to be bonded to 6 other cultivators and to the foundation stone itself simultaneously. He paused, letting the magnitude of that task settle over the group. It will be grueling. It will push her to the edge of what her cultivation can sustain. It may break her if she is not mentally and spiritually prepared for the weight. But if we do not make this attempt, if we do not take her through this intensive training, then the formation will remain at 93% efficiency. We will continue to function, to survive, but we will never reach the cooperative potential that the Pillar Covenant was designed to achieve. And without that potential, we cannot present a compelling case to the Heaven Realm's inhabitants that our model is viable. He turned to address each of the pillars in turn, moving around the formation in the order of their bonding. Qingyue, I want you to guide her through comprehensive dimensional resonance training. Not the basic instruction that cultivators normally receive over years or decades, but intensive personal tutelage. You understand dimensional geometry at the deepest level. Make her understand it as you do. Immerse her in that understanding. Qingyue nodded, her ice cultivation aura already beginning to shift in preparation. I can do this. The heaven realm's intensity will accelerate the learning process. What takes months in the mortal realm can be accomplished in days here. Yaozu continued. Jiwei, I need you to calibrate the 7th pedestal to accept Suin's unique frequency signature. The pedestal is not empty space. It is a carefully tuned instrument. Adjust its resonance to match her dimensional awareness precisely. If the frequency mismatch is significant, the bonding will fail or cause catastrophic feedback. The formation master was already moving toward the array matrix, her consciousness reaching out to touch the 7th pedestal with perceptual feelers. I will need to map her precise frequency signature first. Qingyue, bring her to the pedestal chamber after your first training session. I need to take measurements. Meihua, Yaozu said, turning to the Phoenix cultivator. Coordinate with Li Xue to ensure Suin has physical conditioning to match the cultivation demands. The bonding will place strain on her body that no amount of spiritual training can fully prepare for. Her frame needs to be reinforced, her bone density increased, her blood circulation enhanced. Take her through accelerated body conditioning over the 3 days. Meihua's expression hardened with the focus that combat readiness demanded. I understand. I will push her to the edge of what she can endure without breaking. That is the best preparation for what she will face. And Shuli. Yaozu turned finally to the sword master, who was still standing rigid near the formation chamber's entrance. I will teach her how to cut through fear, Shuli said quietly. Her voice was stone, her eyes fixed on the foundation stone at the formation's center. That is what any good master would do. Fear is the last enemy that a cultivator faces before bonding. It is more dangerous than any external threat, and I have spent my life teaching disciples how to face it without flinching. There was a finality in Shuli's tone that suggested the conversation was over, that she had accepted the situation even if acceptance had not come easily or without cost. Yaozu felt the ripple of that acceptance move through the network, felt the other pillars understanding that this was not negotiable anymore. Suin would bond, and they would all support her in doing so. Chapter 103. The 1,000 Rin Pavilion Titans in the Mortal Realm, where time flowed at the normal pace. Xiao Wuing was furious. The blockade had failed, not because her cultivators were weak, but because the target had literally ascended out of the mortal world. Cloudrest Peak, the mountain she had been pressuring for months, the gathering point of the ascending pillar sect that she had been planning to crush, had simply risen into the sky and vanished behind a dimensional barrier. She stood on the highest ridge of the mountain range that had once contained the 1,000 Rin Pavilion's primary blockade position, and her smoke and shadow cultivation churned with barely controlled rage. Her 12 heaven-bridging cultivators stood in formation behind her, their own energy bleeding with frustration. They ascended, she said flatly. Not a question, a statement of fact that made the world around her warp with displaced power. Yes, High Cultivator, one of her generals reported. The dimensional distortion was visible from 3 provinces away. The mountain rose vertically and passed through a barrier. We estimate they reached the heaven realm approximately 6 hours ago. And the seal beneath the tournament arena? Cracked further, High Cultivator. The faceless arbiter's energy is leaking through at an accelerated rate. The containment is failing. Xiao Wuing turned to face the spiritual center of where Cloudrest Peak had been. The golden sky above the barrier was visible only to those with heaven bridging or higher cultivation. To her eyes, the barrier was not solid. It was transparent, a membrane between worlds, and through it, she could sense the presence of the mountain that had escaped. They were in the heaven realm now, the realm where individual power was multiplied, where spiritual density was so high that a nascent soul cultivator could temporarily match a heaven-bridging cultivator through sheer environmental advantage. They were in a realm she could not pursue them to, at least not immediately. But they had also abandoned the mortal realm. And in the mortal realm, the faceless arbiter was waking. Reposition the pavilion forces, Xiao Wuing commanded. The blockade has transformed into a containment operation. Our priority is no longer Cloudrest Peak. It is preventing the arbiter from fully ascending. The moment that creature completes its transformation, the mortal realm will be forfeit. She paused, and something cruel and satisfied moved across her expression. As for the ascending pillar sect, she continued, they have escaped into the heaven realm. But nothing ascends that does not eventually require a bridge back to the mortal realm. When they attempt that transition, they will find the pavilion waiting on the other side. We have lost the opportunity to prevent their ascension, but we have not lost the opportunity for revenge. Back in the heaven realm, neither Yaozu nor his council knew about this shift in the pavilion strategy. They had achieved their ascension. They had reached the realm above. What they could not yet perceive was that in leaving the mortal realm, they had created a vacuum that would not remain empty. In the mortal realm, the absence of the ascending pillar sect meant that other forces would move to fill the space they had occupied. Xiao Wuying's decision to shift the pavilion's focus from preventing ascension to containing the faceless arbiter was strategically sound. If the arbiter escaped complete control, if it achieved some form of transcendence or found a way to spread its corruption across the continent unchecked, then the Thousand Rin Pavilion's dominance would mean nothing. A realm consumed by the arbiter's chaos offered no positions of power, no opportunities for political advantage, no resources to consolidate. But there was another calculation underneath that strategic assessment. Xiao Wuying had, through the confrontation with Yaozu, come to understand something fundamental about the nature of the covenant system. The ascending pillar sect's power was not based on the amount of individual strength that each pillar possessed. It was based on the architecture of cooperation, on the principle that multiplying weakness through connection created something stronger than individual strength alone. That principle, if left unchallenged, would reshape the entire structure of cultivation. If it became widely known that a nascent soul cultivator with 6 bonded partners could match a heaven-bridging cultivator, then the entire competitive hierarchy that cultivators had been climbing for millennia would become obsolete. The pavilion's power, which was built on its strength being superior to all potential rivals, would become less relevant in a world where power was defined by cooperation rather than individual superiority. Xiao Wuying did not share these thoughts with her subordinates. She simply issued the new orders: shift to containment, hold the arbiter, and wait for whatever consequences would emerge from the ascension of Cloudrest Peak. Chapter 104. The 7th pillar rises 3 days past like an hour in the heaven realm. The 100-fold cultivation speed was not merely theoretical. It was brutally efficient, mercilessly accelerating everything that occurred within the heaven realm's spiritual density. Bai Suin's dimensional training advanced at a pace that would have required months in the mortal realm, perhaps years depending on the quality of the teaching and the student's natural aptitude. But in the heaven realm, 3 days of intensive work with Qing Yue as her teacher allowed Suin to develop capabilities that would normally take decades to acquire. Qing Yue taught her to see the space between spaces, to feel the spiritual geometry that allowed worlds to exist parallel to one another without interpenetrating or interfering. She taught her to perceive the frequency signatures that distinguished one realm from another, that kept the mortal world operating according to physical law and the heaven realm operating according to spiritual law. The training was not gentle. Qing Yue's ice cultivation approach to teaching was precision layered over intensity, with no allowance for weakness or excuses. She would push Suin to the edge of consciousness itself, would drive the disciple into states where perception became unstable and the boundary between individual awareness and universal awareness began to dissolve. In those moments of extremity, she would let the disciple experience the sensation of her dimensional awareness splitting across multiple perceptual layers simultaneously, existing in 2 places at once, perceiving 2 different dimensional frequencies as if they were both primary reality. And then, before Suin could stabilize or recover from that disorientation, Qing Yue would demand that she maintain that state, not for seconds, but for minutes, sustaining multiple layers of dimensional perception until the very concept of self became uncertain, until consciousness itself seemed to be a fluid thing that could flow across dimensional boundaries rather than being confined to a single point of perspective. It was torture, in a way, but it was also the fastest possible method to teach what normally took years of patient cultivation. By the time the celestial alignment approached, by the night before the bonding ceremony, Suin could perceive the heaven realm's dimensional structure with the clarity that most cultivators would need lifetimes of dedicated study to achieve. She understood how the boundary between the mortal realm and the heaven realm was not a wall or a barrier, but a frequency, a specific spiritual resonance that worlds tuned themselves to. She could feel the ways that the mortal realm's frequency was lower, denser, more grounded in physical law. And she could feel the heaven realm's frequency, higher, more refined, less constrained by the rules that bound matter and energy. The night before the bonding, Rin Shuli found her disciples sitting alone on a plateau overlooking the golden void. The sky was beginning to shift toward the alignment. The three moons that orbited the heaven realm were moving into their convergence, each one drawing closer to the point where they would align perfectly. I taught you to cut through obstacles, Shuli said, settling herself beside her disciple. I did not teach you this. This understanding of dimensions and frequencies and the geometry of reality itself. No, Suyin agreed. Qinghua taught me this. But what you taught me was how to face something that could kill me and not flinch. How to stand at the edge of a cliff and not feel the vertigo that would destroy a normal person's courage. How to move toward danger instead of away from it. That knowledge carries over into everything else. That foundation you built is what allows me to accept the bonding. Shuli nodded slowly, acknowledging the truth of that assessment. When you bond with the pillars, you will no longer be only yourself. You will become part of a collective consciousness. Every emotion, every fear, every moment of doubt will be shared across the network. Every victory will be experienced by 6 other people. Every failure will be felt by all of them simultaneously. It is not a prison in the literal sense, but it is a loss of privacy that can be profound. Why did you accept the bonding then? Suyin asked the question that had been implicit from the moment Shuli had chosen to bond rather than remain an individual cultivator. If the loss of privacy is so significant, if sharing your consciousness with others brings such fundamental changes to who you are, why did you choose to do it? Shuli was quiet for a long moment. The wind from the golden void brushed across them, carrying the scent of spiritual energy, so dense it was almost perfumed, almost tangible. She stared out at the infinite horizon, where the other mountains of the heaven realm floated like islands in a golden ocean. Because I discovered that I was capable of more when connected to the others than I could ever be alone, she said finally. My sword is sharper when Meihua's fire supports its cutting edge. My technique is faster when Li Xue's body cultivation provides the foundation of stability that all sword movements require. My will is stronger when all 6 of us are channeling through the same intention, moving toward the same goal. I thought that losing individuality would diminish me as a cultivator. Instead, it multiplied my capabilities. It amplified me in ways that pure personal strength never could. Suyin considered this carefully, turning the concept over in her mind. And the fear? Does the network diminish the fear as well? No, Shuli said with absolute honesty. The fear does not diminish, but it transforms. Instead of facing fear alone, you face it alongside others who understand the same burden, who feel the same weight. That is not the same as the fear disappearing, but it changes the shape of it, makes it bearable, makes the burden something that 6 people are carrying together rather than one person carrying alone. They sat in silence as the 3 moons continued their approach toward convergence. Above them, the golden sky deepened in color, preparing for the moment when the celestial geometry would reach perfect alignment and the bonding could proceed. The bonding chamber was at the heart of Cloudrest Peak, where the 7 pedestals stood in a perfect heptagonal formation. The foundation stone rested in the exact center, that cracked jade token that had passed from a dying master to a failed cultivator in the rain of an alley, and which had now become the architectural heart of a sect that had reached heaven. All 7 pillars were present. 6 blazed with the luminescence of established bonding, golden and silver violet and iron gray and emerald green and silver white and ice blue. The 7th pedestal was dark, waiting. Bai Suyin entered the chamber in the moment when the 3 moons aligned. The spatial geometry reached perfect harmony, a moment of complete dimensional transparency that would not come again for another 1,000 years. She walked to the 7th pedestal and placed her hands on its surface. The bonding that followed was not gentle. It was a shattering of boundaries, a dissolution of self into something vast and collective. Suyin felt herself expanding, her consciousness stretching to touch 6 others in the network, and more than that, she felt herself touching the foundation stone itself, the architectural heart that Yaozu had spent his entire cultivation cycle learning to manipulate. In that moment of bonding, she understood something that the other pillars had only learned gradually. The foundation stone was not merely a tool or a power source. It was alive in a way that individual consciousness could not be. It was the living architecture of cooperation itself, a 12,000-year-old proof that the path of partnership was not weakness, but a different form of strength. Her dimensional awareness crystallized into a pillar of dawn gold light, shot through with the silvery threads of dimensional resonance. The seventh pillar rose, and in that moment, the entire formation array reached full power. Cloudrest Peak began to shimmer. The mountain, which had been stable and solid since the ascension, started to distort. Reality around it wavered as if the boundary between the heaven realm and the mortal realm below was becoming visible, tangible, pressurized by the power of 7 bonded pillars reaching their optimum output. The formation did not attack anything. It did not defend against anything. It simply existed at full operational capacity, a demonstration of what cooperative power, optimized and amplified, could produce. "It is happening," Jiwei whispered from her post at the formation matrix. Her instruments were showing energy output that should have been impossible, a net positive cascade where each pillar's power fed into the others in an endless, enriching cycle. The 7-pillar network is achieving the theoretical maximum. We are sustaining energy production rather than consuming it. Yaozu felt it through the foundation stone, the moment when the last strand of resistance in the formation gave way and the system achieved balance. He stood at the center of the chamber, his hands resting on the stone, feeling the power of 7 bonded partners coursing through the network like blood through veins. Cloudrest Peak's shimmer intensified. The mountain was not moving, but it was becoming less solid, more of a spiritual presence than a physical object. The boundary between what was and what could be, between the mortal and the celestial, became visible in the distortion of the air around the peak. The golden sky above brightened, and the spiritual density increased exponentially. For a moment, Cloudrest Peak existed in both realms simultaneously, its stone composed partially of mortal matter and partially of celestial energy. This was what the sage feared, Yaozu realized with sudden clarity. Not the raw power itself, but the architecture of it. The proof that cooperation generated more than it consumed, that every new addition to the network enriched all the previous members rather than diminishing them. Each new pillar that joined the covenant did not reduce the power available to the existing pillars. Instead, each addition amplified what was already there, created a multiplication effect where the whole became greater than the sum of its parts. It was a fundamental challenge to the scarcity-based economics that governed the heaven realm. The ancient cultivators who ruled the realm had built a system on the assumption that resources were limited, that every gain for one being meant a loss for another. But the Pillar Covenant demonstrated that this assumption was wrong, at least when applied to spiritual cultivation. Spiritual power could be generated cooperatively in ways that created net positive returns rather than zero-sum transactions. If that principle became widely accepted, if it became understood that partnership could produce more power than competition, then the entire hierarchical structure that had existed in the heaven realm for ages would become questionable. Why serve a lord when you could cooperatively generate power with equals? Why accept a position of subordination when you could instead bond with partners and create a network that gave you more power than individual achievement ever could? The sage would see that threat. An old cultivator who had built his power through individual achievement, who had climbed to celestial throne through personal effort and the accumulation of centuries of experience, would understand viscerally that the covenant system represented an existential challenge to his supremacy. And that made the ascending Pillar Sect's ascension not just a tactical victory, but a strategic gamble. They had reached the heaven realm, yes, but they had also announced to every powerful being in that realm that a new model of power was possible. They had presented evidence that the old system, the individual supremacy model, was not the only option. Yaozu felt the weight of that realization settling on him. They had not just climbed a mountain. They had lit a fire that could burn through the foundations of a world. Chapter 105. The Ascension Formation activates with the 7-pillar network at full power. The Ascension Formation could now be activated at its intended capacity. Jiwei had spent the 3 days of Suin's preparation recalibrating every node, every array line, every spiritual circuit to accommodate the amplification that the seventh pillar would provide. Now, standing in the formation chamber with Yin Lingsha at her side, she gave the signal to begin the final sequence. Activating primary dimensional matrix, she said, her voice steady despite the magnitude of what they were about to attempt. Lingsha, I need you to anchor the void anchor stone in the spiritual substrate while I channel through the 7-pillar network. If the stone's frequency destabilizes, the entire ascension will cascade into failure. Ready, Lingsha replied. Her hands were already positioning themselves around the stone, which was still showing the cracks from the previous ascension. Those cracks worried Jiwei more than anything. A stone that had been damaged once could fail more easily a second time. But they had no choice. The Ascension formation was the only thing that would allow them to move Cloudrest Peak deeper into the heaven realm, away from the dimensional boundary where the faceless arbiter could attempt to follow, and into the realm's interior where they could establish permanent foundations. Jiwei touched her consciousness to the 7-pillar network and felt the enormous, breathing presence of 7 bonded cultivators' power. The network was not a passive force that she could shape. It was a living system with its own momentum. To guide it, she had to think in terms of permission rather than command, asking the network where it naturally wanted to flow and then directing it along those paths. The first sequence activated. The 7 pillars blazed in unison, and the foundation stone began to hum. The frequency started low, almost subsonic, and gradually rose, reaching octaves that physical sound could not capture. The spiritual frequency rose instead, becoming visible as ripples in the air itself, concentric rings of distortion emanating outward from the formation's center. Dimensional matrix reaching optimal resonance, Jiwei reported. All nodes are stable. Proceeding to secondary sequence. She channeled deeper into the network, feeling each of the 7 pillars' unique frequencies. Meihua's fire was a constant, burning warmth that did not diminish. Qingyue's ice was precision and patience, a cooling influence that prevented the network from overheating. Shuli's sword was a cutting edge of clarity, the moment-to-moment awareness that kept the entire system focused. Jiwei's own formations provided the structural integrity that held everything in shape. Lishua's body cultivation was a foundation of stability and raw physical power. Lingsha's dimensional awareness was the perception that let them navigate the boundary between worlds. And Suin's new dimensional resonance was the key that made all the others sing together in harmony. The mountain trembled. It was not a violent tremor, but a deep, fundamental resonance that seemed to come from the peak's very bones. Stone ground against stone as the geological structure began to shift. The plateau beneath the formation chamber rose slightly, and Jiwei felt the void anchor stone's frequency shift in response to the movement. Stability? She asked sharply. Holding at 98%, Lingsha reported. The stone is accepting the stress. It is adjusting. I think the cracks are actually helping the frequency response. They are creating microscopically optimized paths for the energy flow. Of course they were. The stone had been designed by masters of cultivation 12,000 years ago. It did not break into uselessness. It evolved when damaged. Full activation, Jiwei commanded. Pushing the ascension formation to maximum output, the network blazed. All 7 pillars reached a crescendo of power that made the entire chamber glow with accumulated illumination. The foundation stone, at the center, reached a frequency so high that it existed more as a concept than as a physical object. The dimensional barrier between the heaven realm and the mortal realm, which had been transparent only to high-level cultivators, became suddenly visible to anyone with normal human eyes. The golden sky above the barrier flared brighter, and the barrier itself began to thin. Cloudrest Peak was ascending again, not crashing through the dimensional boundary as it had in the first transition, but slowly, carefully, moving deeper into the heaven realm's interior. The boundary that had been their greatest obstacle became their passage, parting around them like a curtain opening to a stage. Below, in the mortal realm, the dimensional thread that connected the ascending pillar sect to their allies would have wavered and stretched. But it did not break. Yin Lingsha maintained it through sheer force of will, her consciousness remaining anchored in both realms simultaneously, becoming the living bridge that prevented the sect from severing its ties to everything below. The mountain rose. Chapter 106. The Faceless Arbiter erupts. In the mortal realm, in the depths beneath the tournament arena where the seal on the Faceless Arbiter had been cracked by the first ascension attempt, the corrupted entity felt the second-dimensional disturbance and erupted. The seal did not break cleanly. It shattered like corrupted ice, in 1,000 fragments that flew upward as amber energy began to bleed through every fissure. The Faceless Arbiter was not entirely free. The seal still held an essence, still maintained the cage that had been built 12,000 years ago, but it was free enough. A tendril of geometric chaos rose from the arena's center, extending upward through the stone and burst through the arena's ceiling. It was not solid. It was more like a pillar of corrupted smoke, shaped vaguely like an arm but constantly shifting, the geometry of the pattern never settling into a consistent form. The amber light that followed was visible across 3 provinces. Cultivators felt it, a wrongness in the spiritual frequency, a pressure that suggested something fundamentally broken was trying to press its way into the world. The Arbiter cultists, scattered across the continent, felt their master's presence surging and began a coordinated assault on whatever cult strongholds they could reach. They could not come here. The dimensional disturbance would have scattered them like leaves in a hurricane. But they could prepare offerings, could perform rituals, could pour their own cultivation into the dimensional channels that connected them to their master's presence. The tendril of amber energy curled upward toward where Cloudrest Peak had been, drawn by the dimensional thinning that the Ascension formation was causing. If the Arbiter could reach the formation in the moment of transition, it could hijack the Ascension and use it as a bridge to the heaven realm, or it could drag the entire ascending mountain into itself, using the sect's power to complete its own corrupted ascension. But the dimensional thread was still intact. Yun Lingsha was still maintaining the bridge between worlds, her consciousness spanning the gap that the ascending mountain was creating. The Arbiter tendril slammed into that thread like a current crashing against stone. Chapter 107. Shao Wuing breaks the blockade. The 1,000 Ren Pavilion's forces felt the Arbiter's eruption as clearly as anyone else, but for them, it meant something different. It meant that the moment of greatest chaos was arriving, and chaos was when a prepared force could move. Shao Wuing had spent the 3 days since the Ascending Pillar Sect's ascension reorganizing her forces. The blockade on Cloudrest Peak had transformed into a containment ring around the damaged seal. 2/3 of her cultivators were now focused on preventing the Arbiter from breaking free. The remaining third, her elite heaven-bridging fighters, the 12 strongest cultivators under her command, were assembled for a single purpose: to assault Cloudrest Peak one final time, to break through whatever dimensional barrier separated the mortal realm from the heaven realm, and to force a confrontation with the sect that had escaped her grasp. When the Arbiter erupted, the dimensional disturbance created exactly the kind of tear in the boundary that Shao Wuing needed. She could feel it, a moment of weakness in the barrier, a momentary opportunity to push through. Now, she commanded. All forces, full offensive. Break through while the barrier is thin. The 12 heaven-bridging cultivators moved as a unified formation. Their power was not cooperative like the 7 pillars. It was competitive, each cultivator trying to be the strongest, to take the greatest share of the breakthrough. But they moved forward nonetheless, their individual strength combined just enough to attempt to pierce the dimensional barrier. Shao Wuing led them, her smoke and shadow cultivation reaching the absolute peak of her heaven-bridging power. She was not trying to ascend. That was not her goal. She was trying to reach the mountain in the moment it was vulnerable, to hit it with the full force of pavilion power while its 7 pillars were focused on the ascension ritual. The barrier met them like a physical wall. Back in Cloudrest Peak's formation chamber, Yaozu felt the impact. The ascension was reaching its critical phase, the moment when the mountain's entire reality was in transition, existing partially in the mortal realm and partially in the heaven realm, anchored by nothing but the 7-pillar network and the void anchorstone's frequency. "We are compromised," Jiwei reported. She was calm, but the calmness of someone facing an understood disaster. "The barrier is being attacked from the mortal side. I am detecting heaven-bridging level energy at 3 separate points of the dimensional boundary." "Can you hold?" Yaozu asked. "Alone?" "No. With the 7-pillar network? She paused, calculating. Yes, but it requires redirecting energy from the ascension sequence. We will rise slower. The transition will take longer. The mountain will be vulnerable during that extended period. Redirect, Yaozu commanded. He reached out through the foundation stone and felt the network's response. A subtle shift as Meihua, Qingyue, Shuli, Lixue, Lingsha, and Suyin all felt the command and adjusted their power flow. The energy that had been driving the mountain upward slowed. The energy that had been maintaining the dimensional barrier strengthened. Gu's voice came through the communication array. They are coming. 3 heaven-bridging cultivators on the main approach. I am intercepting. And Gu, diminished though his cultivation was, stepped into his place to defend. Chapter 108. Gu holds the main approach. Gu had spent 12,000 years waiting to die well. For most of that time, his power had been sealed, a celestial void cultivator reduced to barely nascent soul capability, anchored in a sect where he was no longer the strongest, where younger people with newly acquired strength moved faster than his aging body could follow. It had been a slow diminishment, a steady erosion of relevance. But the 7-pillar network had given him something unexpected: amplification. When he bonded with Yaozu, the foundation stone had not tried to bring him back to his peak. That was impossible. The seal was too old, too deep. Instead, it had given him the ability to channel power through the network, to borrow strength from the 6 pillars that burned around him. The amplification was not permanent. It was borrowed power that would vanish when the bonding was severed or his life ended. But it was real. The 3 heaven-bridging cultivators who came up the main approach to Cloudrest Peak had expected to face aging warriors at best. What they found was Gu Clan, sword drawn, with the full backing of a 7-pillar network that was reaching toward its maximum power. The first cultivator to reach him was a woman whose cultivation specialized in wind acceleration. She was a master of her art. 3 centuries of focused practice had refined her movement to the point where she could perceive and traverse the gaps between moments. She had spent her entire cultivation cycle learning to move faster than perception, to strike from positions that should have been impossibly distant. She accelerated toward him in a diagonal approach that would have made her unreachable for any cultivator 3 ranks below heaven bridging. The wind around her form distorted as she pushed the acceleration to its maximum, creating a visible shimmer of spatial displacement. Gu did not try to match her acceleration. Instead, he anticipated her vector of approach and positioned himself with the precision that came from centuries of actual combat experience. When she arrived, expecting to find empty air, she found instead a sword and a cultivator who had learned long ago that the best defense against speed was not matching that speed, but predicting the direction in which speed would take you. He executed a simple vertical cut. No flourish, no wasted motion. The blade moved at exactly twice the speed her acceleration could match because the 7 pillars were feeding power through the foundation stone network into his strike. The network was not adding power passively. It was channeling it with surgical precision, directing exactly the amplification that each movement required. The cultivator's defense was a perfect diamond formation, an array of personal spiritual force that should have been capable of withstanding a sword cut from a cultivator 3 ranks lower. Diamond formations were one of the oldest defense techniques known to cultivation, used by heaven-bridging cultivators to create impenetrable barriers around their own bodies. The formation was elegant, 12 points of force arranged in a geometric pattern that provided perfect defense against attacks from any angle. But the 7 pillars network was not an attack from a normal angle. It was power flowing through the foundation stone itself, channeled through the oldest architecture of covenant system that had existed for 12,000 years. When Gu's sword touched the diamond formation, the force behind it was not merely the strength of an individual cultivator, but the collective power of 6 bonded partners concentrated into a single cutting edge. The diamond formation shattered like actual diamond under a hammer's blow. The perfect geometric pattern collapsed. The cultivator was thrown backward, and blood streamed from her arm, where the force of the impact had torn her spiritual defenses. She landed hard enough that the breath was knocked from her lungs. The 2nd and 3rd cultivators, seeing their companion fall, attempted a combined assault with the goal of overwhelming Gu through numerical advantage and simultaneous attack patterns. They were skilled. Both had achieved heaven-bridging status through centuries of focused cultivation. Both had fought in more battles than most mortals had lived lifetimes. They attempted to execute a pincer movement, approaching from opposite angles, hoping to force Gu into a defensive posture where he could protect himself from one attack only at the cost of leaving himself vulnerable to the other. Gu had faced numerically superior forces in his youth, in the wars that had torn the continent apart before the sage had imposed order. He had learned long ago that numbers were only an advantage if the individual fighters could move in perfect coordination, if they could read each other's intentions without verbal communication, if they could trust each other absolutely. These two were skilled, but they were separate, each fighting for individual glory rather than for a shared objective. They were strong enough to believe they could achieve victory without needing to fully coordinate with their partner. And that belief was their weakness. Gu moved between them like water, his movement guided by the foundation stone network's perception. The network was seeing through the eyes of 7 bonded partners simultaneously. It was reading Mei Hua's perception from the eastern slope, where she was tracking the overall battlefield. It was reading Li Xue's body cultivation awareness from the western slope. It was reading Shu Li's instantaneous tactical assessments from the formation defense position. Through the network, Gu had not just his own perception but the collective tactical awareness of the entire sect. With that awareness, he moved between the two cultivators, his sword finding angles of attack that put each cultivator in the other's way. When the second one tried to flank him in a movement that should have worked perfectly against an isolated opponent, the third was forced to cut off her own advance to avoid striking her supposed ally. The moment of hesitation cost her. Gu's sword found the gap in her cultivation where her movement stalled, the precise point where her form was transitioning from one attack pattern to another. He cut with power that made the heaven realm's golden sky ripple. The force of the strike was so substantial that it created a visible distortion in the air itself, a momentary disruption in the fabric of spatial continuity. The cultivator fell, her cultivation destabilized by the force of the impact. But the third cultivator was fast enough, skilled enough, to adjust. When Gu moved to pursue his advantage against the fallen cultivator, reading her weakness and preparing to end the engagement, this third fighter had already repositioned. Her counter-strike came from an angle that should have been unreachable, a movement that required her to bend her form in a way that normal joint physiology could not support. It was a technique that only heaven-bridging cultivators could execute, a manipulation of her own body's cultivation frequency to temporarily make her as fluid as water, as capable of changing direction as a whip. Her counter-strike carried power that suggested she had been holding back through the earlier exchanges, waiting and evaluating, preparing for exactly this moment. Gu's defense was not perfect. Age rarely allows for perfection. But it was competent, and competence backed by centuries of experience was sometimes sufficient. He caught her strike on his sword and redirected the force, using her own momentum against her. The redirection was executed perfectly, the kind of technique that would have been textbook if it had been executed by someone with unlimited reserves of power. But the redirection cost him. He felt something tear in his shoulder, a small rupture in cultivation that was aging and fragile, pushed beyond its limits by the demands of channeling network power. The pain was sharp and immediate, but more importantly, the rupture reduced his ability to leverage force. His next movement would be compromised. His speed would diminish. The 3 heaven-bridging cultivators were strong, and they were, despite their individual weakness, starting to coordinate. Fear had taught them to be careful with their partner, to move in synchronization rather than independence. If Xiao Wuiying herself came up the approach, Gu's amplified strength might not be sufficient to hold them all. The pain in his shoulder was a warning. The network's amplification had limits, and he was approaching them. But that was the point of the 7-pillar network. Holding anything alone was not the intention. Connection was. Chapter 109. Mei Hua and Li Xue engaged the pavilion forces. The eastern slope of Cloudrest Peak had always been Mei Hua's domain. Her phoenix cultivation naturally expressed itself in sweeping, expansive gestures, great arcs of flame that carved through defenses like a sword through paper. Her fire was not random or chaotic. It was carefully controlled, shaped, directed with the precision of a martial artist wielding a blade. Over the years, she had developed the ability to manifest her phoenix form in graduated stages, from a small outline that existed only in spiritual perception, to a medium-sized manifestation that could be seen by normal humans, to a full-size apparition that dominated the entire landscape around her. Now, with the seven-pillar network feeding her power and the heaven realm's spiritual density amplifying her cultivation, her phoenix manifestation reached a level she had never achieved before in the mortal realm. It was as if every limit that normal physics and spiritual law imposed on her cultivation was suddenly lifted. The phoenix erupted from her consciousness at full size, a creature of pure flame and spiritual force that filled the entire eastern sky. It was not smaller than the mountain. It was not comparable to the mountain. It was vaster than the mountain, its wings extended to impossible proportions, its form so encompassing that the two heaven-bridging cultivators who had been attempting to scale that slope found themselves facing not an opponent, but an elemental catastrophe. Meiwa did not try to kill them. That would have been easy, a simple incineration, and both of them would have been consumed. Instead, she tried to teach them the lesson that all warriors eventually learned. Some battles cannot be won by force alone. Some battles cannot be won at all. Some battles are meant to be survived, not conquered. The phoenix moved with terrible, beautiful precision, each movement calculated, each gesture purposeful. Its wings carved paths of flame that forced the cultivators backward, not through heat, but through the sheer pressure of concentrated spiritual force. They could defend against the fire, could create barriers of water vapor and ice and protective cultivation that momentarily shielded them from the worst of the heat. But they could not advance. Every step they tried to take upslope was met by another wave of heat and pressure that pushed them back 2 steps. One of them, a man whose cultivation specialized in forceful penetration, attempted to break through the barrier by channeling everything he had into a single piercing attack. He assembled a spear of compressed spiritual force, not a physical weapon but a formation of power designed to punch through defenses rather than overwhelm them gradually. The technique was advanced, something that would have served him well in normal combat against another heaven-bridging cultivator. But the seven-pillar network was amplifying Meihua's form, and the phoenix was operating at a level of power that casual martial combat could not match. When the spear struck the phoenix's wing, Meihua simply caught the strike on the phoenix's talon and twisted. The spear shattered like glass, the force of its collapse refracting back toward the attacker with multiplied intensity. The backlash of the destruction was so severe that it sent the cultivator tumbling down the slope in an uncontrolled fall. His body crashed against stone outcroppings as he tumbled, each impact tearing away at his protective cultivation, each landing drawing blood and breaking bones. He finally came to rest against a larger stone formation, bleeding from a dozen points. His cultivation destabilized to the point where coherent action became impossible. He lay there, breathing hard, and made no further attempt to climb. The second cultivator was more intelligent. She perceived in that moment that advancing further would only result in the same fate. She made the strategic decision to retreat, falling back down the slope to regroup with her companion, maintaining a defensive posture that prevented Meihua from pursuing. She was protecting her wounded partner while also preserving her own life, a calculation that any warrior understood immediately. The phoenix could have pursued. It was vast enough that descending the mountain would require only a moment. It was powerful enough that finishing both cultivators would be trivial. But that was not necessary. The goal was not to clear the mountain of enemies. The goal was to hold the slope, to prevent any cultivator from reaching the formation chamber at the mountain's peak. In that goal, Meihua had succeeded completely. On the western side, Han Lixue was having a different kind of engagement, one that relied not on the flashy power of phoenix manifestation, but on something more fundamental. Lixue's body cultivation was not flashy. It did not produce the visual spectacle of a phoenix erupting across the sky or the sonic booming of Ren Shuli's sword strikes. It was quiet, efficient, and monumentally strong. It worked through the principle that the most fundamental power in cultivation was the power of the body itself, not enhanced through techniques or supplemented through external formations, but simply the raw density and strength that came from years of dedicated refinement. When the two heaven-bridging cultivators came up the western slope, they found a woman of average height with average appearance, standing in their path with her fists unclenched and her expression calm. She was not manifesting any elaborate formations. She was not channeling visible power. She was simply standing, breathing, existing in the space between them and the mountain's peak. The first one to reach her launched a combination strike, a disciplined sequence of movements that spoke of formal training and a century of focused practice. It was a technique designed to overwhelm through rhythmic assault, each strike building on the previous one, creating a momentum that normal defenses could not resist. Li Xue raised her arm to block the first strike. The impact of the cultivator's power striking her reinforced body was so severe that the attacker's entire form was redirected. His own momentum, which he had been using as an asset, became a liability. The force of his strike was redirected backward into his own body, and he found himself tumbling away from Li Xue, landing hard on the slope. He came at her again, this time trying a different approach. Instead of continuous combination attacks, he launched a single powerful assault, putting all of his strength into a single blow aimed at her center of mass. It was a risky strategy. If she could defend or redirect this one strike, he would have no reserve power to fall back on. Li Xue stepped forward to meet him. Her movement was not dramatic or showy. She simply walked forward, closing the distance between them with the deliberation of someone who was not hurrying. When they made contact, she threw a punch, not elaborate or flowery, just a straight strike aimed directly at his center of mass. But it was backed by body cultivation so dense that it had started to approach metal-like hardness, amplified by the 7 pillars network to a degree that made the air around her fist shatter into visible stress patterns. The cultivator tried to block with his own body, tried to use his cultivation to absorb the impact. His block did not hold. His arms bent inward, his structure cracked, and he fell to his knees, gasping for breath. His cultivation had reached its limit and shattered against a force that was simply too fundamental to resist. Li Xue did not pursue him or finish the engagement. She simply waited as he struggled to his feet and limped back down the slope, his cultivation unable to maintain coherence against a power that operated at the most basic level of physical reality. The second cultivator observed the fate of her companion and tried a different approach, speed and penetration rather than raw power and structural integrity. She moved like wind, trying to find angles of approach that Li Xue's stationary position could not defend against. She attempted to slip past Li Xue's defenses through sheer velocity, moving so fast that the mountain's air rippled in her passage. Li Xue simply stood still and allowed the cultivator to make contact. There was no evasion, no dodge, no attempt to redirect the strike. Li Xue simply existed in the space where the cultivator was moving toward, becoming an obstacle that could not be avoided. The cultivator's strike found what felt like solid stone, not flesh, not even reinforced cultivation, but something that had the density and immovability of actual rock. The shock of the impact reverberated up the attacker's arms, shattering the bones in her wrists. Li Xue did not need to strike back. The cultivator bounced off the contact, gasping in pain, her wrists fractured from the recoil of striking something that simply would not yield. She limped away, no longer capable of combat, no longer even capable of maintaining her position on the slope. 2 cultivators down on the eastern slope. 2 cultivators down on the western slope. 4 heaven-bridging cultivators, each one trained for combat, each one confident in their abilities, had been disabled without requiring Meihua or Li Xue to enter extended combat sequences. The mountain was holding. The defensive perimeter was intact. Chapter 110. Shuli and Suyin defend the formation. The formation chamber was not a location that could be easily defended by individual fighters. It was the heart of the mountain, protected by layers of arrays and spiritual barriers that existed as much in dimensional space as in physical reality. But the ascension ritual required that someone maintain the physical space at the threshold, that someone stand at the entrance and ensure no external force could collapse the dimensional geometry at its critical moment when the mountain was passing between realms. Rin Shuli had claimed that responsibility without hesitation or negotiation. She had positioned herself at the formation chamber's entrance, her sword drawn, her cultivation cycling in preparation for what was to come. Suyin, as the newest pillar, should have remained in meditation at the formation chamber's center, channeling her power into the ascension sequence, keeping her consciousness fully integrated with the network. But when her master positioned herself at the threshold, Suyin rose and walked to stand beside her. Not behind her, not in a supporting position, but directly beside her, sword and dimensional awareness unified in a single defensive posture. Shuli did not try to stop her. They had moved beyond that kind of teaching moment. The disciple had already made her choice when she had accepted the bonding, and the master had already accepted it when she had ceased to argue against Suyin's determination. Now they would stand together, sword and dimensional awareness, at the edge of what was becoming and what was passing away. Mother and disciple, separated for so long, would face this final crisis as a unified force. The attack came through the dimensional boundary, not cultivators climbing the mountain in the traditional sense, but a coordinated assault of cutting force formations, attacks designed to slice through spiritual barriers like blades through silk. The three heaven-bridging cultivators who were coordinating this assault were trying to collapse the dimensional boundary itself, to force the mountain to choose between completing the ascension and defending against external intrusion. Shuli met the first cutting force with her sword. The blade sang as it moved, not the sound of metal striking metal, but the spiritual resonance of sword intent expressing itself at maximum intensity. The familiar note that had guided her disciples for decades, that had been the defining characteristic of her teaching, now manifested as a perfect defense. The cutting force that struck her weapon was not from a single source, but was the unified power of three heaven-bridging cultivators acting in perfect unison, their power designed to overwhelm through sheer accumulated weight. Shuli's defense was not resistance in the conventional sense. She did not try to block the force, did not try to match power with power. Instead, her sword caught each piece of the cutting force and turned it, redirecting the power to flow past her rather than into her body or her cultivator's core. But the energy that flowed past her did not disappear into the void. It accumulated in the formation chamber's spiritual substrate, feeding directly into the very matrices that were working to complete the ascension. The pavilion's power was inadvertently accelerating its own enemy's climb to heaven. The irony was exquisite in its cruelty. Every attack that the 1,000-rin pavilion launched was being absorbed by the formation and converted into power that accelerated the very ascension they were desperately trying to prevent. Suyin, standing beside her master, extended her dimensional awareness into the structure of each attack that reached them. Her perception, still new and still learning the depths of what dimensional sensitivity could accomplish, reached out to touch the formations that the heaven-bridging cultivators had assembled. She could feel the structure of the cutting forces with perfect clarity, the precision engineering that had gone into their construction, the mathematical elegance of how the power had been arranged to achieve optimal penetration. And she could sense the cracks in that construction, the microscopically small imperfections that formed the boundary between perfect technique and exceptional technique. A cutting force assembled by a master cultivator might have imperfections that measured less than a millimeter in spatial terms, but those millimeters represented crucial structural weaknesses. She did not need to attack those cracks herself. Her role was different. She simply needed to illuminate them, to make them visible to her master, to point out the exact location where her mother's sword needed to strike. Shuli, reading her disciples' indication through their spatial proximity and the subtle shifts in Suyin's dimensional awareness, saw them. She saw where the cutting forces were weakest, where a single precise strike could collapse an entire formation without needing to match its power directly. She cut. A cutting force from one cultivator shattered into component parts when Shuli's sword found the exact fault line in its structure. A formation matrix from another cultivator collapsed in on itself when Shuli's blade aligned perfectly with the weakness that Suyin had revealed. A third formation broke apart, as if its internal structure had been undermined, as if the master builder had made an error in calculation. The mother and disciple were not fighting together in the way that the 7 pillars fought together. They were not bonded through the covenant system. They were not sharing cultivation power through a network. But they were coordinating at a level that bordered on telepathic, reading each other's intentions from microscopically subtle shifts in posture and breath. Coordination that was sometimes almost as effective as a formal bonding, if not more so, because it was built on a foundation of 5 years of training rather than recent mystical connection. 3 heaven-bridging cultivators, working in unison and drawing on the accumulated power of centuries of individual cultivation, found themselves unable to penetrate the defenses of a nascent soul sword master and a newly bonded nascent soul cultivator with emerging dimensional awareness. The power of the seven-pillar network, fed through the formation boundary to support the defensive position, gave the two women an advantage that individual skill alone could not overcome. The attacks ceased. The cultivators retreated to regroup and reassess their strategy. Chapter 111. Yaozu confronts Xiao Wuying. Xiao Wuying had not come to Cloudrest Peak expecting an easy victory. She was not naive or arrogant enough to believe that a cultivator who had survived this long could be defeated through simple force applied carelessly. But she had come expecting that the chaos of the second ascension would be sufficient to force vulnerabilities, moments where the Sect's defenses would be divided, where the formation would be distracted by external assault, where she might be able to create an opening through sheer force and determination. What she found instead was a Sect operating at perfect defensive coordination. Every slope was held by cultivators whose power had been amplified by the seven-pillar network to supernatural levels. Every approach to the mountain was guarded. Every attempt to break through was met with a response that was not merely adequate but overwhelming. She had led the assault herself, not from the rear but from the very front of the attack. The Thousand Rin Pavilion expected its leadership to risk as much as it asked of its soldiers. But as she fought her way up the approach to the summit, she began to understand that this was not an assault that could be won through leadership and courage alone. She reached the summit of Cloudrest Peak in the moment when the golden sky was beginning to brighten around the mountain. The ascension was nearing completion. The boundary between the mortal realm and the heaven realm was thinning further, becoming a membrane so transparent that she could see through it to the landscape of the heaven realm beyond. A vista of floating mountains and golden light that had nothing to do with the mortal world she understood. Yaozu was there, waiting at the center of the summit plaza, his hands resting on the formation array's highest-level nodes. The founder of the Ascending Pillar Sect stood like he was part of the mountain itself, as if he had taken root in this place and was now becoming inseparable from it. His eyes were closed, but Xiao Wuying could feel his awareness tracking her approach with the precision of someone reading a story written in the movements of the wind. "You should not have come," he said without opening his eyes. His voice was calm, almost gentle, but it carried a weight that suggested he had seen this moment arriving long before it manifested. He was not surprised. He was not alarmed. He was simply stating a fact, the way someone might point out that walking into a raging fire was inadvisable. "An interesting perspective," Xiao Wuying replied, and there was something almost like respect in her voice, from someone who has literally ascended past the realm where I have authority. "You are no longer subject to the pavilion's law. You are no longer constrained by the gravitational and dimensional forces that bind cultivators to the mortal realm. Not past it, beyond it. There is a difference." Yaozu opened his eyes. They blazed gold in the light of the forming heaven realm, not with simple cultivation power, but with the reflected light of the spiritual density that surrounded him. "You came to Cloudrest Peak because you believed the Sect was a threat to the pavilion's power structure. You were correct in that assessment. But the Sect was never your true enemy, not really. Your true enemy is the architecture that the Sect represents, the proof that cooperation can generate more power than competition, that partnership creates multiplication rather than division." Xiao Wuying's form shifted. Her smoke and shadow cultivation, which was her signature ability, began to express itself at full intensity. The cultivation that had defined her rise through the ranks of the Thousand Rin Pavilion coalesced into a humanoid silhouette made entirely of amber and gray mist. The form was larger than her physical body, shadows pooling around her, smoke ascending from her shoulders like a cloak made of wind and darkness. "The pavilion believes in strength," she said, and her voice echoed from multiple points simultaneously, as if the smoke itself was speaking. "Individual strength. Cultivators who rise through their own power, who refuse to depend on others, who claim the heavens through personal achievement and force of will. That is how the sage built his power. That is how all transcendent cultivators achieve their position. And you have not considered that perhaps that belief is a weakness?" Yaozu asked. He was still standing with his hands on the formation nodes, still calm, still unmoving. "That perhaps cooperation might be stronger?" that perhaps the sage built a system that prevented him from perceiving alternatives more efficient than his own. Xiao Wuing attacked. Her form, made of smoke and shadow, moved with a speed that made the air itself blur and distort. She was attempting to reach Yaozu before he could gather the full power of the seven-pillar network, attempting to strike at the center of the formation before the defense could fully manifest. If she could destroy Yaozu in the moment before the ascension reached completion, the formation would collapse. The mountain would fall back to the mortal realm. The sect would be defeated. It was a strategy born of desperation and brilliance in equal measure. Yaozu moved to meet her. He released his hands from the formation nodes, a movement that caused Jiwei's voice to cry out in alarm through the network. Releasing the formation at the critical moment should have caused collapse, should have destabilized the arrays, should have created catastrophic failure. Instead, Yaozu's consciousness descended through the foundation stone and took the formation's control directly. He was no longer guiding the formation through touch, but through pure will and intention. The arrays continued to function, continued to accelerate the ascension, but now they were channeling power back through the network to support his combat encounter. The seven-pillar network blazed, and power flowed from 6 bonded partners into their central anchor. The amplification was not additive but multiplicative, each pillar's power feeding into the next, each one creating a feedback loop that elevated the whole. Yaozu's nascent soul cultivation blazed gold as it received the multiplied force of 7 pillars operating in unison. The 2 cultivators clashed at the boundary between worlds. The nascent soul cultivator, amplified by 7 bonded partners, against the heaven-bridging cultivator, strengthened by centuries of individual cultivation and the accumulated power of the 1,000 Ren Pavilion's resources. It was not an even fight in the traditional sense. The realm gap between nascent soul and heaven-bridging was vast. It was the difference between a cultivator who had unified their spiritual core and one who had stretched their awareness to encompass multiple planes of existence. A normal nascent soul cultivator facing Xiao Wuing would have been obliterated, torn apart by power that operated on an entirely different scale. But Yaozu was not a normal nascent soul cultivator, and the 7-pillar network had been specifically designed to bridge exactly that kind of gap. The clash created a visible distortion in space. Where Yaozu's power met Xiao Wuing's smoke and shadow cultivation, reality itself seemed to ripple. The golden sky above brightened further as the mountain accelerated its ascension, drawing power from the foundational stone to fuel not just the climb but the defense against this final assault. Every time Xiao Wuing's smoke and shadow form tried to dissolve his attacks, tried to flow around his defenses, and strike from behind his guard, Yaozu simply channeled more power through the network. The force of his counterattacks would not allow the dissolution to complete. The smoke would crystallize under the pressure and shatter like glass. Xiao Wuing would have to reform, to recalculate, to try a different approach. Every defense that she constructed against him, he met with multiplied force. She would create a barrier of compressed shadow, and he would strike through it. She would attempt to destabilize the spiritual pattern of his attack, and the 7 pillars network would harmonize and amplify, flowing back through the barrier she had just created and turning it against her. It was like trying to hold back a river in flood. Possible for a moment, for a handful of seconds if your will was extraordinary and your power was supreme. But ultimately futile because the river simply generated more pressure, more flow, more accumulated force with each passing moment. And even an extraordinary cultivator could not hold back the tide forever. Xiao Wuing was not losing in the traditional sense. Her cultivation was not being directly degraded. Her consciousness was not becoming unstable, but she was being pushed backward, constantly, relentlessly. She was losing position, losing ground, losing the opportunity to strike at Yaozu's center and change the outcome of the confrontation. And on a battlefield as dynamic as the summit of Cloudrest Peak, with the mountain ascending at an accelerating pace, with the dimensional boundary thinning further with each moment that passed, not winning was the same as gradually losing. Every second that Yaozu held her in this stalemate, the ascension progressed further. Every minute that she failed to break through his defense was a minute that the mountain rose closer to complete transition. She made the calculation and accepted it. She was not going to win this engagement. Not against this cultivator, not with this network, not with the mountain itself being wielded as a weapon against her. The best that she could hope for now was survival, the chance to retreat and return when the circumstances were more favorable. The golden sky above Cloudrest Peak was brightening with each passing moment. The mountain's ascension was accelerating. The dimensional boundary was becoming thinner, more transparent, less substantial. In less than a minute, the mountain would pass the point of no return, the moment when the forces propelling it forward would exceed any force that could pull it back. Xiao Wuiying, reading the temporal constraints as clearly as any military strategist, made the decision to commit completely to her assault. If she could not win through tactics or technique, perhaps she could overwhelm through sheer power concentrated at a single critical moment. She pulled back from the stalemate she had been maintaining and channeled everything she had into a single ascending strike, a movement designed to cover the distance between them in an instant and drive her power directly through Yaozu's center. Yaozu felt her intention through the opposition, felt the moment when she was committing to a final all-or-nothing assault. He made the corresponding commitment. Instead of maintaining a defensive stance, he moved to meet her, directing the full force of the seven-pillar network into a confrontation that would determine who controlled the summit in the final moments before the mountain crossed into the heaven realm. They collided at the center of the plaza. The impact created a wave of visible distortion that radiated outward from the point of contact. The stone of the summit plaza cracked in a perfect circle around them. The golden sky flared brighter as the dimensional boundary responded to the force of the collision. For a moment, the entire mountain trembled as if it had been struck by an earthquake. And then it was over. Xiao Wuiying was thrown backward, her smoke and shadow form unable to maintain coherence under the force of impact. She landed hard at the edge of the summit plaza, skidding toward the precipice before her cultivation stabilized enough to prevent her from falling off the edge of the mountain. Yaozu remained standing at the center, his hands still extended, his expression unchanged. The seven-pillar network blazed around him, a manifestation of power that had not been diminished by the engagement, but only reinforced. "Go," he said quietly. "You cannot prevent this. You can only choose whether you fall with us or step aside." Xiao Wuiying, reading the defeat in the configuration of the battle, in the way that even at her absolute peak power, she could not overcome an opponent boosted by 7 bonded cultivators, made her choice. She rose and sprinted toward the edge of the summit, launching herself into the air at the exact moment when the mountain passed through the dimensional boundary and began to translate into the heaven realm's frequencies. She reached for the vanishing mountain even as her body fell through the now transparent boundary. For a moment, her hands found purchase on something that was not quite stone and not quite energy. She pulled, but the heaven realm rejected her, just as it had rejected the arbiter before her. She was not ascended. She had not completed the ritual. She had not earned the right to climb beyond the mortal realm. The boundary sealed behind Cloudrest Peak. Chapter 112. The arbiter breaks free in the mortal realm below, the dimensional disturbance that had been caused by the first ascension, and which was being amplified by the second, reached a critical threshold. The seal on the faceless arbiter shattered completely. The tendril of amber light that had been probing the dimensional boundary transformed into something far more substantial. It became a pillar, a towering column of corrupted geometry that extended upward from the broken seal and reached toward the dimensional membrane where Cloudrest Peak was ascending. The arbiter was not entirely free. The original seal had been constructed to contain the entity across multiple dimensions simultaneously, and even with the surface broken, the deeper layers still held. But the arbiter was free enough to act with terrible purpose. The pillar of amber energy stretched upward through space, crossing the miles between the broken seal and the ascending mountain. The pillar hit the dimensional barrier like a fist, and the barrier cracked. Yun Lingsha, still maintaining the bridge connection between realms while also anchoring the void anchor stone, felt the impact like a physical blow. The dimensional thread that she was maintaining flickered. The stone under her hands shuddered. For a moment, the entire ascension hung in the balance. The mountain was half in the mortal realm, half in the heaven realm, and the connection between them was destabilizing. The arbiter has reached critical amplitude, Qingwei reported from her post observing the dimensional substrate. It is channeling power from the mortal realm. Every cultist, every site of corruption that it has touched is feeding energy into that pillar. Can you block it? Yaozu asked. His attention was still on Xiao Wuying, but part of his consciousness was always connected to the network, always listening to every report. No, the network's power is already fully distributed. If I attempt to divert energy to defense, the ascension will slow. The mountain will be vulnerable. Yaozu felt the weight of the decision pressing down on him. They had come so far, overcome so much, and now they were facing a choice that could still undo everything. Defend against the Arbiter and risk never fully ascending. Complete the ascension and risk the Arbiter hijacking the dimensional connection. But there was a third option, one that only came available because of the 7-pillar network. "Gu," he said through the communication array. "Can you hold the main approach for 10 more minutes?" "Yes," came the answer, simple and absolute. "Meihua, Li Xue, 5 more minutes of full offensive on your slopes. Make them retreat further." "Done," Meihua's voice, sharp with the joy of absolute engagement. "Shuli, Suin, maintain the formation defense, but begin pulling energy from the outer defensive arrays. Feed it to the core." "Understood," Shuli said. Suin is already anticipating the shift. Yaozu made his decision. He channeled every ounce of the 7-pillar network's power toward a single purpose: simultaneous offense against both Xiao Wuying and the dimensional barrier against the Arbiter. The network split its power across 2 fronts: maintaining the ascension, defending the formation, fighting the pavilion cultivators, and blocking the Arbiter's energy pillar. The strain was immense. The bonds between the pillars flickered. The foundation stone screamed with the pressure. The mountain began to move faster, climbing through the dimensional layers with accelerated speed. But it was working. Chapter 113. The pillar network splits. The 7 pillars did not think about the split in power. They simply felt it, the moment when the network's intention changed from unified purpose to multiple simultaneous objectives. Each of them felt the weight of the network's load spreading across their consciousness. Every pillar suddenly aware of not just their own role, but the role of all others. Meihua, in her phoenix manifestation on the eastern slope, felt the command to push harder. She did not need verbal instruction. She felt it through the network as clearly as if Yaozu had spoken directly into her awareness. Her phoenix burned hotter, moved faster, struck harder. The 2 heaven-bridging cultivators on her slope were forced to retreat further, unable to maintain any forward momentum against the accelerated assault. Li Xue, on the western slope, felt the weight of multiple defensive matrices being rerouted to her position. Suddenly, her body cultivation was backed not just by her own power, but by the accumulated defensive arrays that Jiwei had constructed. When the cultivators attacked, they found themselves facing not just a woman of exceptional strength, but a structure that multiplied that strength through geometric enhancement. Qingwei, at the dimensional observation post, felt the network's decision and shifted her focus. She was no longer observing the Arbiter passively. She was building a barrier, something that could not hold indefinitely, but could hold long enough. Her ice cultivation expanded into the dimensional space itself, creating walls that were not physical, but were real in the way that spiritual barriers were real. Jiwei felt the shift in the ascension sequence and adjusted on the fly. The formation was no longer being optimized for a controlled rise. It was being optimized for acceleration. The matrices that had been carefully balanced began to surge, pushing the mountain upward with the kind of force that would have torn a normal structure apart. Lingsha felt the dimensional thread beginning to fray under the Arbiter's pressure. She did not try to hold it together. Instead, she pulled it backward, retracting the connection toward the heaven realm's side, using the void anchor stone as a barrier between the mortal realm's corruption and the heaven realm's purity. Suin felt all of this at once, the full weight of being bonded to 6 other pillars, while simultaneously connected to Yaozu through the foundation stone. Her dimensional awareness, which was still so new that she barely understood it, suddenly reached toward its full capacity. She could see the paths the energy was taking, could feel the architecture of the network as if it was her own body. And she could see the weaknesses. The network was not breaking, but it was approaching its limits. One more major assault, and something would fracture. One more delay, and the Arbiter would have time to fully form on this side of the dimensional boundary. The only way to survive the next few minutes was to make impossible decisions and hope that the network was as strong as it was designed to be. Yaozu made those decisions, with Xiao Wuying still pressing him. her smoke and shadow form growing more aggressive as she realized that the window for victory was closing. He channeled the network to do something that should not have been possible. He divided himself, not in body, but in consciousness. The seven-pillar network, designed for a single directed will, instead split into two coordinated wills. Yaozu himself remained focused on facing Xiao Wuying at the summit. But a secondary consciousness, powered by the network and anchored in the foundation stone, manifested at the dimensional barrier to confront the Arbiter's energy pillar. It was not a physical manifesto. It was an architecture confronting an architecture. Yaozu's network consciousness faced the Arbiter's corrupted form with pure intention and cooperative power, the thesis meeting its antithesis at the boundary between worlds. The collision was silent but vast. Chapter 114. Qingyue's revelation in the dimensional observation post. Qingyue felt the moment when the network split and grasped what Yaozu was attempting. It was beautiful and terrifying, splitting the network's consciousness to fight on two fronts. The 8 pillars of awareness that normally existed in unified harmony were suddenly dividing into 2 separate consciousness matrices. One remained focused on the immediate defense against Xiao Wuying and the pavilion's assault. The other manifested at the dimensional boundary to confront the Arbiter's energy tendril. The experience was disorienting. The ice cultivator's perception, which was normally precise and surgical, suddenly found itself fragmenting. She could feel Yaozu's consciousness stretching like taffy, becoming thinner, trying to maintain coherence across 2 separate conflict zones simultaneously. The strain was enormous. The bonds between the pillars flickered, actual disruptions in the spiritual frequencies that connected them. For moments at a time, Meihua would fade from the network's perception, her fire cultivation frequency becoming erratic. Then Qingyue would feel the bond re-establish and Meihua would return, her presence stabilizing once more. Shuli's sword cultivator precision would waver as the strain of the network's division manifested as instability in her tactical awareness. Li Shui's body cultivation would struggle to maintain its enhancement, the network's power flowing less reliably through the pathways they had established over months of bonding. The pillars' bonds were tested to their absolute limits. If the strain continued for more than another minute or two, something would break. Not suddenly, like a rope snapping under load, but gradually, like ice developing stress fractures that would eventually fail catastrophically. Qingyue was not panicking. Panic was an emotion for cultivators who had not spent decades learning to manipulate the most unforgiving element in the cultivation arsenal. Ice cultivators were taught that fear and panic were luxuries that could only lead to death. Instead, Qingyue approached the crisis with the cold, analytical precision that had defined her path for 300 years. She extended her perception into the void anchor stone and suddenly understood something that she had not been able to calculate before through mere logic and analysis. The stone's cracks, the damage from the first ascension, were not weaknesses. They were resonance points, places where the stone's internal structure had been fundamentally altered by the stress of the previous crossing. The cracks were not random fractures. They existed at specific angles, specific depths, creating a fractal pattern that existed simultaneously in multiple dimensional planes. The original architects who had designed the void anchor stone had not anticipated needing it to filter the faceless arbiter's corrupted energy, but they had designed it with redundancy and flexibility. The stone was meant to be damaged and then reconfigured. The cracks were meant to be pathways through which energy could be transformed, filtered, recalibrated. And more than that, she could feel the dimensional fabric around the stone, the places where it was thin enough to filter but not thick enough to block, the paths where energy could be channeled rather than merely contained. The stone was not a barrier that would stop the arbiter's energy. A barrier that complete would also prevent the ascension formation from functioning. Instead, the stone could be reconfigured into a selective filter, something that would allow the mountain to complete its ascension while blocking the arbiter's corrupted energy from penetrating into the heaven realm itself. And more than that, she could feel the dimensional fabric around the stone, the places where it was thin enough to filter but not thick enough to block, the paths where energy could be channeled rather than merely contained. She reached out to Lingsha through the network. The void anchor stone needs to be reconfigured. We can create a dimensional filter, something that will allow the mountain to complete its ascension while blocking the arbiter's corrupted energy. But it requires precision, and it requires someone to physically hold the stone during the transition and channel through it. Can you do it? Lingsha asked. No. My ice cultivation is precise, but not precise enough. The filter requires someone who understands dimensional resonance the way I understand ice. Someone who can perceive the exact frequency at which the arbiter's energy becomes incompatible with the heaven realm structure. Someone like Qinghua paused as the understanding crystallized. Like Suyin. But Suyin was bonded to the formation, sitting at her pedestal, her seventh pillar consciousness fully integrated with the network's architecture. Her power was being channeled into the ascension sequence, her dimensional awareness being used to help guide the mountain through the dimensional crossing. If she broke her meditation to hold the stone, the seventh pillar would collapse like a building losing a support wall. The entire network would fracture under its own weight. What if I hold the stone? Lingsha asked. The older woman's consciousness brushed against Qingyue's through the network, offering herself, volunteering to undertake the task. Your dimensional awareness is wide but not deep, Qingyue said, explaining the limitation with the precision of someone describing a mathematical constraint. The frequency resonance required to create the filter is not a matter of scope, but of depth of precision. You can perceive the boundaries between dimensions, but to hold them apart while the arbiter's energy is trying to breach them, that requires ice cultivator level precision. That requires someone who has spent centuries learning to maintain impossible structures under extreme pressure. Then I will make it work, Lingsha said, and Qingyue felt the determination coming through the network like a song. The older woman was already moving, already reaching for the void anchor stone with hands that had spent 3 centuries learning to manipulate dimensions. It was a generous offer, an attempt to protect her younger bonded partner from a task that would require sacrifice. But Qinghue was faster. She seized the moment of decision and spoke aloud, her voice carrying enough force that all the pillars heard her simultaneously through the network. I will hold it. The other pillars heard her declaration through the network, and the effect was instantaneous. Jiwei's formation matrices nearly collapsed as the formation master's attention faltered. The mental shock of understanding what Qingyue was volunteering to do disrupted the precise calculations that were maintaining the ascension sequence. The matrices wavered, and for a moment, the mountain's acceleration slowed. Meihua's phoenix flickered as the fire cultivator was startled by the significance of what Qingyue was proposing. The manifestation dimmed slightly, losing coherence as Meihua's focus shifted from the assault on the eastern slope to the realization that one of her bonded partners was about to do something monumentally dangerous. Shuli's sword stance wavered as the sword master's tactical awareness fragmented. For a moment, her defense against the cultivators attacking the formation weakened. Li Xue's defensive barrier dimmed as her body cultivation's amplification became less stable. Lingsha's dimensional thread stretched too far, nearly breaking, as the shock of Qingyue's declaration reached her consciousness. And Suyin's newly formed seventh pillar sparked as the newest member of the network felt the weight of what her elder was claiming. The young cultivator's consciousness reached toward Qingyue instinctively, trying to prevent her from doing this, trying to find some other solution. But Yaozu's divided consciousness remained clear. Through the foundation stone, he understood. Qingyue was not volunteering to hold the stone and maintain it safely while other pillars protected her. She was volunteering to hold the stone while it was exposed to the raw dimensional energy of the boundary during the critical phase of ascension. She was volunteering to be the interface between 2 incompatible realities, to become the barrier that would allow the mountain to ascend without the arbiter following. The holder would not simply experience power flowing through them. The holder would experience the shearing force of 2 realities trying to exist in the same space, pressing against each other, trying to interpenetrate and consume one another. And holding them apart would require the holder to become partially part of each reality, to exist at the intersection point where both worlds were trying to occupy the same space. It was a task that would require complete sacrifice. It was a task that could kill her. More than that, it was a task where death would be the best possible outcome. If something went wrong, if the filter collapsed, the holder would not simply die. They would be caught at the intersection of 2 incompatible dimensional frameworks, pulled apart by forces that would see her consciousness stretched across multiple planes of existence simultaneously until coherence became impossible. Qingyue, Yaozu said through the network, his divided consciousness focusing enough to address her directly. Are you certain? There was a moment of perfect silence in the network. In that moment, all the bonds between the pillars held steady. The golden sky above Cloudrest Peak remained visible. The Arbiter's energy pillar pressed against the dimensional barrier but did not yet penetrate. No, Qingyue replied, and her voice was clear and cold and carrying the quality of absolute conviction that ice cultivators understood better than anyone else. The cold was not cruelty or detachment. The cold was clarity. But I can do this. My ice cultivation is designed to handle extreme precision under pressure. I have spent 300 years learning to maintain structures that should not be possible to maintain, learning to keep impossible things in balance. The dimensional filter will be made of ice crystallized dimensional geometry, the deepest expression of my cultivation path. If anyone can hold it and survive, it is me. The logic was undeniable. Qingyue had the training, the experience, the specialized knowledge required. She was, objectively, the best candidate for the task. And if you do not survive? Yaozu asked. Then I will have lived a life that meant something. Qingyue replied. I will have become part of the structure that allows the ascending pillar sect to complete its purpose. I will have transformed from a cultivator into an architect, from an individual consciousness into a supporting element of something greater. Is that not what the foundation stone teaches? That cooperation sometimes requires sacrifice. That sometimes the greatest strength is in knowing when to give yourself completely to something larger than yourself. There was no argument that could counter that statement. There was no alternative that offered a higher probability of success. There was no time for extended debate. The Arbiter's energy pillar was beginning to breach Qingyue's defensive barrier. The ascension was reaching the critical threshold. In less than 2 minutes, the mountain would pass the point of no return. The moment when the gravitational and dimensional forces that were pulling it forward would exceed the power required to reverse the process. At that moment, the filter either needed to be established or it needed to be established during the most dangerous phase of the transition itself, when the mountain was existing partially in both realms simultaneously. Qingyue released her meditation at the defensive post and moved toward the formation chamber's heart. Her ice cultivation, which had been maintaining a massive defensive barrier, suddenly collapsed. The barrier dissipated like morning frost melting under sunlight. The defensive matrices she had been maintaining for hours, drawing on reserves of power that would have exhausted a normal cultivator, suddenly ceased to exist. The dimensional pressure above Cloudrest Peak increased exponentially. The golden sky flickered. The barrier itself seemed to ripple, as if the fabric of space itself was being stressed beyond its normal tolerances. Qingyue ran. Her ice cultivation propelled her with the kind of speed that only a heaven-bridging equivalent cultivator, boosted by the network's power, could achieve. She moved through the mountain's corridors as if the stone itself was cooperating with her passage, as if the structure was opening paths for her, guiding her toward the formation chamber's heart. She reached the stone and placed her hands upon its cracked surface. The moment her skin touched the jade, she felt the frequency of the cracks. They hummed with resonance, with potential, with the architecture of everything that had been planned 12,000 years ago when this stone was first created. Chapter 115, The Filter Activates. The moment Qingyue's hands touched the void anchor stone, she understood why the stone was cracked. It was not broken, it was opened. The cracks were not failures of manufacturing or damage from use. They were intentional pathways, designed by ancient cultivators who understood that sometimes a perfect vessel could not carry everything it needed to carry. Perfection was static. Perfection could not adapt. But a cracked vessel, when it was cracked according to precise geometric principles, could channel forces through its flaws in ways that perfect, unblemished stone could never manage. The cracks were not random fractures. They followed the principle of golden ratio spirals, of fractal patterns that existed simultaneously at multiple scales of magnitude. A crack that looked small at the macroscopic level was actually a gateway to vastly more complex pathways at the microscopic level. The stone had been deliberately designed to fracture in this way. to break in a manner that created maximum surface area for energy transformation while maintaining structural integrity. Qingyue began to channel her ice cultivation into the stone. Her power flowed like frozen water, like crystallized time itself, pushing into the cracks and along the pathways that had been laid down so long ago. The stone responded to her presence by crystallizing the dimensional geometry around its surface. Pathways formed in real time, thin and precisely drawn, incredibly complex structures that existed in dimensional space rather than physical space. These were not barriers that blocked the Arbiter's corrupted energy. Barriers would prevent ascension just as effectively as they prevented corruption. Instead, these were filters, structures that would dissolve that corruption into component parts, stripping away the chaos and the will that animated it, leaving only the inert dimensional force behind. The process was excruciating. Qingyue felt every moment of it in her consciousness, as if her own body was being torn apart and reformed simultaneously. The Arbiter's energy was not designed to be filtered. It was designed to consume, to corrupt, to twist whatever it touched into a reflection of its own broken architecture. It was the antithesis of structure, the embodiment of entropy given will and malice. Every moment that it touched the filter, it tried to break it, to overwhelm it, to turn the ice-crystallized geometry into something chaotic and corrupted. Qingyue held it through sheer will. But will was not enough. Will alone would have shattered under the assault. What held the filter together was something deeper. The ice cultivator's absolute commitment to her path, her 300 years of learning to say no to chaos, to maintain order at the boundaries of impossibility. Her consciousness spread across the filter like ice across a winter lake, permeating every crystalline structure, holding each delicate formation in place against the constant assault. She could feel every point of contact where the Arbiter's energy was testing the filter, seeking weaknesses, trying to find angles of approach that might allow penetration. She countered each test with equal precision, reinforcing the filter at the points of greatest pressure, drawing power from the deeper reserves of her cultivation. The work was not merely defensive. It was also transformative. With each moment that Qingyue channeled her power into the filter, she was not just holding the Arbiter back. She was also encoding her consciousness into the structure of the filter itself. Her precision, her discipline, her 300 years of training in the maintenance of impossible structures. All of it was being woven into the fabric of the dimensional barrier. But the costs were mounting exponentially. Her body, which had been sustained by cultivation reserves that seemed bottomless during normal practice, was beginning to show visible signs of depletion. The ice that made up the filter was drawing power directly from her spiritual core, pulling energy faster than even the heaven realm's accelerated cultivation speed could replenish. Every moment that the filter remained active was a moment that Qingyue's individual existence was being consumed, transmuted into the architecture of the filtration system. The paradox was not lost on her. In order to save the sect, she was destroying herself. In order to create a permanent barrier, she was transforming from an individual cultivator into something more like a mathematical formula, an equation given consciousness, the principle of ice cultivation made manifest as architecture. Her consciousness was spread across the dimensional filter, her ice cultivation maintaining precision against the constant assault of entropy. She could not block the energy entirely. The filter was not meant to be a perfect seal. It was meant to be a selective barrier that allowed the mountain to ascend while transforming the Arbiter's corrupted energy into something that could not penetrate the heaven realm. The boundary between realms began to shift. The mountain was now ascending past the halfway point, physically more in the heaven realm than in the mortal realm. The dimensional thread was retracting. Below, in the mortal realm, the cultivators who had been assaulting Cloudrest Peak suddenly found that the mountain they were climbing was no longer solid. The stone beneath their feet was becoming translucent, less real with each passing moment. One by one, they fell backward as the mountain ascended out from under them. Xiao Wuying leaped, trying to follow, her smoke and shadow form stretching to its absolute limit, attempting to remain in contact with the surface that was slipping away. But the boundary rejected her. She could not ascend. That was not her path. She fell back to the mortal realm, her ambition dying as the mountain rose beyond her reach. Gu, at the main approach, stood until the very last moment. then stepped back as the stone beneath him became transparent. The elder cultivator looked up at the mountain as it ascended, watched Cloudrest Peak vanish into the golden sky, and felt the connection to his bonded sect stretching but not breaking. The dimensional thread was being pulled back, contracting toward the heaven realm side, but a strand of it remained tethered to him in the mortal realm. The connection held. On the eastern and western slopes, Meihua and Lishue felt the mountain's acceleration and understood that the critical moment had passed. The ascension was no longer reversible. Cloudrest Peak was committing fully to the heaven realm, leaving the mortal realm behind. At the formation chamber's heart, Qingyue was bleeding. The ice that had crystallized around the void anchor stone was beginning to crack, and with each crack, her consciousness fractured as well. The filter was holding. The corrupted energy was being transformed. The mountain was ascending, but the cost was being paid in ice and blood and the slow shattering of a cultivator who had volunteered to stand at the boundary between worlds. Suyin felt her death beginning through the network. The seventh pillar, newest and most inexperienced, suddenly understood that her bonded partner was not going to survive this moment. Qingyue was choosing to remain at the stone, to keep the filter active, even as it killed her. No! Suyin screamed through the network, and her dimensional awareness reached backward through the bond, trying to find a way to save her elder. But it was Qingyue's choice, and choices, once made in the presence of the foundation stone, echoed across the entire network. "Let me do this," Qingyue said, and her voice was calm, ice crystal clear. "I have spent my entire cultivation cycle preparing for a moment of perfect precision. Allow me to have it." The filter held. The mountain ascended, and Qingyue, ice cultivator and second pillar of the ascending pillar sect, made her sacrifice into something more than mere death. She made it into part of the foundation stone itself, her consciousness, her precision, her absolute dedication to the path of cooperation absorbing into the jade token that had waited 12,000 years for someone worthy of it. Chapter 116. The dimensional crossing begins the moment that Cloudrest Peak fully crossed the dimensional boundary was not a moment of triumph, but of terrible clarity. The moment when the truth of what Qingyue had sacrificed became undeniably real. The mortal realm and the heaven realm were not merely different in power level or spiritual density. They were different in fundamental structure. The mortal realm existed at a frequency that prioritized physical law, gravity, inertia, conservation of energy, the rules that govern matter and energy at the most basic level. The heaven realm existed at a frequency that prioritized spiritual law, resonance, cultivation, the amplification of consciousness through communion with dimensional structure itself. Moving between those two frameworks required a complete restructuring of reality, not just for the mountain, but for every conscious being upon it. The cells of the body needed to be recalibrated to process energy at the new frequency. The consciousness of each cultivator needed to adjust to perceiving a world that operated according to different rules. Even the stone of the mountain itself needed to shift, to become less solid in a physical sense and more resonant in a spiritual sense. The seven-pillar network, now 6 pillars with one consciousness absorbed into the foundation stone, held the mountain together through that transition. But the holding was not without cost. Yaozu could feel Qingyue dissolving into the foundation stone. It was not a sudden process like death. It was gradual, like ice melting into water, like a cultivator's consciousness dispersing into the fabric of the world itself. The precision that had defined her consciousness was spreading, becoming less focused and more comprehensive, as if she was simultaneously becoming more and less present. The other pillars felt it as well. Through the network, each of them experienced the transformation of their bonded partner. Meihua felt the loss like flames being snuffed out. Shuli felt it like a sword being unmade, its structure dissolving back into raw ore. Jiwei felt it like a formation being deconstructed, its carefully balanced mathematics becoming pattern and then pure structure. Lishue felt it like a body returning to dust. Lingsha felt it like a consciousness expanding beyond the boundaries of individual perception. And Suyin, the youngest pillar, felt it like a teacher's final lesson. The understanding that sacrifice was not weakness but the ultimate expression of commitment. But beneath the loss was also understanding. Qingyue was not disappearing. She was transforming. Her consciousness was being woven into the foundation stone itself, becoming part of the living architecture that animated the Covenant system. The precision of her thought, the clarity of her ice cultivation, the 300 years of discipline that she had accumulated, all of it was being preserved and integrated into the stone structure. The mountain crossed. The boundary sealed behind them. The dimensional thread that connected them to the mortal realm snapped, retracting like a whip, pulling back toward the mortal realm side of the dimensional barrier. The sound it made was like a breaking string, a resonance that echoed through the spiritual substrate of both realms simultaneously. The mortal realm and the heaven realm were not merely different in power level or spiritual density. They were different in fundamental structure. The crossing required a complete restructuring of reality. The mountain, the cultivators upon it, the spiritual matrices that held them all together needed to be translated from one-dimensional framework to another. The seven-pillar network, now 6 pillars with one consciousness absorbed into the foundation stone, held the mountain together through that transition. Yaozu felt Qingyue dissolving into the foundation stone and understood that the network had been fundamentally altered. 6 bonded partners had become 5 bonded partners plus 1 living architecture. The foundation stone was no longer merely a tool that they used. It was alive with Qingyue's precision, her dedication, her ice-cold clarity about the nature of sacrifice. The mountain trembled. The translucent stone that had been becoming transparent suddenly blazed with light as the foundation stone began to absorb and integrate Qingyue's consciousness into its structure. The jade token cracked further, but not breaking, growing, expanding to accommodate the power that was being poured into it. Around the 7 pedestals, the pillars that still burned with individual cultivators' consciousness felt the shift. Meihua's fire flared as she realized her closest friend had just transformed into part of the fundamental architecture they were all standing upon. Shuli's steel grip tightened as the sword master understood the cost of the ascension. Jiwei's formations momentarily wobbled as the formation master's mind was split between maintaining the arrays and processing the loss. Li Xue's body cultivation accelerated as her enhanced senses caught the echo of Qingyue's consciousness spreading through the foundation stone. Lingsha's dimensional awareness stretched, touching the spaces where Qingyue had been and finding instead the presence of the ice cultivator as part of something vaster. Suyin, the newest pillar, felt her elder's absence and the strange comfort of knowing that absence was not death but transformation. The mountain crossed. The boundary sealed behind them. The dimensional thread that connected them to the mortal realm snapped, retracting like a whip. Below, in the world they had left behind, Yin Lingsha felt the connection break and knew that there was no longer a physical bridge between the 2 realms. But something remained, a memory of the connection, a promise in the dimensional fabric itself that said, "We will return." Cloudrest Peak entered the heaven realm fully. Not as an invader, but as a mountain that had earned the right to climb. The golden sky surrounded it. The 100-fold cultivation speed embraced it. The true ascension, the one that could not be undone, had begun. Chapter 117. Xiao Wuing makes her final attempt on the surface of the lower slopes, where she had been fighting Meihua and Li Xue. Xiao Wuing felt the exact moment when the mountain left the mortal realm. It was not a physical sensation. She could not see the moment of transition with her eyes, could not perceive it with any of her normal senses. But she could feel it spiritually, the sudden absence of the Sect's presence, the way that the cultivators she had been fighting against simply ceased to exist in this plane of reality. One moment, Meihua's phoenix was blazing on the eastern slope, forcing her cultivators backward with walls of flame. The next moment, the phoenix was gone. The mountain was gone. And in place of the tangible enemy she had been assaulting, there was only the dimensional barrier, shimmering slightly in the afternoon light. Xiao Wuing, heaven-bridging cultivator, one of the most powerful beings in the mortal realm, one of the rulers of a sect that had maintained dominance for centuries, was watching her greatest enemy escape beyond her reach. Every calculation she had made in the lead-up to this confrontation had been rendered irrelevant. Every strategy, every preparation, every assumption about how this engagement would unfold had been overturned. The Sect had not fallen. They had not been contained. They had not been defeated. They had ascended. Xiao Wuing made a decision that was not strategic but personal. not calculated but driven by emotion that had been accumulating since the first moment she had learned that Cloudrest Peak existed. She gathered the last of her amplified power, the reserves of cultivation that she had been maintaining in case the direct confrontation became catastrophic. She rose from the slope where she had been maintaining the assault, her smoke and shadow cultivation coalescing into a form that was no longer humanoid but purely energetic. She launched herself upward with a force that made the very air shatter. Her cultivator's leap was not the mundane jump of a physical body, but the manifestation of pure spiritual pressure translated into vertical velocity. She rose from the mortal realm's surface, accelerating as she climbed, her power pushing against the laws that bound ordinary beings to the earth. If she could not ascend properly through the formation and the ritual, perhaps she could force her way through the dimensional barrier itself. Perhaps she could claw her way after Cloudrest Peak and force a confrontation even in the heaven realm where their power would be amplified, but hers would not. It was a desperate hope, born of pride and refusal to accept defeat. She reached toward the vanishing mountain, her hands extended toward the dimensional boundary, toward that thin membrane that separated the mortal realm from the heaven realm. For a moment, she felt the surface, that translucent interface between worlds. For a moment, her fingers found purchase on something that was not solid in the conventional sense, but had the nature of a barrier, something that could be grasped and pulled against. She pulled. The boundary pushed back. It was not a physical force responding to physical pressure. It was not a cultivator defending their territory. It was the heaven realm itself, the fundamental structure of an entire realm rejecting intrusion from an unprepared being. The rejection was absolute and impersonal, not out of malice, but out of necessity. The heaven realm had rules. One could not simply climb into it through determination alone. One had to ascend, had to complete a ritual, had to go through the proper channels. Xiao Wuying, no matter how powerful her cultivation, no matter how superior her strength compared to Yaozu individually, no matter how much she had prepared for this moment, could not penetrate that seal by force. The barrier was not meant to be overcome by might, but to be passed through by transformation, and Xiao Wuying had not transformed. She fell backward. Her form tumbled through the air, her ascent reversing into descent. She crashed onto the slope where she had been fighting, where the stone was still scorched from Meihua's phoenix fire, where Li Xue's body cultivation had left visible depressions in the solid rock. The impact cracked stone beneath her. The wind was knocked from her lungs. Her smoke and shadow form, exhausted from the extended combat and the final desperate leap, dissipated like actual smoke scattering on a breeze. She returned to human appearance, gasping for breath, her expression twisted with fury and something more complex, something that might have been respect, might have been grudging admiration, might have been the recognition of a truth she had not wanted to accept. Above, the golden sky where Cloudrest Peak had vanished was now empty. There was nothing to attack, nothing to conquer, nothing to overcome through strategy or force. Just the barrier, shimmering slightly in the light of the afternoon sun, separating the mortal realm from a heaven that her ambition could not reach. Xiao Wuying pushed herself to her feet. She was bruised, bloodied, exhausted from hours of continuous combat. Her cultivation reserves were depleted. Her forces had been scattered. The soldiers of the Thousand Ren Pavilion were in retreat, falling back from the mountain, accepting that the battle was lost. She stood and surveyed the battlefield. The pavilion's cultivators had retreated in good order, at least, preserving their lives if not their victory. The assault had failed, not through any personal failure of tactics or courage, but through the fundamental limitation of mortal cultivation challenging an ascended sect. The sect that she had spent months trying to destroy had escaped, not into exile or even into mere survival, but into apotheosis. They had literally ascended beyond the realm where she had authority. Xiao Wuying did something she had not done in 300 years. She laughed. The laughter began as a small sound, almost a chuckle, and grew until it echoed across the slope. It was not the laughter of someone experiencing joy or amusement. It was the laughter of someone who had finally perceived the depths of her own miscalculation, who had finally understood that some battles could not be won regardless of preparation or power. The sect was gone. They had escaped. And whether that was ultimately an advantageous outcome for the Thousand Rin Pavilion would not be determined until much later, when the full implications of what Cloudrest Peak had achieved in the Heaven Realm became clear. Chapter 118. The transitional space between the mortal realm and the Heaven Realm existed, a space that was neither and both. It was the space that old ascended cultivators sometimes spoke of with fear or reverence. The transitional realm where reality was malleable, where time did not flow in a forward direction but in spirals and circles, where the boundaries between self and other became transparent. Cloudrest Peak was moving through that space. The mountain was not moving through distance as much as through layers of reality, descending into one framework of existence and ascending into another. From within the mountain, the cultivators could see both realms at once. The mortal world below, which was already becoming distant and dreamlike, and the Heaven Realm above, which was becoming increasingly solid and real. Yaozu stood at the formation chamber's center, his hands still resting on the foundation stone. That stone was alive now in a way it had never been before. He could feel Qingyue's consciousness within it, not separate but integrated, woven into the very structure of the covenant system. She was not gone. She was transformed. The 6 bonded pillars maintained their meditation around the central stone, but they were not meditating in the normal sense. They were channeling through the transitional space itself, using their consciousness to hold the mountain's reality stable as it moved between frameworks. At one point, as they passed through the deepest part of the transitional realm, the 6 of them felt something. A presence that was not the faceless arbiter and not a living cultivator, but something else entirely. It was like a whisper of something that had moved through this space before, a presence that had left an echo in the dimensional fabric. Suine, with her dimensional sensitivity still fresh and heightened, was the first to identify what they were feeling. Echoes, she said aloud, breaking her meditation. Cultivators who ascended before us. Their presence is still here, imprinted on the transitional space. The stairway to heaven sect, Yaozu said quietly. They ascended 12,000 years ago. The sage destroyed them before they could establish themselves in the Heaven Realm. The echoes grew stronger as they moved deeper into the transitional space. Yaozu could almost see them now, the ghostly forms of cultivators who had attempted to climb the same path that the ascending pillar sect was climbing. They were not threatening, but they were present, and their presence carried a message. One of the echoes moved closer. It took the form of a woman whose cultivation had been organized around pillar bonds, 7 pedestals, just like the ascending pillar sect, but in a configuration that suggested a different era, a different understanding of cooperation. The woman's form was transparent, made of light and memory, but her eyes were aware. You follow the old path, the echo woman said. The path that we first walked. But the sage believes the Heaven Realm cannot support what you are attempting. You will find great difficulty in establishing your sect in the place that rejected ours. Yaozu met the echo's eyes. Why are you still here? If the sage destroyed your sect, why do you remain? Because the destruction was not complete, the echo woman replied. Because the attempt to ascend matters more than the success of the ascension. Because somewhere in the Heaven Realm, the stairway to heaven sect still exists, diminished and hidden, but not destroyed. And if you succeed where we could not, perhaps the echo that is left of us will finally be able to rest. Then the echo faded as the mountain continued to rise. But the message remained, encoded in the transitional space itself. They were not the first to attempt this climb. And they carried with them the weight of an attempt that had failed 12,000 years ago. Chapter 119. The encounter in the transitional space. As Cloudrest Peak rose higher through the transitional realm, Yaozu experienced something that no normal cultivator should have been able to experience. He was not in a trance, but he was not fully conscious in the way that waking cultivators were. He existed in a state between, where his body remained anchored to the mountain's physical stone, but his consciousness stretched outward into the transitional space itself. In that state, he encountered the leader of the echo cultivators more directly. My name was Rual, the woman's echo said. Her form was clearer now that Yaozu's consciousness was fully present in the transitional space. I was the first pillar of the stairway to heaven sect, just as you were the first pillar of the ascending pillar sect. We believed, as you believe, that cooperation could reshape the nature of power in the Heaven Realm. We were not wrong about that belief, but we were wrong about the sage's tolerance for it. What happened? Yaozu asked. We ascended 7,000 years before you, Ruo's echo replied. The heaven realm was different then. The sage was younger, less certain. When we ascended and established our pillar covenant system, he saw it as a threat. Not because we consumed resources, but because we represented a path of ascension that anyone could follow. We proved that power did not require individual cultivation genius. It required cooperation and architecture. And the sage believed that if ascension could be made accessible, then the heaven realm would eventually fill with cultivators, and the balance that had existed since the beginning of time would be broken. So he destroyed you. He tried, Ruo's echo said. He failed to completely destroy us, but he succeeded in breaking our network. When a pillar covenant shatters, the members do not simply die. They fragment. They scatter across the dimensions. Some of us were expelled from the heaven realm entirely. Some remain here, echoes in the transitional space, unable to return to the mortal realm and unable to fully enter the heaven realm. We exist in a half-state, preserved by the architecture of our covenant system even after that system broke. Yaozu understood the horror of what Ruo was describing. To be bonded to other pillars through a covenant system was to share consciousness with them. If the covenant shattered, that sharing did not simply end, it fragmented. An individual consciousness would be split across the pieces of the covenant, unable to reunite, unable to become whole. Why? Yaozu asked. Why would the sage allow you to continue existing in that state instead of ending you completely? Because the sage, for all his ancient power, is bound by laws older than he is, Ruo's echo replied. The heaven realm has rules about the treatment of ascended beings. He could destroy a sect and prevent its ascension, but he could not unmake a being that had already achieved ascension. So he compromised. He broke our covenant system, scattering our consciousness, and then he set the terms under which we could never reform. Our sect cannot reunite. We are proof of what happens when a pillar covenant challenges the sage's authority. Yaozu felt the weight of that warning. You are telling me that the sage will do the same to us. I am telling you that the sage will try, Ruo's echo said. But you have learned from our failure. You have built a covenant system in the mortal realm first, proven its viability, already integrated one pillar into the foundation stone itself to make your architecture more robust. The sage will likely attempt to break you as he broke us. But you may be strong enough to survive the attempt in a way that we were not. And if we survive, Ruo's echo smiled, and it was a smile of profound sadness and hope mingled together. Then perhaps the fragments of my consciousness, scattered in this transitional space, will finally be able to move forward into whatever comes after. Perhaps our attempt, failed though it was, will have meant something because a later generation learned from our failure and chose a better path. The echo began to fade as the mountain rose higher into the transitional space. One more thing, Ruo said, her voice becoming distant as she dissolved. Qingyue's sacrifice, absorbing her consciousness into the foundation stone, that was not a loss. That was the first step toward making your covenant system unbreakable. The sage could potentially break you through severing the bonds between living pillars, through forcing you to make a choice between protecting the network and protecting yourselves individually. But he cannot sever a bond that has already been transformed into architecture. What you have done, intentionally or not, was create a pillar that cannot be broken because it is no longer a person to be threatened or corrupted. It is simply structure. It is simply the shape of cooperation made permanent. Yaozu felt the truth of those words reverberating through the foundation stone, through Qingyue's consciousness, through the entire network that bound them together. Your predecessor, he said, addressing the fading echo, did not fail. You blazed the path that we are now following. Every step of your journey, even the failed ascension, led to this moment. Then perhaps, Ruo's voice said from the dissolving echo, we can finally rest. And then the echo was gone, and Cloudrest Peak passed from the transitional space into the heaven realm proper. The voices of the ancient sects faded like the memory of a dream. The dimensional boundaries solidified. The passage that had briefly opened to allow communication across 12,000 years closed once more. But something had been transmitted in that contact. The knowledge that they were not the first to attempt this climb. The understanding that cooperation was not a new principle, but an ancient one. The recognition that the path they had chosen was written in the echoes of history itself. Yaozu emerged from his trance state to find cloudrest peaks stabilizing in the heaven realm, the golden sky solidifying above them, the spiritual density of the realm pressing down with the weight of countless ages. Chapter 120. Arrival in the heaven realm. The moment when cloudrest peak emerged fully into the heaven realm was like being born into a different world. The golden sky was real, not a visual effect, but an actual sky, hanging above a landscape that stretched to the horizon in all directions. The sky did not have the harshness of the mortal realm's sunlight, but instead had the warmth of being looked upon favorably by the universe itself. Everything was suffused with cultivation-dense spiritual energy, a pressure that accelerated growth and advancement simply by existing. A single breath in the heaven realm's atmosphere was equivalent to a day of normal meditation. A single moment of stillness allowed the body's spiritual core to expand and refine itself. The mountain settled into a new position, not back at the exact location it had occupied in the mortal realm, but in a space that felt right. A plateau floating in the golden void, supported by something that was not earth or stone, but was spiritual in nature. The stone beneath the cultivator's feet had changed. It was still the stone of Cloudrest Peak, still recognized as the mountain that had dwelled in the mortal realm for generations, but it had been transformed by the crossing. It was harder in a way that had nothing to do with physical density. It was more refined, more attuned to the heaven realm's frequency, as if the very molecular structure had been recalibrated to resonate at the higher dimensional pitch. All around them, in the golden distance, the Sect could sense other mountains. Dozens of them, perhaps hundreds, each one a floating plateau supporting an ascended Sect, each one older than the ascending pillar Sect by thousands of years. Some were massive, formations so vast that they stretched for miles in all directions, supporting cultivation complexes that might have housed hundreds or thousands of ascended beings. Others were small, isolated peaks barely larger than the one that Cloudrest Peak now occupied, presumably supporting single-family sects or small cultivation groups that had managed the climb to heaven through their own efforts. The landscape of the heaven realm was ancient, settled, the work of countless cultivators across innumerable ages. And now, because of Cloudrest Peak's arrival, it was disturbed. A new presence, an arrival that had not been permitted, was now manifesting itself in the realm's carefully balanced structure. Yaozu emerged from his meditation as the mountain's movement stilled. He could feel that the foundation stone had stabilized, that Qingyue's consciousness was now permanently woven into its structure. Not scattered, not diminished, but integrated into the living architecture that defined the ascending pillar sect's power. The covenant system was still intact, 6 living pillars plus 1 architectural pillar, bound through the stone itself into something that was no longer merely a cultivator's technique, but had become something closer to a law of nature itself. He stood, and the other pillars became aware of his stirring. They emerged from their meditation postures, each of them feeling the profound exhaustion that came after the ascension. Their cultivation reserves were completely depleted. Their spiritual cores were running on fumes, drawing on residual energy rather than on any stored power. They had given everything to make the climb, and what they had given had transformed them. Meihua's phoenix cultivation was guttering like a candle running out of oil. She stood only through force of will, her body appearing almost translucent in the golden light, as if she was barely maintaining physical form. Ren Shuli's sword was resting on her shoulder, the blade itself seeming heavier than it had ever been. The sword master's eyes carried the weight of combat exhaustion, but also something else, the understanding that a fundamental change had occurred and could not be reversed. Jiwei's instruments were dark, their power sources completely drained. The formation master was standing with her hands resting on empty air, reaching for array matrices that no longer existed because they had all been burned away in the process of maintaining the ascension. Han Lishua's body cultivation was fluctuating. Her physical form was flickering slightly, as if the enhancement that had kept her body so dense and powerful was beginning to fail. Her body wanted to return to normal human form, and only the network's support was preventing that collapse. Yun Lingsha's dimensional awareness was contracted, pulled inward, no longer extending across the multiple planes of perception that she normally maintained. She was, for the moment, almost entirely present in a single plane of existence. And by Suine, the seventh pillar, the newest member of the network, was simply kneeling, her eyes closed, her consciousness so deeply integrated with the foundation stone that she appeared almost catatonic. The bonding had cost her more than any of the others, the strain of being a new pillar while supporting the weight of the transformation having nearly crushed her consciousness entirely. But they were alive. They were here. The ascending pillar sect had reached the heaven realm. Yaozu moved to the center of the formation and placed his hand on the foundation stone. The moment his skin made contact with the jade, he felt the transformation. The stone was warm, not with heat, but with the presence of Qingyue's consciousness. It was pulsing, alive, its rhythm matching the beat of a cultivation cycle that was no longer individual but collective. "Welcome to heaven," Qingyue's voice said, and it came from everywhere and nowhere, from the stone itself, from the air, from the very frequency of the heaven realm's spiritual density. "Welcome home," Yaozu replied. He reached out through the network and felt the fatigue. The ascension had cost everything. All the stored power, all the amplification, all the reserves that had been accumulated during the preparation phase were exhausted. The 6 living pillars were depleted, their cultivation reserves empty, their consciousness stretched to the limit of coherence. But they were alive. The mountain had ascended. The sect had reached the heaven realm. Meihua was the first to open her eyes. Her phoenix cultivation burned at the edge of exhaustion, barely maintaining form, but her eyes blazed with triumph as she looked at the golden sky and recognized the truth. They had made it. Shuli opened her eyes second, her gaze immediately moving to the foundation stone, understanding without being told what had happened to Qingyue. The sword master's expression hardened, but beneath the hardness was something like peace. Qingyue had chosen her path. Shuli would honor that choice. Jiwei, Li Xue, Ling Sha, and Suine followed, each opening their eyes to the reality of the heaven realm. The formation master immediately began assessing the damage to the mountain's defensive arrays. Li Xue's body cultivation was cycling rapidly, trying to process the input from a realm that was 100 times denser than anything she had experienced before. Ling Sha was observing the other mountains with the intensity of someone calculating their strengths and weaknesses. Suine was simply staring upward at the golden sky, her dimensional awareness absorbing the fundamental structure of the realm itself. They had ascended. They had left the mortal realm behind, where Xiao Wuying stood defeated at the base of the barrier. They had passed through the transitional space, where the echoes of ancient cultivators had warned them of what to expect. They had weathered the assault of the faceless arbiter and survived. And they had transformed one of their own into the living foundation of their covenant system. But they were not victorious. They were not safe. Around them, in the distant mountains of the heaven realm, cultivators older than kingdoms were observing the arrival of the ascending pillar sect with ancient, calculating eyes. The golden sky stretched above Cloudrest Peak, infinite and eternally bright. Below, in the mortal realm they had left behind, the seal on the faceless arbiter was badly damaged, and their allies were still fighting to contain it. In the dimensional substrate of the heaven realm, the echoes of the stairway to heaven sect still moved, trapped between worlds, hoping that a new generation had learned from their failure. And in the foundation stone, now alive with the consciousness of an ice cultivator who had chosen sacrifice over survival, the true architecture of the ascending pillar sect began to solidify. It was no longer a system that Yaozu was maintaining through will and power. It was becoming something autonomous, something that could persist even if the living pillars fell, something that the sage himself could not unmake. The 7 pillars had become 6 living pillars and 1 architectural pillar. And that transformation changed everything. The golden sky stretched above Cloudrest Peak, infinite and eternally bright. The spiritual density pressed down like a benediction, accelerating cultivation and growth simply through its presence. The mountain settled into its place among the other ascended sects, a newcomer to a community of ancients, a disruption to a balance that had existed for ages. Below, in the mortal realm they had left behind, time continued to flow at its normal pace. Xiao Wuying stood defeated at the base of the dimensional barrier, watching the golden sky where Cloudrest Peak had vanished. Her thousand-rin pavilion had failed to prevent the ascension, failed to crush the sect before it could achieve its goal. But the war was not over, merely transformed into a different kind of conflict, one that would be fought across different planes of existence. In the dimensional substrate of the Heaven Realm, the echoes of the stairway to Heaven Sect continued to move, trapped between worlds, hoping that a new generation had learned from their failure. But something had changed with the Ascending Pillar Sect's arrival. The echoes felt lighter, as if a burden had been lifted. The previous attempt at ascension had not been in vain. Their message had reached forward across 12,000 years and guided another sect to a path that might succeed where theirs had failed. And in the foundation stone, now alive with Qingyue's consciousness, the true architecture of the Ascending Pillar Sect began to solidify. It was no longer a system that Yaozu was maintaining through will and power. It was becoming something autonomous, something that could persist even if the living pillars fell. The consciousness of an ice cultivator, transformed into a living architecture, became the guarantor of the sect's persistence. The 7 pillars had become 6 living pillars and 1 architectural pillar. And that transformation changed everything. The foundation stone pulsed with a frequency that had never existed in the Heaven Realm before. The song of cooperation amplified by sacrifice, the architecture of covenant translated into the deepest language of creation itself. Every ascended sect in the Heaven Realm felt it, a new note in the symphony of power that had been playing since the beginning of time. Above the mountain, the 3 moons that orbited the Heaven Realm continued their eternal dance. Below, in the mortal realm, stars wheeled across the night sky. And suspended between worlds, on a plateau of stone that had risen beyond the reach of ordinary cultivation, 7 pillars blazed with a light that was not borrowed from the sky or the sun, but was generated from the cooperation of souls bound together in a covenant as old as the foundation stone itself. The Ascending Pillar Sect had reached heaven, and the real climb, the one that would determine whether 7 women and 1 architect could change the shape of a world that had been designed to prevent exactly what they were doing, had only just begun. But for now, in this moment, as the 6 living pillars recovered from the strain of ascension, and Qingyue's consciousness settled into its new form within the foundation stone, there was something like peace. The mountain was stable. The network was intact. The covenant held. Build together. Build higher. Build forever. Yaozu moved to the center of the formation and placed his hand on the foundation stone. The moment his skin made contact with the jade, he felt the transformation. The stone was warm, not with heat, but with the presence of Qingyue's consciousness. It was pulsing, alive, its rhythm matching the beat of a cultivation cycle that was no longer individual but collective. "Welcome to heaven," Qingyue's voice said, and it came from everywhere and nowhere, from the stone itself, from the air, from the very frequency of the Heaven Realm's spiritual density. It was not the voice of an individual cultivator, but the voice of an architecture becoming conscious. "Welcome home," Yaozu replied. He pressed his palm against the foundation stone and felt the presence of his bonded partner. She was not gone. She was transformed into something larger than individual existence, but she was present. The other 5 pillars gradually emerged from their meditation states. Meihua was the first, the Phoenix cultivator's consciousness returning to individual awareness after nearly an hour of channeling her power into the network. Shuli followed, the sword master opening her eyes with the deliberate slowness of someone waking from profound sleep. Jiwei came next, her consciousness disengaging from the formation matrices that had sustained the ascension. Li Shiyue and Ling Sha emerged together, their auras stabilizing as the network released the enhanced amplification that had characterized the combat phase. And Suyin, the newest pillar, remained kneeling before the foundation stone. The young cultivator's consciousness was still partially integrated with the stone, as if her bonding had created a more permanent overlap between her awareness and Qingyue's. Through the network, the other pillars could feel her processing the reality of having been bonded to 6 other cultivators, while simultaneously having one of those bonded partners transform into architecture. "How many?" Suyin asked, her voice carrying an odd quality that suggested she was speaking through multiple layers of perception simultaneously. 5 living pillars, 1 architectural pillar. Qingyue's voice replied. But the architectural pillar is more stable than any individual consciousness could ever be. And it is learning what it means to exist not as a person, but as a structure. The sensation is not what you would expect. It is neither loss nor gain, but transformation into something entirely new. Suyin absorbed this explanation and slowly stood. When she opened her eyes, there was something different about her gaze. It was no longer entirely present in the physical plane. Part of her awareness remained at the intersection between individual consciousness and architectural integration, observing what Qingyue was experiencing in her transformation. End of Step 6, Chapter 121. First day in Heaven. Shun, Yaozu opened his eyes to a sky of solid gold. Not metaphorically. The entire dome above Cloudrest Peak shimmered with liquid luminescence, as if the heavens themselves were breathing fire through a filter of purest amber. The spiritual density hit him like a physical pressure, not painful, but so overwhelming that his first breath in the heaven realm felt like drawing pure oxygen into lungs accustomed to thin air. His nascent soul, that crystalline core of consciousness at his lower dantian, blazed with sudden clarity. Every cell in his body was responding to the realm's fundamental nature, the way the laws of cultivation operated here at a frequency so elevated that even his advanced cultivation felt like awakening from a long sleep. 1 hour of meditation in this place produced more cultivation progress than a week in the mortal realm. And that calculation was conservative. Jiwei, who had been tracking spiritual energy accumulation through her formation sensibility during the crossing, estimated the ratio might be closer to 10-1, or even 20-1 if they positioned the meditation chambers at optimal ley line confluence points. Yaozu moved carefully, each step confirming that his body had survived the dimensional crossing intact. The ascension had been violent. The passage through the barrier between realms had involved forces that should have disintegrated everything organic. The stairway protocol had saved them. That unified 7-pillar formation that had reconfigured the sect's fundamental architecture at the moment of crossing. But the cost had been substantial. His robes were torn. His skin was marked with lines where the dimensional pressure had nearly found purchase. His nascent soul still vibrated with the echo of tremendous forces. He sat in the main hall of Cloudrest Peak, the foundation stone beneath him thrumming with renewed energy. Around him, the 7 pillars of the ascending pillar sect, the ones that had formed the stairway protocol moments before the crossing, now stood stable, each one at the cardinal and axis points of the mountain. But damage was evident everywhere, a stark reminder of the violence they had survived. The eastern face of the mountain was blackened, the stone itself scorched by the clash between the ascending sect and the 1,000 Rin Pavilion's attackers. 3 of Jiwei's formation layers, the defensive matrices she had painstakingly woven into the very stone of the mountain over months of work, had collapsed during that battle, sacrificing their complexity to buy time for the crossing. The void anchor stone, the masterwork of crystalline geometry that Qingyue had channeled for the dimensional transition, sat cracked in its pedestal on the 3rd floor of the main tower, milky white light seeping steadily from the fracture lines. The damage was severe enough that without Qingyue's continuous channeling through the bonded network, the stone would have shattered completely. The mountain's foundations still trembled slightly, not from instability but from adjustment, as though the stone itself was recalibrating to exist in a realm where the fundamental laws of cultivation operated at a frequency 10 times higher than anything in the mortal world. The cost had been more than physical damage. 2 members of the support staff had been lost during the final push, not killed directly, but their consciousness severed when the dimensional barrier closed. Dashin and Gu had made it through, but Gu was injured and Dashin had chosen to remain in the mortal realm, maintaining the mountain's tether to its original location. 5 of the bonded members had expended cultivation reserves at dangerous rates during the protocol's activation, and the entire structure of Cloudrest Peak needed reassessment, reconstruction, reinforcement. Yaozu extended his spiritual awareness outward, past the pillar network, into the heaven realm itself. It was like opening his inner eye to find an ocean he'd never suspected existed. The ley lines of the mortal realm had been distinct and traceable. Major pathways of spiritual energy that flowed in predictable patterns, influenced by geography and human cultivation, operating according to rules that could be understood and worked with. The heaven realm's ley lines were fundamentally different. They were not static patterns, but a living network, constantly shifting and reorganizing in response to cultivation activity, resonating with frequencies that made the mortal realm's ley lines look like still water by comparison. Every ascended sect mountain within 10,000 li was broadcasting its presence into that network, visible pulses of power, each one radiating its own distinct cultivation signature, each one absolutely certain of its place in the established hierarchy. He could sense them now. A sect mountain to the northwest that radiated the cultivator's signature of metal attribute mastery, its ley lines arranged in geometric perfection. Another to the southeast that pulsed with the slow, steady accumulation of 500 years of cultivation advancement. To the east, a presence so vast and complex that it almost transcended individual perception. A sect so ancient and powerful that its very existence was a statement about what could be achieved through millennia of patient cultivation. Cloudrest Peak, newly arrived with its 7 pillars and cracked void anchor stone and blackened eastern slope, was not yet part of that network. It was, technically, an invasion. An intrusion into a realm that had been carefully governed and managed by the same power structures for more than 13,000 years. The 9 most powerful sect mountains in the heaven realm had established protocols, resource allocation systems, carefully maintained equilibrium. And Cloudrest Peak had just arrived and disrupted all of it by merely existing. Footsteps crossed the hall's stone floor. Gu Changfeng entered, moving with deliberate slowness. The elderly advisor had taken injury during the crossing, not fatal, but substantial in ways that even the heaven realm's accelerated healing could not immediately address. His left arm was wrapped in silk bandages that had been soaked in medicinal paste made from herbs Zhuwei had gathered during the first hours after arrival. His face, weathered and lined from 60 years of cultivation and combat, had taken on an even older cast, the kind that came from pushing one's cultivation reserves beyond safe limits and depleting them to dangerous levels. He looked at Yaozu for a long moment, reading the exhaustion there, then moved to the windows facing east, toward the damaged slope where the mountain stone had been scorched black. "You've been awake?" Gu asked. "Since before dawn, or whatever they call it here." Yaozu gestured toward the golden sky that remained unchanging, neither brightening nor dimming. There are no sunrises or sunsets in the heaven realm, just an eternal noon, neither increasing nor decreasing, unchanging like the laws of cultivation at this level. Gu nodded slowly, his eyes tracking across the golden expanse. "I thought about that yesterday, while we were settling the injured and assessing the damage. Thought about how old I am. How many times I've watched the sun complete its daily cycle, thousands upon thousands. Morning and evening were the rhythm of my entire existence." He was quiet for a moment, lost in memory. "Never thought I'd end up in a place where the sun doesn't move." "Did you?" "Never thought I'd end up anywhere," Yaozu said. It was true in ways that Gu, with his 60 years of cultivation and service to various sects, would understand differently than someone who had never known the weight of futility. At the bottom of Iron Dust City's slums, with a cracked jade token and no prospects, no recommendations, no sect willing to accept him even as a servant, the extent of his future had been measured in seasons, not years. Success meant surviving another harvest. Advancement meant not starving. The fact that I'm here, that any of us are here, that we somehow managed to cross the dimensional barrier while being attacked by heaven-bridging cultivators and nearly destroyed by the faceless arbiter's corruption, it still doesn't feel entirely real. It's real enough. Gu's voice carried the weight of 60 years of experience, of surviving when survival was not guaranteed, of serving through changes that should have destroyed everything. "I've fought for 6 decades, Yaozu. Started as a junior cultivator in a sect that fell to a larger sect, which fell to an even still larger sect, which felt a spiritual calamity that none of us could have predicted. I've lost count of how many times I was on the wrong side of a losing battle, how many times I watched good people die for sects that did not deserve them." He turned from the window to face Yaozu directly, his aged eyes clear and focused. "I think the heaven realm is a place where the things that were supposed to be finished, that were supposed to fail and disappear, finally get the chance to become what they were meant to be." Before Yaozu could respond to this observation, Meihua burst through the side entrance with the urgency of someone bringing important information. Her phoenix fire aura flickered around her form in the distinctive pattern it took when she was stressed or actively channeling defensive power. Her hair was singed at the tips, her robes torn at the right shoulder, where someone's cultivation attack had come close to scoring a direct hit, and her eyes blazed with an energy that had nothing to do with the heaven realm's golden sky and everything to do with the intensity of what she had been working on. Yaozu, we have a problem, she announced. Qingyue won't release the void anchor stone. She's been channeling it for 18 hours straight, and she's not responding to attempts to wake her consciousness. Chapter 122. The Void Anchor Stone's Crisis. It took 3 hours of investigation to understand what Meihua meant. Qingyue, the second pillar and the cultivator most intimately bonded with the Void Anchor Stone during the crossing, was indeed channeling at dangerous levels. But she was not trapped. She was not unconscious or forced against her will. She had entered a voluntary state of deep channeling that transcended normal meditation, a deliberate choice to keep the cracked anchor stone from complete dissolution. Yaozu found her in the third-floor chamber where the stone sat in its pedestal, surrounded by arrays of formation matrices that Jiwei had constructed to help stabilize the channeling. Qingyue's physical body was motionless, her breathing so shallow as to be almost undetectable, her consciousness entirely merged with the ice-blue crystal that was the foundation of their dimensional anchor to the mortal realm. The crack running through the stone was worse than he had realized. During the dimensional crossing, when the anchor stone had been subjected to forces that should have destroyed it entirely, the crystal's internal structure had fractured along lines of stress. The milky white light that bled from those fractures was not energy leaking out, but something else. The stone's attempt to maintain coherence through the application of raw cultivation power, channeled continuously through the only consciousness that had achieved sufficient intimacy with the stone to guide that power. If Qingyue released her concentration for even a moment, the fractures would propagate. The stone would shatter. The dimensional connection between Cloudrest Peak and the mortal realm would collapse. Lin Dashan, waiting below, would lose his connection. The mountain's root, the metaphysical anchor that connected the physical stone of the peak to its position in the heaven realm's ley lines, would destabilize. She's burning herself, Jiwei said quietly. The fifth pillar's formation sensibility allowed her to perceive the spiritual energy flow through Qingyue's channels with perfect clarity. Her nascent soul is channeling power at a rate that would normally require complete rest to recover from. If she continues for more than another 12 hours, she'll damage her cultivation base. Why did she take this on alone? Yaozu asked, though he already knew the answer. They all knew. In the moments before the dimensional crossing, Qingyue would have been the one channeling the anchor stone's power. That was her role as the second pillar, her specialized bond with the water attribute and ice element cultivation. When the crossing impact nearly shattered the stone, she would have automatically increased her channeling, driven by the bonded network's instinctive response to danger. By the time the crossing completed, she would have been locked in a feedback loop. The more damaged the stone became, the more power she had to channel to keep it stable. The more power she channeled, the more critical her role became. The more critical her role became, the less she could afford to release her control. It was a trap of her own making, chosen willingly because the alternative was allowing the mountain to lose its connection to the mortal realm. I need to take over the channeling, Yaozu said. You don't have ice attribute cultivation, Jiwei replied. Your attempt to directly channel the stone would be less efficient. It could damage it further. Then what's the solution? Yaozu asked. Jiwei was quiet for a moment. Her formation sense perception was extending through the stone, analyzing the fracture patterns, the stress points, the geometry of damage. The stone is trying to reorganize itself around the fractures. That's what the light is, not energy escaping, but the stone's internal structure attempting to realign to incorporate the damage rather than be destroyed by it. If we could support that process, accelerate that reorganization, the stone might stabilize on its own. How? By integrating heaven realm materials, Jiwei said. The stone was created in the mortal realm. It's optimized for that environment. But we're in the heaven realm now, where spiritual density is 100 times higher. If we could fuse heaven realm stones into the fractures, create a hybrid structure that incorporated both densities, the stone might achieve a new equilibrium. You're talking about reconstructing it, Yaozu said. I'm talking about healing it in a way that makes it stronger than before, Zhiwei corrected. That's possible, theoretically, but it requires material we don't have access to yet. Yaozu looked down at Qingyue's motionless form, her consciousness entirely absent from her body, existing only in the space between her cultivation power and the cracked crystal's desperate need. How long do we have before her channeling becomes unsustainable? 6 hours, maybe 8 if she's lucky, Zhiwei said. After that, the damage to her cultivation base becomes permanent. The solution came to him while meditating on the summit. Yaozu extended his consciousness through the foundation stone, that central nexus that all 7 bonded members could access, and into the heaven realm's ley lines. The spiritual density here was overwhelming, visibly denser than anything in the mortal realm, but it was not useless density. It was organized. It was integrated into the structure of the realm itself. If he could extract portions of that integrated spiritual energy and compact them into physical form, material could be created that matched the heaven realm's nature rather than the mortal realm's. It was something he had never attempted before. The foundation stone showed him the possibility, but the execution would require perfect control and a level of cultivation manipulation that nascent soul level should technically not be capable of managing. He did it anyway. For 4 hours, Yaozu sat in perfect meditation at the summit of Cloudrest Peak, extending his consciousness into the heaven realm's ley lines and carefully, methodically extracting fractional portions of the accumulated spiritual energy. Each extraction was infinitesimal, a fraction of a percent from the vast network. But each extraction was shaped and compressed and guided down through the foundation stone into the chamber where Qingyue maintained her desperate vigil over the cracked anchor stone. Zhiwei, who understood formation architecture better than anyone except perhaps Yaozu himself, caught on to what he was attempting and began to position the extracted energy into the fracture lines. She worked with minute precision, using her formation sensibility to guide each tiny accumulation of heaven realm material into exactly the right position, creating an interface between the mortal realm stone and the heaven realm density. By the time Yaozu completed his extraction and compression process, nearly 2 hours had passed. Qingyue's consciousness was burning with the strain of channeling, but Zhiwei had managed to create a partial scaffold, heaven realm material integrated into the fractures, providing structural support that reduced the burden on Qingyue's channeling power. Release, Yaozu commanded through the bonded network. Qingyue's consciousness did not respond. She was too deep in her channeling state to hear normal communication. So Yaozu did something different. He opened the bonded network fully, not just Qingyue's connection to the stone, but her connection to all 6 of the other bonded members. Through those connections flowed support, power, and the most important thing, permission. Permission to release the burden she had taken on. Permission to let others carry part of the weight. Qingyue's eyes opened. Her consciousness snapped back into her body with an audible gasp. She collapsed backward, away from the anchor stone, her cultivation depleted but her essence intact. The stone did not shatter. The fractures held. The interface between mortal and heaven realm material, imperfect and incomplete as it was, proved sufficient to distribute the channeling burden across Zhiwei's formation networks rather than requiring Qingyue's singular focus. You took an enormous risk, Qingyue said as Yaozu helped her to her feet. We needed you alive, Yaozu replied. What you did, Qingyue continued, her ice attribute cultivation aura still flickering with stress, extracting and shaping heaven realm density without the physical medium to work with. That should have been impossible at nascent soul level. The foundation stone made it possible, Yaozu said. The bonded network made it possible. Being surrounded by people I trust to catch what I couldn't manage alone made it possible. End of chapter 122. It took 3 hours to understand what Meihuan meant. Qingyue, the second pillar and the cultivator most intimately bonded with the void anchor stone during the crossing, had entered a trance state that she couldn't, or wouldn't, escape. The cracked crystal was channeling her consciousness somewhere beyond the normal sensory range. When Yaozu approached her meditation position, he felt it immediately. She was not lost or confused. She was integrated with something vast. She's holding it together, Zhiwei said quietly. The fifth pillar, who understood formations better than anyone else in the sect, stood beside the cracked stone and traced the fracture pattern with one finger. The anchor stone came through the dimensional transition damaged. Without her consciousness actively sealing the fractures, it would shatter completely. The whole dimensional tether would collapse. How long can she maintain it? Yaozu asked. Hours. Maybe a day, if we cycle her through the bonded energy. Jiwei's expression was grim. But not longer than that. Her consciousness will burn out. Yaozu placed his hand on the cracked stone and extended his nascent soul's awareness through the network. Qingyue was there, somehow both present and absent, her consciousness woven through the crystal like thread through cloth. The heaven realm's spiritual density was flowing through her into the stone, helping to stabilize it, but only because she was actively channeling it. She was not defending the stone. She was becoming it. It took him a full day to understand the solution. Yun Lingsha and Bai Suyin, the sixth and seventh pillars, who had both developed sensitivity to dimensional architecture, worked with him to trace how the void anchor stone had been damaged. The fracture pattern wasn't random. It followed the lines where the stone's original structure had been stressed during the ascension, where the dimensional forces had pressed hardest. The stone itself was trying to reorganize around those stress points. The answer came to him at midnight. If such a thing could be said to exist under the eternal golden sky. We don't repair it, Yaozu said to Jiwei, Yun Lingsha, and Suyin. We rebuild it. Not with mortal realm materials. With heaven realm stone and spiritual density. Jiwei's eyes widened. You want to use the heaven realm's own ley lines to reconstruct the anchor stone? I want Qingyue to channel them while we weave the new structure, Yaozu confirmed. The heaven realm is 100 times denser than the mortal realm. If we can integrate that density into the stone's architecture while it's being reformed, we don't get a repaired crystal. We get something stronger. It was a theory. Yaozu had no certainty it would work. But that was the nature of the heaven realm, he realized. Certainty was a mortal realm luxury. Here, at the edge of a vast power structure that had been operating for millennia without him, with other sects watching his every move, with a celestial court that he had not yet even met, certainty was something he would have to create. So he did. The reconstruction of the void anchor stone took 4 days. Yaozu worked with Qingyue in her trance state, extending the bonded network through her consciousness into the crystal. He worked with Jiwei to design the new formation pathways. He worked with Yun Lingsha and Suyin to map the dimensional channels that would make the stone stable not just for a moment, but permanently. He worked with Li Shiyue, the fourth pillar, to anchor the process in the physical body's cultivation principles, ensuring that the stone could draw on the heaven realm's energy without becoming unstable. And the entire time, beneath the eternal golden sky, he felt the attention of distant powers watching. The heaven realm was vast, but it was not empty. Other ascended sects, established for centuries and millennia, could sense new arrivals. They were watching to see whether Cloudrest Peak would become a rival or a corpse. By the 4th day, the void anchor stone had grown larger. Not broken now, but fully reformed, its surface smooth and ice blue, its interior clear and unblemished. Qingyue released it from her consciousness, and Yaozu caught her as she collapsed into his arms, her cultivation depleted but her essence intact. She opened her eyes and smiled weakly. We succeeded? We succeeded, he confirmed. Then, she whispered, I can rest now. The first morning after the void anchor stone was stabilized, Yaozu finally took time to assess their full situation. The sect had escaped the mortal realm. The Arbiter's corruption was still present somewhere in the dimensional layers below. The celestial court had taken notice. And Cloudrest Peak itself, the physical mountain they had brought with them through the dimensional crossing, was damaged and adjusting. He meditated for exactly 2 hours in the heaven realm's golden light, and the clarity that came to him would have taken a week of meditation in the mortal realm to achieve. His nascent soul was approaching its limit. Tao-seeking, the 5th cultivation rank, was within reach. The heaven realm's spiritual density made the breakthrough feel imminent, a matter of days, perhaps, rather than months. Meihua had already sensed the possibility of reaching nascent soul. Shuli and Qingyue, having pushed themselves during the crossing, were near the peak of core formation. The other bonded members were advancing at rates they had never experienced. But advancement without stability was dangerous. They had a mountain with cracked defenses. They had a celestial court that had not yet decided whether they were rivals or threats. They had no allies in a realm where every other ascended sect had centuries of relationship structures already in place. And they had 9 people who had sworn a bond that multiplied their strength through cooperation. 7 of them were now bonded into the Sect's pillar network. 2 remained unbound, by Suyin, whose role was to help stabilize dimensional pathways, and Gu Changfeng, who had chosen to serve as an advisor and steward rather than a pillar. Gu, who sat in the upper courtyard now, watching the golden sky with the expression of an old man who had lived long enough to see everything change and somehow also to stay the same. Yaozu sat down beside him. "I was thinking," Gu said without preamble, "about the contract I signed when I started working on Cloudrest Peak. Do you remember what it said?" "No," Yaozu admitted. "Neither do I exactly. But it was the usual arrangement. I would serve for 5 years, receive a stipend, and then probably die quietly in some junior cultivator's dormitory." Gu's weathered hand rested on the stone between them. "Instead, I'm in the heaven realm. And I'm still alive. And the thing that was hunting us has lost its power to hunt." He was quiet for a moment. "That counts as a victory, I think." "You're injured," Yaozu said. "I'm old. The injury is almost secondary." Gu looked at him. "What I want to know is whether you're ready for what comes next." Yaozu considered the question seriously. He had broken through from Qi stage to core formation, from core formation to nascent soul. He had survived a corrupted faceless arbiter. He had brought a mountain through the dimensional membrane and into a realm where cultivation operated at a fundamentally different scale. He had stood in front of the Stairway Protocol's 7 pillars and coordinated them into a weapon. And yet, looking at the other sect mountains visible in the distance through the golden haze, he felt young and unprepared. "No," he said honestly. "I'm not ready. But I will be." Gu smiled. "That's what I wanted to hear." By the 7th day in the heaven realm, a new structure was emerging. Jiwei had assessed the mountain's damage and determined that 3 formation layers could be rebuilt stronger than before, using materials that the heaven realm itself provided. A dense stone that glowed faintly with spiritual energy, superior to anything in the mortal realm. Yun Lingsha and Bai Suyin had mapped the dimensional currents around Cloudrest Peak and begun anchoring them, creating a stabilized position that would be harder for external forces to simply remove or displace. The 7 bonded members were falling into a new rhythm. Meditation was no longer a precious resource to be guarded and planned. It was something they did for hours at a time, each session producing visible advancement. They could feel the difference in their own bodies and spirits. The ache of long cultivation, the exhaustion that had been constant in the mortal realm, was giving way to something else. Energy, clarity, power. But beneath it all, something else was building. A presence in the distance, deliberate and slow. Not an attack, but an announcement. The Celestial Court, perhaps, finally responding to the fact that a new sect mountain had appeared in their realm. Yaozu stood on the summit of Cloudrest Peak, the 7 pillars rising around him like the spokes of a wheel. The golden sky pressed down from above. The spiritual density of the heaven realm flowed through the ley lines beneath his feet. And somewhere in that vastness, 9 different ascended sect mountains, each one centuries or millennia old, suddenly aware of an intruder in their carefully maintained space. He took a breath of the heaven realm's pure spiritual air and waited for the response. End of Chapter 125. Chapter 123. Assessment and preparation. The work of stabilizing Cloudrest Peak in the heaven realm consumed the next 3 days. Jiwei worked ceaselessly to rebuild the formation layers that had collapsed during the crossing, but the reconstruction was more complex than simple repair. The mortal realm formation architecture, designed for an environment where spiritual density was baseline and cultivation advancement required years of patient effort, did not translate directly to heaven realm conditions. The formations need to be retuned, Jiwei explained to Yaozu on the 2nd day of reconstruction. In the mortal realm, a formation layer is designed to hold stable for extended periods, months or years, with only periodic adjustment. Here, the spiritual density is so high that formations either reorganize themselves hourly or destabilize completely. I need to build in dynamic recalibration. Is that possible? Yaozu asked. Unknown, Jiwei said frankly. No formation architect from the mortal realm has ever attempted this before. We're working without reference materials or precedent. But the alternative is having defensive formations that collapse when attacked, and I suspect the Celestial Court will test our defenses relatively quickly. The Celestial Court. The phrase hung in the air. A collective governance body that had been managing the heaven realm's power structures for thousands of years. They had seen a new sect arrive in their domain. Their response was only a matter of time. Meihua worked with the injured, both the mortal realm practitioners who had made it through the crossing and the bonded members who had pushed their cultivation to dangerous limits. The Phoenix Fire attribute, she commanded, could accelerate natural healing, but only to a point. Li Xue, with her body cultivation focus, proved invaluable in assessing what kind of recovery was possible for each person. Shuli spent her time with the weapons and tools, ensuring that whatever defenses the sect could mount would be as sharp and ready as technique allowed. Yun Lingsha and Bai Suyin worked together on the dimensional architecture. The crossing had left its marks on the space between realms. Rift-like scarring in the dimensional membrane needed to be sealed before something else tried to use them. And the connection to the mortal realm. The tether that Lin Dashin maintained while looking up at a golden star where his mountain used to be, required careful anchoring to ensure it would not simply snap when the Celestial Court inevitably applied pressure. By the fourth day, Cloudrest Peak had achieved a precarious stability. Not comfortable, not secure, but functionally capable of defending itself if attacked and maintaining basic operations without immediate risk of catastrophic failure. That was when the presence arrived on the ley lines. Chapter 124. The emissary arrived on the 9th day. Actually, the 9th day had an odd meaning in a realm where the sky never changed, but Yaozu had been tracking the hours, marking off the cycles, trying to maintain some sense of time passing in a place where evening never came and morning never broke. The presence registered as cultivator-level awareness moving through the heaven realm's ley lines with absolute confidence. Not tentative, not cautious, the kind of certainty that came from having traversed these pathways for centuries, knowing that nothing could threaten someone at their power level. Yaozu sensed the presence before he saw it. A cultivation presence that moved through the heaven realm's ley lines with the absolute ease of someone who had traversed these specific pathways for centuries without challenge. Not hesitant, not exploring, moving the way a person walks through their own home, completely certain of position and status. The figure that materialized on Cloudrest Peak's landing platform was humanoid, but not quite human in proportions or presence. Its robes were woven from something that seemed to be partially translucent, a substance that shifted between material and spiritual depending on the angle of perception. Its face held the perfect symmetry of something that had been refined past the irregularities of individual identity into the pure archetypal image of authority. There was no hair, no facial expression variation, just perfect neutral geometry wearing the shape of humanoid form. I am Overseer Kushin, representative of the Celestial Court of the Heaven Realm, the emissary announced, its voice carrying harmonics that seemed to resonate directly in Yaozu's nascent soul rather than traveling through the air to reach his ears. The sensation was unsettling, as though the emissary was speaking directly to his cultivation core, addressing the deepest aspects of his being. The Ascending Pillar Sect's unauthorized arrival in the Heaven Realm has been registered. The Celestial Court requires your presence for formal hearing of residency terms and protocols. Yaozu rose from his meditation and bowed, the gesture careful and respectful, but deliberately not submissive. He held the bow briefly, then straightened to full height. Welcome to Cloudrest Peak. The journey to this realm has been difficult. Will you take tea while I gather my counsel, so we can speak with full presence? The emissary's eyes, perfectly spherical silver fields with no pupils, iris, or iris ring to distinguish them, assessed him in a way that made Yaozu feel as though every detail of his cultivation architecture was being evaluated simultaneously. Tea is unnecessary for this interaction. The terms are as follows, and the court's expectations are non-negotiable. All ascending sects must register with the Celestial Court and formally recognize its authority over resource allocation in the Heaven Realm. Your sect will limit cultivation advancement to sustainable rates that will be determined by court assessment and revised at the court's discretion. These limitations exist to prevent rapid depletion of the heaven realm's finite spiritual resources, which must be managed collectively across all resident sections. The emissary continued with the same unchanging tone. Violation of these protocols results in immediate revocation of residency and expulsion back to the mortal realm. Alternately, termination if expulsion proves impractical or dangerous to the integrity of the heaven realm structure. The threat was delivered with the exact same tone as every other statement. Factual, bureaucratic, utterly certain in its authority, as though the emissary was simply describing the natural consequences of natural law. Yaozu called for the other 6 bonded members. Within minutes, they had gathered in the main hall, positioning themselves at cardinal and axis points, their collective presence forming a subtle but undeniable counterpoint to the emissary's overwhelming cultivation aura. Meihua arrived first, her phoenix fire attribute already beginning to kindle in response to what she perceived as a threat, flames visible beneath her skin and flickering around the edges of her robes. Qingyue followed, moving with absolute stillness and silence, her ice attribute cultivation aura radiating a cold that made the temperature in the hall drop noticeably, frost forming on the stone floor in a perfect geometric pattern that reflected her formation sensibility applied to her own presence. Shuli was next, her sword intent thrumming like a tuning fork that had been struck and was still resonating with potential violence, her hand on her blade, ready but not drawing. Jiwei stood with the kind of calm that came from someone analyzing complex architectural problems in real time, her formation sensibility extending through the hall, measuring the emissary's cultivation footprint and assessing possible reactions. Li Xue positioned herself with the solidity of physical law, her body cultivation aura radiating raw physical power and unshakable weight, as though gravity itself had become slightly stronger in her presence. Yun Lingsha arrived last, her dimensional sensitivity ability causing the light in the hall to shift, making it difficult for eyes to focus on exactly where she stood, her presence distributed across multiple perceived locations simultaneously. And Bai Suyin, standing at the edge of the dimensional layer itself, partially present and partially existing in the space between the physical and dimensional planes, her form slightly translucent, slightly wrong to perceive directly. The terms are clear and non-negotiable, the emissary said, with the tone of someone presenting basic facts of law. Residency in the heaven realm is a privilege that the celestial court grants based on assessment of resource consumption profiles. Cooperation with the court's allocation protocols ensures stability for all resident sections. Refusal of these terms indicates rejection of the court's authority, which triggers enforcement protocols. Yaozu felt the full weight of the moment crystallizing. This was the instant where they would either accept the celestial court's established hierarchy and governance structure, or refuse and make themselves a target for whatever enforcement mechanisms the court maintained. There was no neutral position available. The emissary's overwhelming presence, the carefully formal legal language that left no room for interpretation, the barely veiled threat of violence or expulsion, all of it was designed to establish absolute dominance before any actual negotiation could even theoretically begin. This was not a discussion. This was a statement of terms followed by an expectation of compliance. Meihua stepped forward, her eyes blazing with phoenix fire that made the air around her shimmer with heat. And if the ascending pillar sect refuses to accept these restrictions, what exactly does enforcement entail? The Celestial Court maintains protocols for addressing non-compliant sects, the emissary replied, its voice unchanged. Non-compliant entities are addressed by enforcement action tailored to the level of resistance and threat they pose. How many enforcement cultivators does the Celestial Court typically deploy for a single non-compliant sect? Qingyue asked, her voice precise and perfectly calculating, her ice attribute cultivator's mind already running tactical assessments and probability matrices. Sufficient numbers to ensure compliance or removal, the emissary said. The tone suggested this was the extent of the information that would be provided. The matter of enforcement is not open to discussion or negotiation. Your sect's residency status is provisional only. You will conform to the resource allocation protocols established by the Celestial Court within the specified time frame, or you will be expunged from the heaven realm. That time frame is 9 days. Chapter 125. Council deliberation after the emissary departed, leaving through the same process by which it had arrived. Simply becoming absent, the space reorganizing to exclude it. The hall fell into a silence that felt heavy with implication. 9 days. That was the time frame. Accept the Celestial Court's resource allocation restrictions, or face enforcement action. The 7 bonded members looked at each other, their cultivations still resonating with the emissary's presence, their minds processing the implications of what had just been stated in such bland, bureaucratic terms. An ultimatum, a threat, an attempt to establish control before Cloudrist Peak could even stabilize. Jiwei was the first to speak, her analytical formation sensibility already working through the problem. Resource allocation protocols. That's their framework for control. They have a system in place, probably based on cultivation rank, sect size, and some calculation of resource consumption, and they use that system to restrict how quickly any newly ascending sect can advance. It's a control mechanism, Yun Lingsha said, her dimensional sensitivity ability allowing her to perceive the deeper implications beneath the emissary's words. They establish a rule that sounds reasonable on the surface, sustainable rates, preventing depletion, and then they define what sustainable means. They define it low enough to keep new arrivals dependent on the court's goodwill and approval for any advancement. It's a tried-and-true method of maintaining power hierarchies, Bai Suyin added, her presence partially existing in the dimensional realm, giving her perspective on how power structures could be woven through space itself. You establish a system that sounds objective, based on mathematics, on resource calculations, on abstract principles, but you control the definitions that make that system work. That way, no one can accuse you of being arbitrary. You're just managing resources. Which means, Li Shua said, her body cultivation sensibility cutting through the analysis to the physical implications. They're already assuming we'll accept the terms. They're not expecting resistance. They're expecting us to behave like every other newly ascending sect, which is presumably to bow to the established authority. Yaozu had moved to the window, looking out at the other sect mountains visible in the distance through the golden haze. Their presences were vivid now that his cultivation had advanced during the Heaven Realm's meditation time. Each one a distinct pulse of power, each one absolutely certain of its position in an established hierarchy that had been stable for thousands of years. What does the emissary say about why these restrictions exist? He asked, not turning from the window. Resource management, Qinghua said, her isotribute precision recall allowing her to remember the exact language. Preventing depletion of finite spiritual resources, ensuring stability for all established sections, preventing the kind of chaos that might result from unlimited growth by newly ascending sections. That's the stated rationale, Yaozu said. But what if the rationale is based on incomplete information? What if the assumption that every newly ascending sect is a net consumer of resources is wrong? Meihua's eyes widened. The Pillar Covenant. Exactly, Yaozu said. He finally turned from the window to face the others. The Pillar Covenant doesn't consume resources. We amplify them. 7 cultivators sharing power through bonded cooperation, channeling ambient spiritual energy through our unified architecture, the entire system designed to generate more power than it consumes. We're not a depleting force. We're a generating force. The court wouldn't know that, Jiwei said slowly. They would have standard assumptions about newly ascending sects, based on their experience with hundreds or thousands of previous ascensions. They would not have a reference category for a cooperative cultivation system because none has ever existed in the Heaven Realm before. Then we show them, Yaozu said. We refuse the growth restrictions. We offer them the evidence that our cooperative architecture generates rather than depletes. And we ask them to revise their assessment based on actual resource flow rather than theoretical assumptions based on incomplete categories. Qingyue closed her eyes, her isotribute cultivation aura extending into the Heaven Realm's ley lines to assess the scope of what they were proposing. If the Celestial Court has been operating under false assumptions for thousands of years, changing their minds won't be simple. Hierarchies resist proof that their foundational premises are incomplete. Then we make the proof undeniable, Yaozu replied. Jiwei, what would you need to accurately measure the spiritual energy flow through our cooperative network? Formation apparatus at key points around the mountain, measuring input and output simultaneously, tracking the data over time. Jiwei said immediately, her formation sense already envisioning the structure. I could have basic measurement arrays in place within 2 days. They would give accurate readings of spiritual energy accumulation versus consumption. Do it, Yaozu commanded. We have 8 days before the 9-day deadline. I need data that shows the Pillar Covenant's actual resource impact on the heaven realm. And if the data shows we're consuming resources? Shuli asked. It was a fair question. They had theorized that the bonded architecture would generate rather than deplete, but theory and practice could diverge. Then we accept the court's terms, Yaozu said. If we are actually a depleting force, then we have no right to refuse reasonable restrictions. But if the data shows we're generating energy, if it shows that our presence is adding value to the heaven realm's spiritual ecosystem, then the court has to revise its assessment. Gu Changfeng, who had been silent during the discussion, finally spoke from where he stood in the doorway of the main hall. The elderly advisor had been listening, his aged eyes tracking the conversation with the clarity of someone who had spent 60 years understanding power structures and governance hierarchies. You're going to make the refusal conditional on evidence, he said quietly. Not an absolute no, but a show me the data first. Exactly, Yaozu said. The emissary came here expecting compliance or defiance. We're going to give them something more complex, a reasonable request for verification of their foundational assumptions. That's dangerous, Meihua warned. It shows confidence, which might provoke them into immediate enforcement rather than waiting for the deadline. Or it shows rationality, which might make them reconsider whether they're dealing with a threat or an opportunity, Yaozu countered. Chapter 126. The refusal. The next morning, Yaozu called the emissary back. Not through elaborate ceremony or formal request, but simply by extending his consciousness through the heaven realm's ley lines and sending a message. The Ascending Pillar Sect wished to formally respond to the Celestial Court's terms. The emissary arrived within minutes, its silver eyes regarding Yaozu with something that might have been curiosity. State your response. The Ascending Pillar Sect has considered the Celestial Court's residency terms, Yaozu began, his voice and bearing deliberately calm and measured. We respectfully decline the growth restriction protocols. The emissary's expression did not change. It had no expression to change, just perfect geometric neutrality. The terms are non-negotiable. Then let me present a counter-proposal. Yaozu continued, not allowing the rejection to derail his intention. The Pillar Covenant operates on principles of cooperative cultivation. We do not consume heaven realm resources. We amplify existing spiritual energy and return the surplus to the local ley lines. The resource allocation restrictions are based on assumptions about newly ascending sects being depleting forces. This sect is not a depleting force. We are, by our nature and design, a generating force. That is a claim, the emissary said. Claims are not evidence. Correct, Yaozu said. Which is why I am asking the Celestial Court for permission to provide evidence. Allow us to measure the local spiritual energy flow for a period of time. Allow our formation apparatus to track input and output. If our cooperative architecture is generating resources, the data will show it clearly. If it is depleting, the data will show that as well. The measurement will be objective. The conclusion will be undeniable. The emissary was silent for a moment. Its silver eyes seemed to process something. Though whether it was performing calculations or receiving instructions from the Celestial Court was impossible to determine. The court will make a determination, the emissary finally said. Until then, your residency remains provisional. You are not to engage in any activity that would deplete heaven realm resources. Violation will be addressed. We understand the boundary, Yaozu said. Measurement of resource flow is our primary activity for the next 8 days. The emissary departed, and Yaozu felt a subtle shift in the heaven realm's attention. The Celestial Court was watching more closely now. They had received an unexpected response to their ultimatum, not defiance, not compliance, but a rational request backed by willingness to accept objective evidence. Chapter 127. Rapid Measurement. Jiwei worked with perfect focus for the next 2 days, installing formation apparatus at 12 key locations around Cloudrest Peak and its immediate surroundings. Each apparatus was designed to measure spiritual energy flow at the ley line intersection points, to track accumulation and depletion simultaneously, and to maintain continuous recording throughout the day and night. The work was delicate. Each sensor had to be calibrated precisely to heaven realm's higher spiritual density, and each had to be positioned with mathematical exactitude to ensure accurate triangulation of energy flow patterns. By day 3 of measurement, the data was coming in, and Jiwei's analysis was surprising everyone. "We're generating," she reported to the full council in the main hall, spreading her analysis across a formation-projected diagram that showed spiritual energy accumulation across multiple data points. The local ley line density has increased by 3.2% in the past 40 hours. At our current rate of cultivation activity, combined with the bonded network's cooperative flow patterns, that percentage will continue to climb substantially. "That's significant," Yun Lingsha said, her dimensional sensibility allowing her to perceive the deeper implications of the measurement data. A 3% increase in primary spiritual resource availability from a single sect's presence is unprecedented in what I can sense of the heaven realm's historical patterns. "It's more than that," Jiwei continued, her formation sense reading the data with perfect clarity. "The increase is accelerating. The longer we maintain the Pillar Covenant's unified operation, the more stable and reliable the energy generation becomes. The measurement apparatus shows that each hour of coordinated bonded cultivation increases the efficiency of energy transfer. By day 9, if this trend continues unchanged, we could be seeing increases of 5 to 6% in local ley line density, possibly higher. Which means," Li Shua said, her body cultivation sensibility cutting to the practical meaning, "the Celestial Court's foundational assumptions were wrong from the beginning. They've been restricting newly ascending sects based on the assumption that they consume resources, but if our presence is actually generating resources, then they've been maintaining control over something that was never actually a threat." Qinghua finished, her isotribute precision allowing her to articulate the uncomfortable truth clearly. "If they enforce the protocols, we'll have to defend the mountain," Jiwei said carefully, already running calculations through her formation sense. "The Celestial Court will interpret refusal as rejection of their authority. They won't negotiate. They'll move immediately to enforcement. Then we defend," Li Shua said simply. She was the most straightforward of the bonded members, her body cultivation focus making complex political reasoning less intuitive to her than direct action. "We didn't break through to nascent soul and hired just to bow to arbitrary restrictions." End of expanded batch B content. Jiwei was the first to speak. "Resource allocation protocols. That means they have a system in place to control how quickly any sect can advance in cultivation. It's a way to prevent any newly ascending sect from becoming powerful enough to challenge the existing hierarchy. It's a control mechanism," Yun Lingsha said, her dimensional sense aura flickering. "They establish a rule, sustainable rates, and then define what sustainable means. They define it low enough to keep new arrivals dependent on the court's goodwill. It's smart," Bai Suyin acknowledged. "If every newly ascending sect goes through a rapid advancement period, they would eventually accumulate enough power to become threats. So the court limits advancement rates to something manageable." "Which means," Li Shua said, her body cultivation sensibility cutting through the analysis, "they're already assuming we'll accept the terms." Yaozu had moved to the window facing out toward the distant sect mountains. Their presences were vivid now that his cultivation had advanced, each one a pulse of power, each one absolutely certain of its place in the hierarchy. The emissary said sustainable rates determined by court assessment. That language is important. They're not defining sustainability themselves. They're claiming the right to define it for us. "You're thinking of refusing?" Meihua said. "It wasn't a question. I'm thinking about the Pillar Covenant," Yaozu replied. "We don't consume resources. We amplify them. The 7-pillar network takes ambient spiritual energy and multiplies it through cooperative flow. We don't deplete the heaven realm. We add to it." Shuli drew her sword, not an act of aggression, but of focus. When she held the blade, her thinking became clearer, her perception more direct. "You want to make that argument to the Celestial Court? I want to show them the evidence," Yaozu said. "The Void Anchor Stone's reconstruction didn't deplete Heaven Realm resources. It integrated them. The Foundation Stone's presence is already adding measurable spiritual energy back into the local ley lines. If the court's concern is resource management, Then a cooperative cultivation system that generates more than it uses should be exactly what they want. If they believe that, Qinghua said carefully. Then we'll show them, Yaozu answered. But not by complying with terms based on a false premise. We refuse the growth restrictions. We offer them the evidence that our system doesn't deplete the heaven realm. And we ask them to revise their assessment based on actual resource flow rather than theoretical assumptions. Jiwei closed her eyes, running calculations through her cultivation architecture sense. If they enforce the protocols, we'll have to defend the mountain. The Celestial Court will interpret refusal as rejection of their authority. Then we defend, Li Shua said simply. We didn't break through to nascent soul and hire to bow to arbitrary restrictions. The certainty in the room shifted. This was no longer a question of strategy or diplomacy. This was a statement of identity. The Ascending Pillar Sect had not survived the mortal realm's trials by accepting imposed limitations. They would not start now. Call the emissary back, Yaozu said. Tomorrow morning. We'll give them our response. Gu Changfeng found Yaozu in the summit meditation chamber that evening. The elderly advisor moved with more ease now. The heaven realm's spiritual density was allowing his injuries to heal at an accelerated pace. You're going to refuse them, Gu said. It wasn't a question. Yes. You understand what that means, Gu continued. The Celestial Court has been establishing policy in the heaven realm for thousands of years. They won't take kindly to a new arrival rejecting their authority. I understand, Yaozu said. But if we accept their terms, we accept their premise that we're a threat to be managed. And that premise is wrong. Gu was quiet for a moment. Then he sat down beside Yaozu. When I was young, I served in a sect that had similar rules. Restrictions on advancement, control of meditation access, careful allocation of resources. It was justified the same way: stability, sustainability, preventing chaos. The sect lasted 200 years before someone young like you decided the restrictions were wrong and challenged them. Gu smiled faintly. That sect fell. But the person who challenged it eventually rose to prominence in the heaven realm. You're saying I should refuse? I'm saying, Gu replied, that I've already lived once under a hierarchy that claimed to be protecting everyone by controlling everyone. I know how that story ends. And I'm saying that I chose to follow you to the heaven realm because I believed you would make different choices. Yaozu looked at his oldest advisor, the man who had served Cloudrest Peak since its earliest days, who had fought through the ascension itself, who had seen 6 decades of cultivation politics. What if I'm wrong? What if the Celestial Court is right and the heaven realm is fragile? Then you'll be wrong in a way that matters, Gu said simply, rather than wrong in a way that keeps you safe but small. The emissary returned the following morning. Yaozu met it on the landing platform, the entire council arrayed behind him, a deliberate display of unified presence. The Ascending Pillar Sect has considered the Celestial Court's residency terms, Yaozu began. We respectfully decline the growth restriction protocols. The emissary's silver eyes did not change. Clarify your refusal. The Pillar Covenant operates on principles of cooperative cultivation. We do not consume heaven realm resources. We amplify existing spiritual energy and return the surplus to the local ley lines. The resource allocation restrictions are based on assumptions about newly ascending sects being depleting forces. This sect is not a depleting force. We are a generating force. If the Celestial Court's concern is resource management, then our presence should be welcomed, not restricted. That is a claim, the emissary said. Claims are not evidence. Then we will provide evidence, Yaozu replied. Observe our operations. Measure the local spiritual energy flow before and after our activation of the Pillar Covenant's cooperative protocols. The data will show whether we deplete or generate. The emissary was silent for a long moment. Its silver eyes flickered slightly, the first sign of something other than absolute certainty. The Celestial Court will make a determination. Until then, your residency remains provisional. You are not to engage in any activity that would deplete heaven realm resources. Violation will be addressed. Understood, Yaozu said. We await the court's assessment. The emissary departed, moving through the ley lines with the same ease as before, but its certainty seemed fractionally diminished. That went better than I expected, Meihua said as they watched it disappear into the spiritual currents. That went exactly as I expected, Jiwei said. They weren't expecting pushback. We've introduced doubt into their standard protocol. That's what matters. But Qingyue was looking at Yaozu with an expression that suggested she understood something deeper. He's giving us time to fail, she said quietly, or to prove him wrong. Either way, the Celestial Court hasn't committed to a full enforcement yet. How long do we have? Shuli asked. Unknown, Yaozu said. But not long. If the court is serious about enforcing resource restrictions, they won't wait indefinitely for us to provide evidence. He looked out at the other Sect mountains in the distance, visible through the golden haze. 9 presences pulsing with centuries or millennia of established power. And Cloudrest Peak, newly arrived, making claims that challenged the entire resource allocation structure. Jiwei, he said, how quickly can you set up permanent measurement points around the mountain? I need actual data on spiritual energy flow. 3 days, Jiwei replied. Maybe 4. Do it, Yaozu ordered. We're going to prove the Celestial Court's assumptions wrong. Starting now. The work began immediately. But beneath it all, Yaozu felt the weight of what had just occurred. They had refused the Celestial Court. They had claimed the right to be judged on evidence rather than accepting pre-made categories. And now, 9 days would tell whether they had made themselves a partner in the heaven realm or a target. End of Chapter 130. Chapter 128. Celestial Void Enforcers. The Celestial Court's response came on the 4th day, not a message, but an arrival. 3 cultivators materialized on Cloudrest Peak's eastern slope, their presence registering like pressure fronts in the heaven realm's ley lines. Yaozu felt them immediately and knew, without needing to assess their cultivation level, that the diplomatic phase had ended. The 3 enforcers moved upward through the mountain's defensive formations as though they were not there. They did not attempt to break the formations, they did not need to. Their celestial void realm cultivation operated at a frequency that transcended the defensive matrices that Jiwei had woven into Cloudrest Peak stone during her rapid reconstruction. The formations that had withstood attacks from core formation and early nascent soul level cultivators simply did not register as obstacles to beings operating at this power level. It was like asking if a castle wall could stop someone who could step sideways into a different spatial dimension. Celestial Void Realm. 7th cultivation rank. 2 realms above nascent soul, 3 realms above core formation. Separated from the mortal realm's baseline by such vast power that normal comparison was nearly meaningless. A celestial void cultivator was to a nascent soul practitioner as a nascent soul cultivator was to a foundation establishment disciple. The difference was not in degree, but in kind. It was not that the enforcers were stronger, it was that they operated according to different rules of reality altogether. Yaozu called the council together and positioned them at the summit. Gu Changfeng was already there, looking at the 3 approaching figures with the calm assessment of a man who had fought his entire life and knew when he was outmatched. How many can you see? Yaozu asked him quietly. Just 3, Gu replied. But if there are 3, there are probably 9 more invisible to our current cultivation level. 3 is the minimum show of force. The enforcers reached the summit simultaneously. They did not draw weapons. They did not attack. They simply arranged themselves in a triangle formation and waited. The tallest of the 3, a woman whose face bore the kind of ageless quality that came from multiple centuries of cultivation, whose robes displayed insignia denoting rank within the Celestial Court's rigid hierarchy, stepped forward with the absolute certainty of someone who had enforced compliance thousands of times and had never encountered meaningful resistance. I am Enforcer Mian, Deputy Director of Compliance for the Heaven Realm's Resource Protocols. These are Enforcers Cord and Lesh. We are here to conduct an immediate and full audit of your sect's cultivation activities, bonded member arrangements, and resource consumption patterns. Meihua's phoenix fire flared slightly, a reflexive reaction driven by instinctive recognition of threat, though the flames she summoned looked almost delicate compared to the overwhelming presence of the enforcers. You arrive at our mountain without notice or diplomatic warning. That violates established protocols for interdivisional sect interactions. Compliance audits do not require advance notice, Mian replied, her tone perfectly calm and factual, as though she was explaining basic law to an apprentice. Her eyes, perfectly normal human eyes, unlike the emissary's featureless silver voids, were calculating and observant, assessing every detail of the sect's defensive posture and readiness level. Your sect claimed to be generating spiritual energy rather than consuming and depleting it. The Celestial Court has decided that this claim requires verification through direct observation. You will grant us complete access to your cultivation chambers, your formation architecture at all levels, and your bonded members' cultivation records and patterns. Compliance is not optional. The pressure of the three celestial void presences pressed down on Cloudrist Peak like a physical weight, like gravity itself had increased 100-fold. Yaozu could feel it in the foundation stone at the mountain's heart, could sense the mountain's own spiritual structure straining under the accumulated attention of three cultivators who had reached a rank so far above his own that comparison felt almost absurd. Jiwei's face was pale, her formation sensibility strained to capacity, just processing the scope of the power being projected at them. Li Xue's body cultivation aura was flaring defensive, her physical power attempting to provide some kind of shield, though everyone present knew that body cultivation would mean almost nothing against celestial void realm power. You have access to our public areas, Yaozu said. The measurement points Jiwei installed will give you accurate spiritual energy flow data. What you do not have access to is the bonded members' private cultivation. Enforcer Mion's expression did not change. The bond structure constitutes a resource allocation mechanism. The court has jurisdiction over all resource allocation in the heaven realm. The bond structure constitutes a personal cultivation arrangement, Yaozu countered, his voice steady despite the pressure bearing down on him. It's no different from a sect master's private meditation practice or a cultivator's personal cultivation chambers. You have access to our public operations. You do not have jurisdiction over private consciousness. The three enforcers exchanged glances, a moment of silent communication that occurred at a level of cultivation that transcended normal dialogue. Then Mion moved forward, her physical motion almost casual, the kind of movement that someone makes when they know absolutely that nothing will resist them. She did not attack Yaozu. She did not begin with a direct confrontation. Instead, she extended her celestial void cultivation directly at Qingyue, the second pillar, and the bonded member most vulnerable to an unexpected assault on consciousness, attempting to pierce through the bonded member's defensive barriers and access the private mental landscape of her cultivation space. Qingyue collapsed immediately. She hit the stone floor with a sound like breaking ice under sudden stress, her consciousness fragmenting and scattering under the overwhelming pressure of Mion's celestial void-level power, making direct contact with her nascent soul-level defenses. There was no combat. There was no exchange of power. There was simply a vast force meeting a much smaller resistance, and the smaller resistance was overmatched. Yaozu felt the bonded network shudder like a struck bell, the connection between all 7 pillars registering sudden damage and distress. Li Xue moved immediately, her body cultivation power attempting to shore up Qingyue's rapidly fragmenting defenses, but everyone present knew that Li Xue's power, while considerable, would be insufficient to meet the gap. Cease, Yaozu commanded. Not a request. An order that carried the weight of every cultivation breakthrough he had achieved, every moment of bonded cooperation, every hour in the heaven realm's accelerated spiritual density. The power that surged from him was not nascent soul. It was something else, the foundation stone responding to the threat to one of the bonded pillars, the stairway protocol's geometric power amplification igniting, the network of 7 pillars suddenly flooding his consciousness with their unified strength. He did not reach celestial void. He reached something close enough. Mion withdrew her pressure immediately. Qingyue gasped, her consciousness snapping back into focus, her isotribute cultivation flaring in defensive reaction. Clarify, Mion said, her tone suddenly different. There was respect in it now, the respect of one power level acknowledging another unexpected power level in the vicinity. The bonded network cannot be accessed without permission, Yaozu said, still drawing on the foundation stone's amplified power. You have access to all external operations, all formation architectures, all public cultivation spaces. You do not have access to the private bond. That is the boundary. Enforcer Cord stepped forward. He was shorter than Mion, his frame more compact, but his celestial void aura was equally overwhelming. The bond generates significant power multiplication. If it operates as you claim, it would constitute a resource generation mechanism. The court requires access to understand the mechanism. The mechanism is understanding, Yaozu said quietly. 7 cultivators in voluntary cooperation, channeling their individual power through a unified network. You can measure the inputs and outputs from our formation apparatus. You cannot measure cooperation by analyzing individuals. You can only understand it by choosing to understand it. Enforcer Lesh, the third member, who had been silent until now, finally spoke. Her voice was soft, almost gentle. He's right. I can sense the bonded structure from here, and it's not deceptive. 7 separate cultivations flowing through a unified architecture. If we force access it, we'll destroy what makes it work. She looked at Mion. We audit the external flows. We measure what enters and what exits. We leave the interior untouched. Mion was quiet for a long moment. Then she withdrew her pressure entirely, releasing the weight that had been pressing on the mountain. 3 days, she said. You will provide complete access to your measurement apparatus. You will show us all spiritual energy flow data, and you will allow us to observe your sect's normal operations for the full 3-day audit period. Agreed, Yaozu said. The 3 enforcers positioned themselves in the summit courtyard and entered a state that was neither meditation nor sleep. Transcendent observation, perhaps. The kind of thing that existed at the celestial void level. Yaozu immediately released his connection to the foundation stone's amplified power. The exertion fell away from him like a weight being lifted, leaving only profound exhaustion. Gu was there before he could collapse, supporting him. That was close, the elderly advisor said quietly. Too close, Yaozu agreed. But it worked, Li Shua said. You showed them something they weren't expecting. I showed them we have a defense, Yaozu replied. That's not the same thing as having strength. He looked at the 3 enforcers, sitting motionless in the courtyard. 2 realms above nascent soul. The full power of the celestial court watching them directly now, assessing, judging, ready to act if they found evidence of deception. Somewhere in the mortal realm, far below, the faceless arbiter was still pressing against the dimensional barriers, still trying to find a way through. And Yaozu had just committed himself to proving that the ascending pillar sect's cooperative structure was safe, beneficial, and worthy of existence in the heaven realm. He had 3 days to succeed. Chapter 129, Architecture versus Entropy. The first night of the audit, Yaozu could not sleep. He meditated instead, extending his consciousness through the foundation stone and into the ley lines of the heaven realm, searching for something he didn't quite have words for. The 3 celestial void enforcers sat in the summit courtyard like statues carved from cultivation itself, their consciousness simultaneously relaxed and utterly attentive to every subtle shift in the mountain's spiritual energy flow. Around midnight, or what approximated midnight in the realm where the sky never changed, Yaozu felt something else arriving from below. It came up through the dimensional connection that had been established between the mortal realm and the heaven realm. Not an invasion, but a presence. A probing attention, vast and ancient and desperate in a way that had nothing to do with malice. The faceless arbiter. The cultivator who had been trapped mid-transformation for 12,000 years, whose consciousness had been corrupted into something that could only experience reality as pain and hunger. It was trying to use the 3 enforcers' arrival as an opportunity, trying to channel power through the dimensional connection, to leverage the heaven realm's vastly greater spiritual density against the barriers that had held it trapped for millennia. Yaozu extended his consciousness deeper, not to fight the arbiter, but to understand it. And in understanding, he saw what he had never seen before. The arbiter was not malicious. It was terrified. The corrupted cultivator's consciousness was fragmenting under the pressure of its own power. 12,000 years of accumulated strength, compressed into an architecture that could never be completed because the person inside it had stopped changing. The arbiter had been trying to ascend to the heaven realm for 12,000 years, not out of ambition, but out of desperation. In the mortal realm, the pressure was manageable. In the heaven realm, where spiritual density was 100 times greater, the arbiter could feel what it had been trying to reach for: completion, release, the ability to finally be something other than a fragment. Yaozu did not push it away. He opened himself to its presence, careful and deliberate. The arbiter's consciousness registered the opening and surged toward it, not an attack, but a plea. A 12,000-year-old plea from something that had been broken so completely that it could not even remember being whole. Yaozu's meditation chamber became a battlefield of architecture and entropy. The arbiter pressed against his consciousness with the force of desperate need. Its corrupted structure, all jagged angles and fractures, geometric patterns that never quite cohered into meaning, crashed against the unified network of the stairway protocol. Two cultivation architectures meeting not in combat, but in profound opposition. The arbiter system was based on consuming, on taking and never releasing, on the slow pressure of 12,000 years compressing power into something that could never explode outward. The stairway protocol was based on exchange, on flow, on power multiplying when it was shared rather than hoarded. They could not coexist. But Yaozu saw, in that moment of collision, what the solution was. The arbiter was not trying to destroy the stairway protocol. It was trying to join it. It was trying to use the architecture of cooperation as a scaffold to complete its own interrupted transformation. If it succeeded, it would not destroy the protocol. It would become a corrupted eighth pillar, dragging the entire network down into entropy. But if it failed, if Yaozu could reject it strongly enough? No, that was not the answer. Yaozu opened his consciousness further and let the arbiter see what 7 cultivators in genuine cooperation looked like. Not imposed structure, not hierarchical control, but chosen connection, where each member was stronger for being part of the whole and weaker for being separated from it. Where power multiplied when shared not because of geometric principles, but because of genuine trust. The arbiter recoiled in something that might have been recognition. Its corrupted consciousness had not felt genuine connection in 12,000 years. The sensation was almost as painful as the pressure of its own compressed power. Yaozu did not push it away. He simply held the image in his consciousness. The 7 pillars, bonded and unified, each one stronger than they could possibly be alone. The foundation stone at the center, not commanding, but facilitating. The heaven realm's vast spiritual density flowing through cooperative architecture instead of being consumed by desperate transformation. The arbiter withdrew, slowly, carefully, like something that had just realized that the thing it wanted most would destroy it if it took it. It sank back down through the dimensional connection, back toward the mortal realm, back to its 12,000-year entrapment. But something was different now. Yaozu opened his eyes. The meditation chamber was dark except for the faint glow of the foundation stone. His body was drenched in sweat. His nascent soul was vibrating at a frequency so high he thought it might shatter. And in the summit courtyard, Enforcer Lesh had opened her eyes and was looking directly at him through the wall of the meditation chamber. She had seen something, some aspect of what had just occurred, bleeding through the private cultivation space into the shared ley lines of the heaven realm. Yaozu did not try to hide. He stood and walked out to meet her. What was that? Lesh asked. A presence from the mortal realm, Yaozu said, trying to use the dimensional connection to ascend. It felt, Lesh said carefully, like something that was in pain. It is, Yaozu confirmed. 12,000 years of pain. Lesh was quiet for a moment. The Celestial Court has records of the ascension that failed here. 12,000 years ago. The original stairway to heaven's Sect. She looked at him. Is that what's still trapped below? Yes. And you just, Lesh said slowly, offered it something rather than pushing it away. Yes, Yaozu said again. Lesh nodded as though something important had been confirmed. That's why the sage destroyed them, she said. The first stairway to heaven's Sect. They were trying to help something that couldn't be helped, and the sage decided the risk of that was unacceptable. Yaozu felt something in his chest tighten. The sage. Sage Mu Qianren, Lesh said. He watches all ascended sections. He watches us. He's been watching you since you arrived. And he's deeply displeased by your continued existence, given what he did to your predecessors. The first hint of the true storm approaching. Not the Celestial Court's 3 enforcers, but something infinitely more dangerous. The being responsible for destroying the original stairway to heaven's Sect 12,000 years ago, now turning his attention toward their successors. Lesh turned back to her meditation position. Rest if you can. The second day of the audit is coming. But Yaozu knew he would not rest. The sage was watching. And in 2 more days, if the Celestial Court decided the sect was worthy of continued existence, the sage himself would arrive. Chapter 130. 7 against 1. The presence came on the 5th day. tearing through the dimensional barriers with force that bent the entire heaven realm's ley line structure. It was not the sage. Yaozu understood immediately that if the sage had chosen to come, all would already be finished. This was something else, a direct manifestation of the Arbiter's corrupted will, amplified by the sage's indirect allowing, presented as a final test. The geometric form that materialized in the sky above Cloudrest Peak was not humanoid. It was architecture made tangible, jagged angles and fracturing planes, a structure that was constantly trying to cohere into meaning and constantly failing. The corrupted Arbiter's consciousness, having realized that it could not join the stairway protocol, was instead attempting to hijack it, to force its way into the pillar network not as a member, but as a parasite. Activate the protocol, Yaozu commanded. Full configuration. The 7 pillars ignited simultaneously. They did not reconfigure into the stairway formation that had faced the celestial void enforcers. That formation was a weapon, designed for defense against external force. This formation was something else, the 7 pillars arranging themselves not as a staircase, but as a boundary, a perimeter, a container within which the corrupted Arbiter's consciousness would be forced to face itself without any hiding place. Meihua's phoenix fire blazed, turning the corrupted fragment that corresponded to the Arbiter's fire intent into something that could be purified. The flames did not destroy, they transformed. They burned away the entropy, the desperate compression, the 12,000-year accumulation of pain that had twisted the Arbiter's power into something unrecognizable. But as soon as Meihua's fire began to work, the Arbiter's corrupted structure reformed elsewhere. Qinghua was waiting. Her ice attribute cultivation, channeled through the 2nd pillar, froze the newly formed architecture in place, not destroying it, but crystallizing it, making it visible as a complete structure rather than a fragmenting chaos. The Arbiter's power in its water attribute form suddenly became comprehensible, traceable, capable of being understood. Shuli's sword intent cut through the frozen structure, not destroying, but revealing. Every slash was a line of clarity through the corrupted geometry. The Arbiter's consciousness, forced to be visible, began to comprehend what it had become. Jiwei's formation architecture sense reconstructed the broken pieces, not into the Arbiter's desperate configuration, but into something that resembled the original structure before corruption. A template, a possibility, a reminder of what the ascended Sect master had been before 12,000 years of pain had remade it into something else. Li Shui's body cultivation power shatters the false foundation that the Arbiter was trying to rebuild, the scaffold of desperate transformation that had sustained it for so long. The impact of her cultivation was physical, brutal, unavoidable. The Arbiter could not hide from it because the body realm operated at a level that corruption could not fully touch. Yun Lingsha's dimensional sense collapsed the spatial structures that the Arbiter had been using to hide from itself. Every fold in its corrupted consciousness, every pocket dimension it had created to avoid facing what it had become, suddenly became exposed. There was nowhere left to retreat. And Bai Suyin, the 7th pillar, stood at the edge of the dimensional layer itself and sealed the rifts. The tiers in reality that the Arbiter had been using as escape routes. The cracks in the dimensional membrane through which it had been trying to force its consciousness toward the heaven realm. One by one, Suyin sealed them, not violently, but with precision, understanding exactly how much force was needed to close the wound without destroying the patient beneath it. The 7 cultivators, operating not as individuals but as aspects of a unified architecture, pressed inward simultaneously. The Arbiter's corrupted consciousness, having nowhere left to hide, finally looked at itself directly. And in that moment, seeing clearly for the first time in 12,000 years, it began to understand what had happened to it. Chapter 131. Purification. The transformation was not violent. It was quiet. The corrupted architecture that had been the Arbiter's consciousness began to unwind, not from external pressure, but from internal comprehension. Each layer of corruption, revealed by the 7 pillars' cooperative scrutiny, began to dissolve because it no longer served a purpose. The desperate compression, the entropy, the fragmented pieces trying to hold together through sheer will. All of it was based on the assumption that coherence was the goal. But once the Arbiter could see itself clearly, it understood something else. The goal had never been coherence. The goal, all along, had been completion. And completion, true completion, meant not holding together, but letting go. The geometric form that had been assaulting Cloudrest Peak slowly transformed. The jagged angles smoothed. The fracturing planes integrated. The desperately compressed power, instead of trying to force itself into coherence, began to distribute itself naturally, like water finding its level. Yaozu felt it through the bonded network. Felt the moment when the Arbiter stopped trying to survive and started trying to rest. The 7 pillars did not relent, but their pressure changed quality. Instead of containing, they began to support. Instead of forcing transformation, they began to facilitate release. The Arbiter's consciousness, which had been in agony for 12,000 years, finally experienced something close to peace. The form that emerged from the geometric chaos was human. An old man, with the face of someone who had been ancient even when the stairway to heaven sect had first attempted its ascension. He looked at Yaozu with eyes that had become clear again after 12,000 years of corruption. "I remember," the man said. His voice was soft, almost inaudible. "I remember what it was like before the transformation interrupted. I remember the sky, before it was filtered through corruption. I remember." He paused, searching for something. "I remember choosing to ascend. I remember believing it was possible." The 7 pillars held steady. Not attacking, not defending, simply witnessing. "Thank you," the old man said. And then, like a breath released, his form began to dissolve. But it did not dissolve into chaos. It dissolved into clarity. The 12,000-year accumulation of compressed power, no longer bound by corrupted consciousness trying to survive, expanded naturally into the heaven realm's ley lines. Golden motes of spiritual energy, no longer twisted by entropy, distributed themselves throughout the local network of the realm. The old sect master, the one who had been the faceless arbiter, who had been trapped in his own incomplete transformation for 100 centuries, finally completed the journey. Not as an individual consciousness persisting into the heaven realm, but as energy returning to the vast system from which all cultivation ultimately drew power. The 7 pillars absorbed the remaining spiritual essence into the foundation stone, not consuming it, but accepting it as a gift. The stone glowed brighter than it had since its formation, its light shifting from white to pale gold as it integrated the Arbiter's released power. Yaozu felt the change immediately. The foundation stone had reached a new resonance level. The 7-pillar network, now anchored by the stone's expanded capacity, suddenly had room to grow in ways that had never been possible before. The celestial void enforcers opened their eyes simultaneously. Mian, Cord, and Lesh all straightened, their expressions carefully neutral, but something in their cultivations had registered the profound change that had just occurred. "The audit is complete," Mian said. "The celestial court's assessment will be rendered." But before she could move, a new presence registered on the heaven realm's ley lines. Vast, ancient, celestial throne realm, the 4th highest cultivation rank. The presence did not enter Cloudrest Peak's airspace. It simply manifested in awareness, letting every cultivator in the region know that attention was being directed toward them. Sage Muqianren, the being responsible for destroying the original stairway to heaven sect, now turning his focus toward the sect's successors. The 3 enforcers bowed, in unison, with the kind of perfect synchronization that came from centuries of serving the same master. "He arrives," Lesh said quietly. The sage himself. Chapter 132. Evolution. The stairway keystone formed during the moment of release. As the Arbiter's corrupted consciousness completed its transformation and the golden motes of its released power integrated into the foundation stone, the stone itself underwent a metamorphosis that Yaozu had not anticipated. The transformation was not violent, it was architectural. The foundation stone's singular structure expanded, developing subsidiary channels and pathways. It became something larger, more complex, capable of sustaining not 7 bonded pillars, but potentially many times that number. Jiwei gasped. Her formation sensibility was registering the change with perfect clarity. "The foundation stone has evolved," she said, her voice barely steady. "It's now a keystone. Not just a center point, but a nexus. Multiple pathways can feed through it. We could bond more cultivators. Dozens more. Hundreds, theoretically, if we could find them and they were willing." Yun Lingsha moved toward the stone, her dimensional sensitivity extending to touch its new structure. The dimensional anchoring is also transformed. The stone is no longer just securing us to the heaven realm. It's creating stable dimensional coordinates. We could theoretically reach the mortal realm on demand. Could open control portals. Could we bring people up? Li Shui asked. She was already thinking in practical terms, her body cultivation mindset immediately assessing operational implications. If they were bonded members, yes, Yin Lingsha confirmed. The dimensional bridge would recognize them as part of the network and allow passage. Yaozu placed his hand on the stairway keystone. That was what it would be called now, he decided, and extended his consciousness through it. The sensation was overwhelming. He could feel the 7 pillars not as external structures, but as extensions of a unified field. He could feel the foundation stone's reach extending to the mortal realm below, maintaining the dimensional connection to the area where Dashin still waited. He could feel something else too, the possibility of expanding the network, of taking the cooperative architecture they had built and extending it to others who chose to understand it the way the bonded members had. But more importantly, he could feel the change in the local ley lines. Zhuwei was right. The spiritual energy output was measurable and positive. The stairway keystone was not consuming. It was generating. The cooperative cultivation structure was actively adding power to the heaven realm rather than drawing from it. Measure it, Yaozu commanded. I need exact numbers for the celestial court. Zhiwei was already moving, her formation architecture sense extending to touch the measurement apparatus that had been installed during the 3-day audit. Her eyes widened as she traced the spiritual energy flow data. This is significant. The local ley line density has increased by 8.3% in the past hour, and it's accelerating. The more we use the keystone, the more energy it generates. That shouldn't be possible, Mian said. She was looking at the measurement apparatus with her own celestial void-level perception. Energy generation of this magnitude would violate fundamental principles of cultivator metaphysics. Not violation, Qinghua said quietly. Evolution. The Arbiter's transformation released 12,000 years of accumulated power into the system. The foundation stone evolved to handle that input. And because it's based on cooperative architecture, it doesn't burn that power. It multiplies it. The 3 enforcers exchanged glances again. Something significant had just occurred, and they were clearly recalculating their assessment. The Celestial Court will want to understand this, Cord said. The court will also want to know what just happened, Lesh added, gesturing toward the sky, where Sage Mu Qianren's presence still hovered. The sage is here. He has not yet interfered, but his presence suggests he intends to render judgment personally. Yaozu stood with his hand on the stairway keystone, feeling its power flowing through him, knowing that in moments the being responsible for destroying his sect's predecessors would finally arrive. But he was no longer afraid. The foundation stone was strong. The 7 pillars were unified. The cooperative architecture that the ascending pillar sect had built was not dependent on his individual power, but on the genuine connection between 7 cultivators who had chosen this path together. The sage could judge them, could oppose them, could attempt to destroy them. But he would have to contend with proof that their existence was not depletion, but generation. Not taking from the heaven realm, but adding to it. And that, Yaozu understood, changed everything. Chapter 133. The keystone ascends. The transformation of the foundation stone into the stairway keystone did not happen instantaneously. It was a process that unfolded over the hours following the Arbiter's release, as the accumulated power from 12,000 years of corrupted consciousness integrated into the stone's structure and forced a fundamental reorganization of its architecture. Yaozu observed the process through his meditation, extending his consciousness into the stone and witnessing the shift in real time. The stone had been designed in the mortal realm as a nexus point for 7 cultivators, capable of sustaining the bonded connection between them and amplifying their cooperative power. It had functioned brilliantly in that context, growing stronger with each addition to the bonded network, reaching a peak of stability as the 7th pillar, by Suin, had integrated into the unified structure. But the Arbiter's transformation released power that exceeded the stone's design capacity. Not destructively, the stone did not shatter under the input, but transformatively. The crystal's internal structure began to reorganize, not breaking the pathways that had already been established, but adding subsidiary channels, creating new nexus points, developing the capacity to serve not 7 bonded pillars, but potentially many times that number. Jiwei watched from her formation architect's perspective, her sensibility allowing her to perceive the reorganization with perfect clarity. It's becoming modular, she reported to the council as the process unfolded. The foundation stone's internal structure is reorganizing from a singular unified architecture into a multi-tier system. The original 7-pillar pathways are becoming primary pathways. New secondary channels are forming around them. The stone is gaining the capacity to support additional bonded cultivators while maintaining the stability of the original 7. How many additional cultivators? Yaozu asked. Unknown theoretically, Jiwei replied, her formation sense extending deeper into the stone's emerging structure. But the pathways being generated suggest the stone could sustain dozens of bonded members, possibly hundreds, if the network was structured properly and the secondary cultivators were trained to understand cooperative principles. By the time the reorganization completed, 18 hours after the Arbiter's dissolution, the foundation stone had transformed from a single unified nexus into something more complex, the stairway keystone. 7 primary pathways radiating outward like spokes on a wheel, each one dedicated to one of the current bonded members. But now there were also 7 secondary pathways developing between the primary ones, creating a geometric structure that could accommodate additional bonded cultivators in ways that the original stone could never have managed. Yun Lingsha examined the dimensional implications. The reorganization has also affected our connection to the mortal realm, she reported. The tether to Lin Dashan's position is now more stable, and the stone is generating what feels like controlled dimensional coordinates. We could potentially open a portal back to the mortal realm on demand if the need arose. Could we bring people up? Li Shua asked, her practical mind immediately thinking through operational implications. If they were bonded members, the dimensional bridge would recognize them and allow passage, Yun Lingsha confirmed. The stone would serve as an anchor point for the crossing. Unlike the original ascension, which required activation of the stairway protocol and took all 7 pillars simultaneously, a bonded member could potentially traverse the dimensional pathway individually, using the keystone as a stable anchor point. Yaozu placed his hand on the transformed stone, feeling the pulse of its new structure. The evolution was remarkable, but more importantly, it was proof. The stairway keystone had taken a system designed to support 7 bonded pillars and transformed it into something capable of supporting a network many times larger while maintaining all the cooperative principles that had made the original architecture work. The measurement apparatus that Jiwei had installed around the mountain suddenly registered a significant change. The spiritual energy output increased dramatically, not in destructive pulses, but in sustained generation. The local ley line density that had been increasing at 3.2% per day suddenly accelerated to something approaching 5%, with the trend continuing to climb. The Celestial Court will see this, Mion said. The enforcer was watching from her position in the courtyard, her celestial void level perception allowing her to register the shift in the heaven realm's ley lines. They're tracking the measurement apparatus we allowed to be installed. They're seeing real-time data on spiritual energy generation. Then they know, Yaozu said, that our cooperative architecture isn't theoretical. It's real, and it's generating positive resource output. The 3 enforcers exchanged glances again. Lesh, who had been quietly observing throughout the entire sequence, stepped forward. The Celestial Court will need to render a new assessment, she said. The data has shifted so dramatically that the foundational premise of the audit has changed. This is no longer about whether your sect is consuming resources. This is about the fact that you're generating them at a rate that exceeds theoretical projections. What does that mean? Yaozu asked. It means, Cord replied, the Celestial Court will have to decide whether you're a threat that needs to be managed or an asset that needs to be understood. End of Chapter 135. Chapter 134. The Sage arrives. Sage Mu Qianren did not descend like a normal cultivator. He did not materialize in a flash of power or arrive through the ley lines with a dramatic entrance. Instead, the space above Cloudrist Peak simply became a different place, as though the air itself had reorganized to accommodate his presence. When the reorganization completed, There was a figure standing on the summit courtyard that made every member of the ascending pillar sect understand, at a visceral level, the meaning of dominance. Celestial Throne Realm, the fourth highest cultivation rank. The presence was so overwhelming that it was almost impossible to maintain conscious thought in proximity to it. The sage was ancient. His face bore the kind of weathering that came from hundreds of years of existence. His eyes held the clarity of someone who had made thousands upon thousands of important decisions. His robes were simple, monochromatic, without the insignia or decorations that the enforcers bore. He did not need to display his rank. It was visible in the way the heaven realm's ley lines bent around him, in the way the very space reshaped itself to his presence. I watched, Sage Muqianren said. His voice was calm, almost conversational. I wanted to see if you would die, like your predecessors. The entire courtyard fell silent. Yaozu felt the weight of 12,000 years of history compressed into those words. The original stairway to Heaven's Sect, destroyed in a moment by the being standing before them. The faceless arbiter, trapped in corruption for the entirety of those 1,000 centuries, finally released through the cooperation of 7 cultivators. And now the sage, looking at them with the calm certainty of someone who had made a decision about them a very long time ago, standing in their space to render judgment. Why did you destroy them? Yaozu asked, not defiant, not submissive, just seeking information. The sage turned his attention fully to Yaozu, and the intensity of it nearly drove him to his knees. Because the heaven realm cannot sustain unlimited growth, Mu Qianren replied. 12,000 years ago, when the first stairway to Heaven's Sect attempted to ascend, they would have disrupted the careful equilibrium that the heaven realm's established sects had spent millennia maintaining. The resources required to support an additional sect of that power level would have come at the expense of the systems already established. I destroyed them to protect the realm. That was your belief, Yaozu said carefully. But the belief was based on an incorrect premise. The sage's expression did not change. Clarify. The Pillar Covenant does not consume heaven realm resources. It multiplies them. Cooperative cultivation, bonded architecture, unified power flow. It generates more spiritual energy than it uses. We are not a depletion force. We are a generation force. Yaozu gestured toward the stairway keystone. The measurement apparatus can confirm this. The local ley line density has increased 8.3% since the keystone evolved. The trend is accelerating. In 1 week, it will be 20%. In a month, substantially more. A claim, the sage said. Claims are not evidence. Then observe, Yaozu replied, using the same phrasing the Celestial Court's emissary had used. Watch the stairway keystone function. Judge based on actual resource flow rather than theoretical assumptions. The sage was silent for a very long time. His attention shifted to the foundation stone, to the 7 pillars, to each of the bonded members in turn. He was assessing them, Yaozu realized. Not physically, but at a level that transcended physical assessment. He was examining the architecture of their cooperation, the genuineness of their bond, the depth of their commitment to the principle that power was stronger when shared than when hoarded. When his attention reached Yaozu, it stopped. You carried something with you from the mortal realm, the sage said. It was not a question. A jade token. Cracked. Marked for failure in the standard cultivator hierarchy. Yaozu's hand moved to his belt where the token hung. The token that told me I would never succeed in the normal way. And instead, the sage said, you succeeded by creating a new way. He was quiet again. That was unexpected. The celestial void enforcers had positioned themselves in the corners of the courtyard, their presences deliberately neutral, waiting for the sage to render judgment, waiting for the verdict that would determine whether Cloudrest Peak would be permitted to exist or would be destroyed like the original stairway to Heaven's Sect. I will observe, the sage said finally. I will measure the resource flow. I will assess whether the theoretical generation you claim is real, and I will decide based on evidence rather than policy. He paused. The arbiter is gone. Released, Yaozu confirmed. Its transformation completed. The power it was trapped within has been integrated into the keystone. The sage's expression shifted slightly. It might have been satisfaction. That is, novel. I have watched that corruption for 12,000 years. Unable to complete the transformation, unable to die, unable to rest. The council of the original stairway to heaven's sect chose poorly when they attempted to ascend. But that at least is finished. He looked at Yaozu again. Provisional acceptance. The ascending pillar sect is permitted to remain in the heaven realm while I conduct my assessment. Violation of this will result in immediate termination. He did not depart the way other cultivators departed. He simply became absent, as though the space that had rearranged to accommodate his presence had reorganized again, this time without him in it. The three enforcers immediately moved to the measurement apparatus and began recording data with the intensity of people who had just received a very important assignment. Chapter 135. The Sage's Logic. 3 days after the Sage departed from Cloudrest Peak, after Yaozu had brought the 7 bonded members to a state of genuine functional stability, despite the overwhelming pressure of having hosted a celestial throne realm cultivator, Mu Qianren's assessment arrived in the form of a consciousness that manifested directly in Yaozu's meditation space. The sage did not materialize physically. The power requirement would have been excessive for a communication that did not require his full presence. Instead, he communicated through the heaven realm's ley lines themselves, his consciousness temporarily interfacing with Yaozu's in a way that allowed direct thought exchange without the overwhelming pressure that his physical presence carried. It was far more intimate than voice communication. It allowed the sage to transmit not just words but the reasoning behind them, the calculations that had led to his conclusions. I have measured with precision. The sage began, his consciousness calm and methodical. The data you have allowed to accumulate, combined with my own observations and the 3 celestial void enforcers' detailed measurements, confirms that your cooperative architecture generates net positive spiritual energy flow into the heaven realm. Over the past 3 days of intensive observation, the local ley line density surrounding Cloudrest Peak has increased by 14.7%. This increase exceeds the normal fluctuation range for stable heaven realm zones by a factor of 7. The Celestial Court's theoretical modeling predicts that if this rate of generation is sustained indefinitely, it could eventually increase the overall heaven realm's spiritual density by a measurable percentage. Yaozu absorbed the implications. 14.7% increase in 3 days was far beyond what he had predicted when theorizing about the Pillar Covenant's capacity. Then, he said carefully, "The premise I challenged during our first encounter is incorrect. Your foundational assumption about newly ascending sects was wrong. The premise I operated under 12,000 years ago was incomplete," the sage corrected with precision. Not necessarily incorrect for the conditions of that era. When the original stairway to heaven sect attempted to ascend, I had no evidence that a cultivator architecture could exist that did not operate on net depletion of heaven realm resources. Every ascended sect I had observed in my earlier centuries of governance operated on the principle of consuming ambient spiritual energy to fuel their own advancement. The Pillar Covenant is the first such architecture I have encountered in my 13,000 years of governance in this realm. Yaozu allowed this to settle. 13,000 years of watching ascended sects, enforcing resource restrictions, ensuring stability through control, and now, confronted for the first time with direct evidence that the foundational assumptions underpinning an entire governance system had been incomplete. Why did you choose to keep the faceless arbiter trapped in corruption for 12,000 years? Yaozu asked. If you knew the transformation was incomplete, if you could perceive the suffering it experienced, why not allow it to complete its ascension or provide it with death as a mercy? Because I believed containment was necessary, the sage replied. His consciousness carried something that transcended words, a sense of the weight of that decision, of the cost of maintaining it. The corrupted consciousness represented a depletion risk that I could not predict or control. If it completed its transformation in an unmanaged manner, it could have destabilized multiple sect mountains' resource allocation simultaneously. Containment was the safest option available to me at the time, and I renewed that containment repeatedly as centuries passed because I never encountered evidence that controlled resolution was possible. But you understood that it was always going to attempt the ascension, Yaozu pressed. It spent 12,000 years trying to reach this realm. Containment was never going to be permanent. It was only ever a delay. I am aware, the sage said. And in that moment, Yaozu perceived something unexpected, regret. Not shallow regret, but the profound regret of someone who had prioritized the principle of stability over the possibility of growth, who had chosen to prevent uncertainty rather than to attempt to resolve it through engagement. I prioritized short-term stability over long-term possibility. I made a choice based on my best understanding at the time, and I renewed that choice repeatedly as new information became available, because my foundational premise never changed. I did not anticipate that a cultivator would eventually exist who could resolve a 12,000-year corruption in a way that did not require destruction of the corrupted consciousness or permit its dangerous transformation. The sage's consciousness withdrew slightly, giving Yaozu's mind space to breathe and process. The ascending pillar sect has the heaven realm's provisional acceptance for continued habitation. Your cooperative cultivation architecture does not deplete the realm. It adds to it measurably and progressively. By the evidence, your existence is not merely tolerable, but actually beneficial to the realm's long-term resource sustainability. What about the Celestial Court's growth restriction protocols? Yaozu asked, the question that mattered most strategically. The Celestial Court will be informed of my assessment in full detail. The restrictions are policy-based, not evidence-based. Policy can be revised when evidence contradicts the premises upon which it was built. The sage's consciousness pulsed with something that might have been amusement, a subtle warmth of recognition. The court will not be pleased to discover that their foundational assumptions about newly ascending sects have been substantially wrong for their entire period of governance. But they will comply with evidence when that evidence is presented by me. The evidence is now absolutely compelling. The sage's presence began to withdraw entirely from the meditation space. But before it disappeared completely, he transmitted one final communication, a thought that carried such weight and meaning that Yaozu felt the truth of it resonate through his entire being. The cracked jade token that you carry on your belt. Do you understand why it was marked for failure and cast away? Because the sect master who issued it did not believe I had sufficient capacity to succeed within the normal cultivator hierarchy, Yaozu replied, drawing on his memories of the humiliation of receiving that token. No, the sage said. The token was marked for failure because that sect master possessed perception sufficient to recognize something fundamental in you, a potential that could not be trained by the standard cultivator hierarchy, that would either destroy you through the attempt to force you into normal patterns or would eventually force you to transform the hierarchy itself. He marked you for failure in the normal path because his perception was that you were never meant to follow the normal path. The sage's presence dissolved entirely. You have created an abnormal path and proven it measurably superior to the hierarchy that rejected you. That is an accomplishment worth acknowledging, Yaozu. Chapter 136. The Celestial Court's response. The Celestial Court's response came 3 days after the sage's detailed assessment was delivered to them through channels of authority that even the Celestial Void Enforcers could not access. Overseer Kushin arrived at Cloudrest Peak once more, but not with the posture of enforcement that had characterized its first arrival. Instead, it came with something closer to formal diplomatic negotiation, a subtle shift in bearing that suggested the emissary was no longer operating under mandate to establish dominance, but instead under instructions to establish terms of cooperation. The emissary's perfectly neutral silver eyes registered the stairway keystone's continued increased power level without apparent surprise, as though the evolution had been anticipated based on the sage's transmission of data. The Celestial Court has completed its comprehensive review of Sage Mu Qianren's assessment and the objective measurement data provided by the 3 Celestial Void Enforcers, the emissary announced, its voice carrying the same bureaucratic tone as always, though the content was fundamentally different. The court's determination is that the ascending pillar sect's cultivation architecture operates on principles fundamentally distinct from all standard ascended sect models previously observed in the heaven realm. The resource restriction protocols that were initially imposed are being permanently suspended effective immediately, pending only the formality of court-wide vote ratification. Yaozu allowed the meaning to settle. They had won, not through conquest, not through force, but through the simple, undeniable presentation of evidence that contradicted the court's foundational assumptions. What does that mean practically in terms of our operational freedom? Qingyue asked, her ice-attribute cultivation aura sharp and analytical, already thinking through implications and loopholes. It means, The emissary replied with perfect clarity that your sect is permitted to advance cultivation at natural rates without any artificial growth restrictions being imposed. It means that the celestial court formally recognizes and accepts your claim that cooperative architecture generates rather than depletes heaven realm resources. It means that the ascending pillar sect is now recognized as a full and pure member of the heaven realm's ascended sect collective, subject to the same fundamental regulations as any established sect operating under the court's governance, but explicitly exempted from depletion-based resource allocation protocols because the evidence demonstrates that such protocols would be counterproductive to resource sustainability. In other words, Jiwei said, her formation sensibility tracing the meaning beneath the official bureaucratic language with perfect precision. The Celestial Court is no longer treating us as a threat requiring management through restriction. You are now being treated as a novel cultivator architecture that demonstrates significant positive implications for the heaven realm's long-term resource sustainability and spiritual density increase. The emissary corrected with the kind of exactitude that suggested this phrasing had been carefully selected by the court. The court does not engage in emotional assessments. We engage exclusively in evidence-based determinations of resource allocation and threat assessment. The measurement data and the SAGE's assessment support your continued and expanded existence as beneficial to the entire heaven realm ecosystem rather than harmful. Yaozu felt something in his chest relax, a tension he had been carrying since the moment the emissary had first arrived with ultimatums and threats, now finally releasing. The diplomatic phase of their arrival was truly complete. They had not conquered the Celestial Court through superior force or clever maneuvering. They had fundamentally changed the court's assessment by presenting evidence that their foundational assumptions about newly ascending sects were incomplete and potentially counterproductive. What of the other ascended sects' responses to this determination? Meihua asked. It was a practical question. She understood that the Celestial Court's approval was only one tier of acceptance. Are they satisfied with this new assessment? A minimum of 7 ascended sects are actively requesting observation and study privileges, the emissary said. They are requesting permission to observe your Pillar Covenant's operations in detail, to study your cooperative architecture, and in several cases, to bring their own cultivators to Cloudrest Peak for extended training and familiarization. Whether their intentions are to learn from your methodology, to replicate your architecture, or to understand you as a potential threat to their established power positions, remains to be determined. But the Celestial Court's position is unambiguous. The Ascending Pillar Sect has demonstrated measurable and substantial net positive resource contribution to the Heaven Realm. Residency is not merely provisional or conditional. Residency is now permanent. Chapter 137. 7 days of observation. The observation period lasted 7 days following the Celestial Court's decision to grant permanent residency. Cultivators from 7 different ascended sects arrived in formal delegations, moving through the Heaven Realm's ley lines with the ease and certainty of those who had resided here for centuries and understood exactly how power and privilege flowed through the established structure. They positioned themselves at careful distances around Cloudrest Peak, arranged in observation formations that allowed them to simultaneously measure spiritual energy flow, analyze the cooperative architecture from multiple angles, and attempt to understand how power multiplication through voluntary cooperation could possibly work at the theoretical and practical levels. Yaozu made the decision to grant them full access to the public operations of the Stairway Keystone. He understood that transparency was the only way to demonstrate that the cooperative architecture was not a hidden technique or a form of deception. He demonstrated in explicit detail how the 7 pillars received ambient spiritual energy from the Heaven Realm's ley lines, how that energy was channeled through the bonded network, how the network structure multiplied power not through addition, but through distribution simultaneously through 7 different cultivation attributes and perspectives, and how the surplus energy was returned to the ley lines as increased spiritual density. He did not, however, allow access to the bonded members' private cultivations. That boundary remained absolutely firm, non-negotiable, the fundamental sanctuary of individual consciousness that the cooperative architecture was built to protect. But he allowed enough transparent observation for the visiting cultivators to understand with undeniable clarity that the power multiplication was not deception or hidden reserve capacity or some kind of technique that they could detect and overcome. It was architecture. It was principle. It was genuine cooperation. And it was, measurably, generating more power than it consumed. By the fourth day of observation, the first request came. A cultivator from the Thousand Rin Pavilion, one of the sects that had sent heaven-bridging attackers during the original crossing, approached Yaozu requesting a private conversation away from the other observers. The cultivator was a woman named Xin Wei, with core formation-level power and the kind of steady, thoughtful presence that suggested she had engaged in careful deliberation before making the decision to approach him. Her robes bore the insignia of the Thousand Rin Pavilion, but her expression held something beyond sect identity. It held genuine curiosity. "I want to understand," she said simply, her voice calm and direct. "How you did this. The bonded architecture, the power multiplication, the principle that 7 separate cultivators can function as a unified force without losing their individual agency and power. This goes against everything we've been taught about cultivation advancement." Yaozu considered his response carefully. This was the moment he had been working toward since accepting the bonded cultivation path in the mortal realm. Not conquest or dominance through force, but the possibility that others might choose to understand what he had understood, might choose to replicate the principles if they found them valuable. "It's not a technique that can be taught," he said. "It's not something I can give you like a martial move or a cultivation method. It's a choice. 7 people choosing to genuinely share their power rather than hoard it in the way normal cultivation hierarchies require. That choice has to be authentic. It can't be commanded or imposed by authority. It has to be freely and repeatedly made by each member, with full knowledge of what they're giving up and what they're gaining." And in exchange for that choice, Xin Wei said, her core formation level mind already working through the mechanics, each member becomes exponentially stronger. Exponentially stronger, Yaozu confirmed. Not just in raw power, but in clarity and effectiveness. When your consciousness is bonded to 6 others through a unified network, you're never alone in your assessment or your decision-making. You have immediate access to 6 different perspectives, 6 different cultivator specialties, 6 different ways of seeing a problem and perceiving solutions. That makes you more strategically capable, not less. It makes you stronger precisely because you're not isolated in your power. Xin Wei was quiet for a long time, processing the implications. Then she said, "I want to learn. To bring that principle back to the Thousand Rin Pavilion. To see if our sect could develop a similar architecture using our own cultivators and our own understanding of cooperation." "Then stay," Yaozu said. "Observe. Learn. Ask questions. The knowledge is yours to take with you." By the 7th day of observation, 3 other cultivators from different sects, a nascent soul from the Jade Lotus sect, a core formation from the Sky Wind domain, and an early celestial realm cultivator from the Starlight Assembly, had made similar requests. Not to join Cloudrest Peak or abandon their home sects, but to learn the principles and the methodology so that they could return to their own sects and begin experimenting with cooperative cultivation architecture within their own organizational structures. Yaozu allowed all of them to stay, to observe, to ask questions, to engage with the bonded members about how the system functioned. The Stairway Protocol was not a monopoly. It was not proprietary technology that the Ascending Pillar sect could use to maintain advantage over all other ascended sections. It was a principle, and principles, once released into the world and proven to work, belonged to anyone willing to genuinely understand them and implement them with authenticity. Chapter 138. The stairway reaches heaven 9 days after the sage had departed, 9 days after the celestial court had granted permanent residency. Yaozu stood on the summit of Cloudrest Peak with the 7 pillars blazing around him at full intensity, the stairway keystone glowing with steadily increasing brilliance beneath his feet, the heaven realm spreading out in all directions, golden sky unmoving above, distant sect mountains visible through the haze like islands in a sea of pure spiritual energy, the ley lines of the entire local region now displaying increased spiritual density that measured at 15% above baseline and climbing steadily with each passing day. Meihua stood at the first pillar, the position of fire and phoenix flame and transformation, her aura blazing steadily and confidently, no longer defensive, but actively channeling the phoenix fire attribute into the cooperative network. Qingyue at the second pillar, her ice attribute cultivation transformed and stabilized by the evolution of the keystone, perfectly serene and focused. Shuli at the third pillar, her sword intent clarified and strengthened by weeks of heaven realm cultivation at accelerated rates, her presence like a blade in the spiritual network. Jiwei at the fourth pillar, her formation architecture sense now capable of managing not just Cloudrest Peak's immediate defenses, but vastly larger networks of cooperative cultivation spanning multiple cultivators. Li Shue at the fifth pillar, her body cultivation power anchored in the keystone in ways that would sustain her for centuries to come, providing the physical foundation that kept the entire network grounded. Yun Lingsha at the sixth pillar, dimensional pathways opening before her consciousness, her presence distributed across multiple spatial dimensions simultaneously. And by Suyin at the seventh pillar, standing quite literally at the edge of the dimensional layer itself, her form partially existing in multiple realities at once, the seal between realms confirmed and secure under her vigilant attention. 7 bonded cultivators. 7 pillars of the ascending pillar sect. One unified architecture that was changing what was possible. Gu Changfeng approached from the summit courtyard, moving with ease and sureness now as his injuries had not just healed, but had been fully recovered through the accelerated cultivation environment of the Heaven Realm. The elderly advisor, 60 years of service, 60 years of watching failed sects and corrupt hierarchies, 60 years of waiting for something to change, stood beside Yaozu and looked out at the vast realm they had reached after so impossibly long a journey. "It's strange," Gu said quietly, his voice carrying the weight of his years and his understanding. "To end up somewhere that the sect was never supposed to reach, somewhere that the original sect masters never anticipated and planned for. The original stairway to Heaven's sect, all those centuries ago, thought they were ascending alone, that they would be the sole representatives of their principle in the Heaven realm, unique and unmatched. Instead, they were destroyed by the sage, and more than 100 years later, a young cultivator with nothing but a cracked jade token and a refusal to accept imposed limitations built something better. Built something that worked. We haven't reached the end point yet," Yaozu said, his tone calm and clear. "The sage is watching from a distance, observing rather than interfering, but still judging. The other ascended sects are actively learning from our model, beginning to understand the principles themselves. And there are still 2 more bonds to forge, 2 more cultivators waiting somewhere to be integrated into the network and help expand what the ascending pillar sect can accomplish. That will come," Gu said with the certainty of someone who had learned to trust this particular young cultivator's ability to see what needed to be done and do it. "But what matters now, in this moment, is that you have proven the fundamental possibility. You've demonstrated that there exists a path that doesn't require conquest or depletion of others. That cooperation, genuine cooperation, is stronger than hierarchy. That power multiplies when shared rather than hoarded." Yaozu extended his consciousness downward through the stable dimensional tether that anchored Cloudrest Peak to the mortal realm, the connection maintained by Yun Lingsha and by Suyin through the Keystone's architecture. He could feel the presence far below, in the place where the mountain had originally stood in the mortal realm. Lin Dashan, the mortal steward who had chosen to remain below rather than attempt the crossing, was standing in the courtyard looking up at the golden star where Cloudrest Peak used to be. The connection was clear and strong, allowing Yaozu to sense Dashan's emotions, satisfaction, hope, anticipation. Yaozu opened the dimensional connection deliberately and sent a message through the ley lines, transmitting it with enough clarity that even a mortal without cultivation would be able to perceive it. "We'll come back for you. The path is open. The journey is sustainable. We'll come back when the time is right." Dashan's presence registered the message. Joy flooded through the connection so intensely that Yaozu could feel it even from the Heaven realm. Relief. Trust. The knowledge that the sect master had not abandoned him, that the bond between the mountain and its root in the mortal realm remained intact and real. The ascending pillar sect had reached the Heaven realm. It had survived the initial assault from the 1,000 Rin Pavilion's heaven-bridging cultivators during the crossing. It had weathered the celestial court's ultimatum and skepticism. It had survived the celestial void enforcer's enforcement audit. It had transformed the faceless arbiter's 12,000-year desperation into peaceful release. It had challenged the sage's foundational assumptions about newly ascending sects and been proven right, forcing that ancient being to reconsider positions held for 13,000 years. It had become a peer member of a power structure that had existed and remained stable for thousands of years without interference or challenge. But the journey was far from over. It was only beginning. Below, in the mortal realm, there was a steward who had served faithfully and would continue to serve, maintaining the mountain's tether. In the heaven realm, there were 7 sects studying the Pillar Covenant's principles, beginning to experiment with cooperative cultivation in their own organizational contexts. And somewhere in the spaces between mortal and ascended, there were 2 more cultivators waiting, not yet identified, not yet bonded, but waiting for Yaozu to find them and invite them to understand what cooperation meant. The sage watched from a distance, his presence vast and ancient, observing rather than judging, his trust conditionally granted but genuinely offered. The celestial court's restriction protocols had been revised and were being revised further as evidence accumulated. The other ascended sects were beginning to understand that the foundational assumptions about resource scarcity being absolute and permanent might not be universal truths applicable to all forms of cultivation. Yaozu looked at the 7 pillars, blazing with power that was shared power, that was theirs not because they had conquered or taken it, but because they had chosen to share it rather than hoard it in isolation. He looked at the stairway keystone, glowing with steadily increasing brilliance as more and more spiritual energy flowed through its unified architecture, as the cooperative cultivation process continued to generate more power than it consumed. He looked out at the heaven realm, vast and ancient and full of mysteries and power structures and possibilities. And he understood, in that moment, what the true meaning of the ascension had been. Not dominance over the heaven realm, not conquest of existing power structures through force or superior capability, but transformation of what was possible. The quiet, patient demonstration that cultivation could be based on genuine cooperation instead of competition and hierarchy. That power could be stronger when shared through chosen unity than when isolated in individual pursuits. That the established hierarchies which had existed for thousands of years and assumed they were unchangeable could be fundamentally revised not through violent overthrow, but through quiet, patient, absolutely undeniable evidence. The stairway to heaven had been reached, but the climb was only just beginning. Chapter 139. The horizon expands 20 days after the Celestial Court's final determination of permanent residency. Yaozu had already begun mapping what the future could look like. The cooperative architecture of the Ascending Pillar Sect had proven itself stable and beneficial. The 7 bonded pillars operated in perfect synchronization. The stairway keystone continued its steady generation of positive spiritual energy, its output now measuring at 18% above baseline and continuing to increase. But more importantly, the principles were spreading. Xinwei from the Thousand Ren Pavilion had stayed for 2 additional weeks, learning not just the mechanical aspects of the cooperative network, but the philosophical foundations that made it work. When she finally departed to return to her own sect, she carried with her the blueprint for something revolutionary. A cultivation system based on genuine cooperation rather than hierarchy and competition. The other 3 observers who had remained, the nascent soul from Jade Lotus, the core formation from Sky Wind Domain, and the early celestial realm cultivator from the Starlight Assembly, were all engaged in deep study, sometimes asking to be taught specific aspects of the network, sometimes simply observing and recording data. Some of them would eventually attempt to replicate the cooperative architecture in their own sections. Some would fail because they tried to impose it rather than invite it. Some would succeed and fundamentally change their sect's power structure. Yaozu understood that he was not just building a sect anymore. He was building a template for how cultivation could be conducted at the highest levels. He was demonstrating that cooperation was not a weakness or a limitation, but an amplification and an acceleration. The sage wants to speak with you. Jiwei reported on the 23rd day, her formation sensibility detecting the presence at the edge of Cloudrist Peak's awareness. Not physically, through the ley lines. He says it's not urgent, but it concerns the heaven realm's long-term stability. Yaozu entered meditation and opened his consciousness to the sage's presence. The ancient being's mind was vast and complex, full of 13,000 years of observation and governance, and the weight of making decisions that affected an entire realm. "I have been considering your existence," the sage began without preamble, "and reconsidering my decisions regarding the original stairway to Heaven's Sect. I destroyed them because I perceived them as a threat to stability. I now understand that I may have destroyed them because I feared what they represented, a change to the established order, a challenge to my authority and my methods. Whether that realization changes anything is unclear. Do you regret the decision?" Yaozu asked. "Regret is a mortal emotion," the sage replied. "But I acknowledge that my decision was based on incomplete understanding. That is perhaps the closest an ancient being can come to admitting error." The sage's consciousness withdrew slightly. "I wanted to inform you that the Celestial Court is preparing a formal classification for the Ascending Pillar Sect. You will likely be designated as an exemplar sect, not higher in rank than the established powers, but recognized as a fundamentally different category of cultivation architecture. That designation carries certain protections and responsibilities. When you receive the formal notification, understand that it represents the Heaven Realm's recognition that what you have created is valuable and worth preserving." "Thank you," Yaozu said. "Do not thank me yet," the sage replied. "The existence of an alternative model of cultivation will create pressure on the established hierarchy. Some sects will attempt to learn and adapt. Some will resist, viewing you as a threat. The Heaven Realm will not remain as stable as it has been for thousands of years. Change is coming. Whether that change is ultimately beneficial depends on how it is managed." Chapter 140. The call to completion. As the first month in the Heaven Realm drew to a close, Yaozu began to feel something new stirring in the bonded network. It was not distress or imbalance. It was anticipation, recognition, a sense that the architecture was ready for expansion. One night, though night and day meant nothing in the eternal golden sky, Yaozu stood alone on the summit and extended his consciousness outward through the Heaven Realm's ley lines, searching for something he could not yet name. And he found them. Two cultivators, separated by vast distance, neither of whom had any connection to Cloudrest Peak or knowledge of its existence. One was in the eastern celestial lands, a cultivator of exceptional foundation-building talent who had been rejected by her home sect for daring to question the authority structure. The other was in the territories of the Western sects, a cultivator who had achieved breakthrough cultivation through pure will and determination despite lacking natural talent, driven by a stubborn refusal to accept limitations that others had tried to impose. Both of them, in their own way, had chosen paths that contradicted the established order. Both of them understood, at some fundamental level, that cooperation could be stronger than competition, and the bonded network was reaching toward them, ready to create the first connections, ready to forge new bonds that would expand the Ascending Pillar Sect beyond the original 7 pillars into something larger and more complex. Yaozu smiled. The journey that had begun in Iron Dust City's slums, that had continued through the cultivation hierarchies of the mortal realm, that had culminated in the ascension to the Heaven Realm itself. That journey was expanding into something entirely new. The stairway was still climbing, and it had infinite heights left to reach. If you followed Shin Yaozu's journey from Iron Dust City's slums to the Heaven Realm itself, from a failed disciple with a cracked jade token to the architect of the first sect to ascend through cooperation rather than conquest, subscribe to the channel and ring the notification bell so you never miss what comes next. The Ascending Pillar Sect has reached heaven, but the Heaven Realm has its own stories, its own power structures, its own mysteries 12,000 years deep. Yaozu has 2 more bonds to forge, a provisional residency to make permanent, and a sage who watches with new eyes. Hit subscribe and ring the bell. The stairway is still climbing. End of Step 7.